New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
What is up, everybody? Before we get to our host, I just want to do some housekeeping. If you want a great apron like that, we're doing some barbecuing today. Barbecuing in style with the Cookin' Folk apron, only at thefinstailgate.com. We also have Dubby energy drink, all smash, no crash. I love the Calio cream. I'm going to be trying the fruit punch pretty soon. So be on the checkout for that. And if you're in the artistic side, you want great one-of-a-kind artwork, canvases, and for your place of business, home, wherever you want to hang up your fine artwork, go to visit our folks at Backroom Collections. They also have visors for your mini helmets, which gives it that little pop, makes it look nice and stylish. And then if you use hashtag TFTG for both of them, you get 10% off your first purchase. And finally, let's go over the fine lineups that we have here. We have El Capitan is going to be coming on tonight. We got Ali and Color with Top of the Tailgate and Late Night Exhale. You got myself, Lewis, and Crypto. We're giving you drive times and smoke lounges. Of course, Crypto and Lewis are doing their thing today. I'm going to be joining them with because I'm off work today. KP Saturdays. He'll give you the inside scoop on fantasy football. And, of course, TMI, my Gator brother, Tonk, will give you all the news around the NFL and the sports community with Tonk, TMI Tuesday. This lineup is a great lineup. I think this is the lineups keep getting better and better, in my opinion. And not only is it going to be a great season for the Dolphins, but as well for Fins Tailgate. So, with no further ado, I want to introduce the great host of Crypto and Lewis.
Hey, what's up, Shake Money? What's going on?
Good morning, Shake.
What's going on, Lewis? Good morning.
What's going on, Crypto? Good morning, fellas.
Another beautiful
Good
day.
morning, everybody. What a day, man. Labor Day, man. How about it, man? You know what's interesting about Labor Day, despite the, it being a holiday? It's also the transition day where we transition to football, and it caps off the end of a summer.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most depressing part about it. Summer is ending and the fall is coming.
Oh shit!
In my neck of the woods, that means cold weather is on the way, and I don't like it.
I tell you what, I can speak. I know I'm speaking for Lewis. We don't miss the summer.
Yeah, well, we definitely do not miss the summer. That's for damn sure.
Hot weather and we got to mow the fucking lawn every other day, bro. It seems like.
I told you I got your Uber ride, man. I'm gonna get you an Uber ride so you can come top off my lawn, Shake Money.
No, I'm good. I don't even like cutting my own lawn.
I bought one of those real mowers. You know, those things are real good, and they're real good for exercise. You know, It's old fashioned. Call me old fashioned. Yeah, Crypto went out and bought a freaking real mower. Kind that you push around and it kinetically spins the motors and blades.
Yeah.
So I went out and bought one of them as a backup to my battery one. So I got a battery powered mower and I got a real mower. How about that?
I got a battery powered lawnmower too. As a matter of fact, I have one more. Both of them are dead on me right now, so I got to charge up both my batteries.
Mm-hmm.
and I got one more battery because I go through 3 batteries. So if I don't cut it now, if I leave it for one more week, I go through 6 batteries. That's how long it gets. So I'm that's why I'm cutting it now.
Damn.
Wait, did I just hear correctly, Crypto? You've got a battery-powered lawnmower?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So while while destroying the environment, you're saving the environment. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, but the thing is, this battery won't end up in a landfill.
Yeah. Listen, I got a battery lawnmower, not to save the environment. I could care less about that. I just don't want I hate the smell of gas in my tool shed.
Right. Yeah, I got you.
That's true too.
I'm just all about saving the grass. You know, we only have a finite amount of grass on the planet, bro. And the more we cut it, you know, the more it dwindles, you know. So
hey, it'll grow back.
I used to have this science teacher in 7th grade, and he was all about letting his grass grow in the backyard. He claimed it was because he was a scientist and he liked nature and all that. And I'm like, yeah, right. You're just lazy. You don't want to mow your lawn. whatever floats your boat, man. Go out there and do research in your jungle. Yeah, sure, buddy.
That's what you call the convenient excuse.
Exactly. I'm a scientist. I'm all about nature. Let it grow.
Screw that. I actually let mine grow a little bit too long, but then I'm able to cut it down. Like Shake Money said, they had to blow through a lot of batteries because it's using a lot of energy to cut down that tall grass. But lo and behold, man, my little push reel mower, man, works like a charm, man. I'm plowing down those blades of grass like it ain't nothing, like hot knife through a butter. I didn't realize those things work that efficiently, man. Once you get those things going, then you get a good workout on the tail end of it too.
Crypto's out there with his battery powered mower like A-Chain and Brooks with nothing but open grass in front of him.
Nothing but open grass.
Mowing down the grass.
Yeah, I use that reel more as a backup, but anyways, but it's pretty good. Not bad. It doesn't go by batteries or gas.
What kind of depth do you get out of that gas mower? Is it like a 1B or is it like a lawnmower 2?
No, it's not a gas mower. It's a real mower. It's just the one you push.
Right, but how would you rate it? Is it like a lawnmower 2 or a lawnmower 3? You know, like...
No, I can get down to 1 inch of depth as far as it can cut it up to 1 inch. I can get it as low as 1 inch.
Depth. What is he talking depth? Sorry, Crypto.
I got it. 1 inch.
I was talking about the depth on your lawn.
Yeah.
Your offensive lawnman.
The offensive lineman, right? Well, I can.
I thought you were talking about the depth of hair, because the only thing that the Buffalo Bills fans have left to talk about except their shitty team is my damn hair.
Oh, poor Ollie, man. You guys ruined him. You guys ruined him with this hair thing, man. I have to go back and watch now.
Ali. Ali's hair is trending
hair
on.
is more of a better subject than talking about their shitty team. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, now you know why I'm not on camera anymore, Ali. You can't give them all that ammo, bro.
Hey, listen.
I'm bald head, so.
Listen. By the way, Michael K, here's the thing. The reason we use electric lawnmowers is because we don't huff that gas that you Buffalo Bills fans do, and that explains why you drove through tables.
Exactly.
We know you guys. You like to huff gas.
Yeah, not only that, but leaded gas.
Yeah.
All those methane fumes and carbon monoxide that they. Yeah, I said it. Carbon monoxide. That explains
all your jokes, because that sounds like you
because you guys are dead.
You huff gas and then you come onto panels and start making jokes.
Exactly. I said it. Carbon monoxide, Michael K. That's all you guys inhale. You guys are zombies. You're dead.
So, how about that stat patter?
Which one is that one?
Stat patter 17, you know.
Oh, stat patter 17.
17. Told y'all that was what it was about. Y'all thought I was joking around. Now the national pundits are starting to rumor the same thing. Oh, Diggs and don't Josh Allen is just a glorified whatever. He's a running back with an arm. All that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
should have thrown the ball instead of eating up that extra 20 yards because you don't actually read defenses. So whereas Tua gets slammed to the ground and his head knocked out because he had trouble struggling reading defenses early, Josh Allen's been hiding the fact that he can't read defenses by the fact that he can run for 750 yards a season. So what the hell is the difference?
Yeah.
To be honest,
Trucker Sean, Trucker Sean just said
good.
he was mowing his lawn while listening to us. So
Me too.
just to be
yeah,
Actually, I was too. That's another good thing I like about the electric lawnmower. It's not that loud, so you can actually listen.
You don't even know when our audience is mowing their lawn.
Buffalo Bills, the Buffalo Bills use stat padding the same way women use maxi pads to stop the bleeding, bro. That's the reality of it. Their team has to stat pad to make themselves look good, right? And make them seem like they're a contender when really their team is just shit. That's the reality. I'm sorry. I know people think I'm blowing up smoke and I'm just spreading that Buffalo Bills hate out of my ass. No, I'm serious.
A fucking 10. Gentlemen.
Hold on. I got to address this comment by Trucker Sean. He said, I would never own anything electric. Biggest joke on the planet. So you just went back to the 17th century where you're using candles? Well, I'm missing. Are you lighting your home by candles or what do you got? You said you're not using anything electric. So, well, damn. You just went back to the 17th century, Trucker Son. But that's neither here nor there.
I got exclusive footage of Michael K driving by right now.
Right.
Man, nice wheels there, Michael K.
Yeah.
Oh, is that? Oh shit! That's the he's driving the team bus.
The team bus.
Where's he going on this Monday morning? That's what I wonder.
That's the team bus Color. He's taking them for a Labor Day barbecue or something like that.
The team bus. I love it.
Okay, motor-wise, I got you. But I'm going to say you might want to retract that anything statement because you make me think you're lighting your home by candles, buddy. I don't do good with candles, especially candles and carpet.
They asked Diggs, why did he sign with Buffalo in the first place? He replied,
I want to see if it's going to make me throw up.
Man, 13-3. Welcome everybody that's straggling in on this great holiday, Labor Day.
By the way, I feel like I really should finally tell everybody where that meme came from, where that clip is from.
Yeah, I forgot. I remembered you saying it a few months back.
Well, Color.
What are you waiting for, huh? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Sorry. Couldn't resist.
So, question to the panel and everybody in the chat. Do you think this upcoming Sunday's game against the Chargers will be as epic as the 1982 Charger game? If anybody can remember. I guess some of us were born at the time, or someone that was alive in the 1982. I was 7 years old in 1982. But I remember. But if this game is going to be as epic as that game, then buckle up, fellas. It is going to be a wild ride because you want to know what happened in the first half, in the first quarter? We trailed 24-0 in that game. So do you want to trail 24-0 to come back to tie it at 38-38, going into overtime to lose a heartbreaker by a field goal? That's how epic that game was. It was one of the greatest games in history.
This time, Durham Smythe's going to be helped off the field as the star tight end of the game.
Yeah, so he's gonna do what Kellen Winslow did in that game. Lewis, you heard it. Durham Smythe will be the Kevin Winslow of the game coming up. So there you go. There's the parallel right there. Durham
so I've
Smythe, Kevin Winslow.
I was only 1 year old at that time, so I didn't get to watch the game, to be honest.
Okay.
But
if you have a chance to watch it on YouTube, it's a class. It's a barn
I've watched
burner.
clips. I've seen clips of it. I've read a lot about it. And one of the common things that I've read, and I just remembered thinking about this because I wanted to look at what the score was. Didn't
it was 41-38.
This is a game that no one should have lost. Like it was like that's what they dubbed it as, and it was that epic. So
yeah, I mean, both kickers missed a couple field goals in overtime. I mean, it was like just everybody. Nobody wanted to win that damn game.
Nobody wanted to win, and nobody wanted to. They tried so hard to lose.
I'm gonna go out and say that based on what I'm reading about this game and how epic it was, I'm gonna say no. It will not be as good as that game. It'll be a good game, just not as good as that.
Well, see, check this out. Dan Fouts was the starting quarterback for the Chargers, and Woodley was replaced by John Strock in the second quarter of that game. But we still trailed after the first quarter, 24-0. Can you believe it? A game in which we trailed 24-0, we still found a way to fight and get it into overtime. We scored 17 unanswered before the half, and then we outscored them in the third quarter, 14-7, and then it was a 7-7 game in the fourth quarter, and we both went into overtime.
Do you guys want to know what our defense was ranked in that game?
We were 5th.
Yep.
We were the 5th ranked defense in that game.
Fewest points allowed by any team.
Right. Exactly. I want to say that was one of those outlier years. And now that would have been the year where if Marino had that defense, we would have won the Super Bowl.
Wasn't that the year we went? Wasn't that Woodley's Super Bowl?
That's the year. Yeah, that is the year we went. We lost to the doggone Deadskins.
It makes sense when you get that kind of game because that was all. I mean, I guess it wasn't. Was it the backups at that point, like the strike players, right?
Yeah,
like the scads, right? Yeah, so that's why you get a game like that because everybody's so bad, nobody could win it.
No. That game they played, they wasn't on strike.
Oh, it was okay. That's what. Okay, so the strike had ended by then, or.
Yeah, it ended because Dan Fouts was playing. All of them,
right.
Key player, everybody,
and our starting kickers were playing too. So they had to be regular players.
Don Coryell, was in that game. We at that point we only had 2 Hall of Famers at that point in that game. And that you want to know who the 2 Hall of Famers on our team at that point in that game were?
Jake Scott, and Larry Zonka.
No, they listed Shula.
Oh.
And Shula was the only one, and Stevenson.
So Shula was already in the Hall of Fame at that point?
That's what they said. That's what they were saying. It may be wrong,
I don't remember Shula already being in the Hall of Fame while he was coaching.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think that's a misprint, though. Maybe Stevenson was the only one. But they were listing him as a Hall of Famer. So Jake Scott would have had to be.
Oh, maybe they're saying the only Hall of Famers on the field that night. Eventual Hall of Famers that were on the field that night. Right. Okay.
They're on the field. Right. Yeah. Quite, elected at that point. And check this out. What's the average temperature in the Miami in that time of the year? Probably in the 90s.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, that game, it was 76 degrees in that game.
Well, that was in San Diego, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was January 2nd. That was a home game.
January 2nd.
Now it doesn't matter because they're playing in the dome.
Yeah.
I almost lost my life on a January 2nd.
I almost lost. Well, I could have lost mine on New Year's with my truck fire on New Year's Eve. Man, check this out.
I wake up every morning remembering that day.
Now, we went to the Super Bowl in '82, right? If our trajectory is the same as the '82 team, then we're going to be playing the Commanders in the Super Bowl this year. If a trajectory is the same. How do you feel about playing the Commanders in the Super Bowl to get revenge?
Well, we'll be like this will be the tiebreaker because we beat them one time. They beat us one time, so this will be the tiebreaker.
This will be the tiebreaker, right?
Right. The rubber game. The getaway game for Washington and Miami. All right.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Commanders are going to. We most likely will play Philly, but what if our trajectory is the same? Like
it's sounding a lot like you're predicting the Commanders to be in the Super Bowl, Crypto. I'm not gonna lie, it really does sound like that.
I don't know, man. If I'm going to put it like this, Color. If we have an epic game against the Chargers this week and end in us winning, then we will be playing the Commanders and we will beat them in the Super Bowl, just like that year.
By the way, free promotion. If you're not shopping at Vitacan for all your medical needs, you're at the wrong place because they're open on Labor Day today.
Oh, okay. I'm not well addressed with that. Well, Sheila said that was the greatest game ever. Mike McDaniel is going to have to say that this is the greatest game ever that we play in this upcoming weekend. Because us beating the Chargers in an epic game springboards us to the Super Bowl, and we beat the Commanders by the score 17-7.
Well, no, I'm not here to burst anybody's bubble, but I'll put any amount of money that the Commanders do not make the Super Bowl. I can almost guarantee that. So,
Lewis, you messing up my parallel paradigm.
Lewis, you going with the field, huh?
I'm going to take the field on that one, Crypto. I'm sorry.
Well, Lewis, you're not playing in the reindeer games. You're not joining the reindeer games, Lewis.
Yeah, this ain't reindeers, Crypto. This is more like rainbows and unicorns, is what I'm hearing.
What with the Commanders? Okay, all right. You heard it here first. Listen, the Commanders was overlooked that year too, man. You never know, man. They might surprise some teams.
You know what? If the Commanders get to the Super Bowl,
I don't know. They did how many? I'm sorry.
Would be like
how many? They won only 7 games last year, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. That would be like a fairy tale story for them because they get new ownership, right? They have a second-year quarterback that hasn't really shown anything. Sam
Howell.
You know what I mean?
Just like Joe Theismann.
You know, and then that's also, imagine this. You have a partial owner, Magic Johnson, a minority, winning, has already won a World Series as being a part owner as the Dodgers, now being a part owner of the Redskins, winning let's say he beats the Miami Dolphins and winning a Super Bowl. That's a feat of its own. That's pretty dope. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I mean, you got a decent coach over there. The guy's already been to the Super Bowl once. And Ron Rivera.
Ron Rivera.
I mean, it's not out of the norm, but
they playing in the NFC now.
Yeah, my thing with them is I think they have too many concerns on offense than they do to actually make it to the Super Bowl. So if they do, it'd be one hell of a what do they call that? Hell of a run or accomplishment, I should say.
Hey, by the way, speaking of which, so if they win,
yes, flip side, the Niners were in the last Super Bowl we were in. We talking about the first one that in that decade when we played the Skins.
81.
But by the way, if Magic Johnson becomes the first minority owner to win a Super Bowl, the Washington Redskins are the first team to have a black quarterback win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
They were the first team.
I think, wait a minute. We got to be clear here. when we refer to Jordan being a minority owner of that team, we're referring to minority shareholder of that team, not actual minority.
Well, but minority still, either way, they're still considered.
Yeah,
I'm just
both,
saying, like
in both aspects, he's a
but
minority.
that's what they're referring to. He's a minority owner.
I know.
He's not the actual owner of the team.
I know, but still, from that aspect, I'm going from that aspect.
From being a minority, owning, having any ownership interest in winning the title.
Because when
that's a good question. He very well could be. So he would be the first. He would be the first minority owner.
Well, that's what they try to do with Derek Jeter, being the first black owner in baseball. He was, even though he was a minority owner.
Right.
I don't know. I just think it's pretty interesting. The guy won championship.
I thought that was because the Marlins were a minor league team.
Yeah. See, for me, I think it's interesting. The guy won NBA championships as a player. Goes on to be a partial owner of the Dodgers. They won the World Series in 2020. Then turn around, he comes and becomes a partial owner of the Redskins. And let's say they win. I mean, holy crap, the guy does nothing but win. I just think that's pretty impressive. Regardless if he's a minority or not, it's still really, really impressive.
Well, if he really wanted to do that, he would have invested in another team. Because let me say it again: the Commanders are not winning. Are we? What are we? And did I miss the team meeting last night? What were we on? What's going on here? Are we talking
this
about
is just hypothetical. That's all. That's all they're
doing. We're talking about an epic. We're talking about an epic storybook ending to the Dolphins seasons because of them springboarded by the Chargers game.
I know color will understand this. I'm gonna have to go back and look at my bats. I think they might have spiked my bats. I don't know what I'm listening to right now. I think I've been spiked this morning. I don't know what's going on here.
They told you the wrong percentage, did they, Lewis?
Hey, I'm telling you, man, they lied.
That's not it, Lewis. They were spiking a lot of batches in '82, Lewis. But I'm just saying.
He's like, I thought I was chilling on some 17%. This shit was like 42%, man.
Right.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying don't be surprised if it does, because that leads into the Dolphins storybook ending because of an epic game against the Chargers.
No, Crypto, trust me. I would definitely be surprised if the Commanders are in the Super Bowl. Absolutely, I would.
We're talking about the NFC here.
Yeah, we're also talking about the Commanders. Like,
yes, they were only one game out of the playoffs. So the only thing they need to do is qualify this time around and just play the right teams.
Yeah, the only thing they need is three plane crashes from the other NFC East teams.
Yeah, well,
they'll get a lot of that from the Central Division or the not the Central, but the South, the NFC South. There's only one team in that division making the playoffs.
Yeah, but you would figure that there would probably be at least two teams, maybe even three in that Commander division that would make it, right? Because you got the Cowboys. Assuming everything goes well, they'll probably make it. We know what the Eagles are about. And remember, the Giants were in the playoffs last year in the divisional round. So
it had to be one of those two teams take a step back for the Commanders to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I don't. And that's
one of those two teams have to step back.
But
if that happens,
if we were to follow that line, I would say Dallas is the one that takes a step back, man.
Yeah, out of those two teams, between them and the Giants, it would be Dallas. But
I don't know.
But
I don't see
it. That will be the storybook, Lewis, for us springboarding and getting our revenge in the Super Bowl against them. That's who I want to play in the Super Bowl. I want revenge.
You know what they're gearing up for. We're going to lose to the Eagles. We're going to face them in the Super Bowl. It's going to be number one versus number one rematch. It's going to be who was really the guy in Alabama, who was really the one, you know what I mean?
If the NFL really wants storylines, what bigger storyline, bro? That would be a hell of a storyline for a Super Bowl.
That's why they didn't play Hurts in the preseason game last year. They didn't want to give that tease, bro.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
they not gonna play him because that would have been crazy for them to play them in that game, anyways. They didn't want to lose him.
Well, we played our guy in the first quarter.
Yeah, but that's our
But
guy.
I don't think they were ready for
They
that.
had
Like, what if Hurts goes out there and lights it up for that one series and Tua comes out and struggles? We couldn't do that yet. They probably told him, Eagles, yo, just sit your guy. We don't really need him out there.
Uh-oh. Somebody hit the breaking news button. Somebody hit it.
Somebody hit the breaking news
Did we get
button.
Jonathan Taylor, really?
I'm on it.
Go ahead.
Have it confirmed though? Do we have the have it confirmed?
Well, breaking news. I don't know, but I would trust this gentleman. Per Marino's GOAT, Mike White has been named your new starting backup quarterback per Mike McDaniel.
I have more breaking news. This one's for color. I have more breaking news. Color, Robbie chosen to the practice squad. Randy Charlton has been cut.
Oh, it's about time they put a veteran on the practice squad. Wow.
Well, I'm just saying they brought him back finally. I mean, technically.
So what is everybody's thought? What is everybody's thoughts about our new backup quarterback, Mike White?
No different than I thought about it before. I mean, to be honest, because if you think about it,
this upcoming game with Dead has to stay healthy the entire game.
Yeah, listen, the reality is this. There's no difference than I think of it before, because even Teddy Bridgewater was officially the backup, and look what ended up happening eventually. So
yeah,
it is what it is, bro. It doesn't mean anything
was
to me.
named the backup,
I support whoever is wearing the logo, not the name on the back, to be honest. And I just did confirm it. He is right that it actually happened. I'm seeing it now. So yeah. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Trucker Sean said he put that in the chat earlier. I didn't see it, Trucker Sean. I'm sorry. We got Andres saying that it is true. Barry Jackson as well is reporting it. I don't know if I like this move. I don't know.
To me, that's more placating to a certain section of the fan base. I don't know.
Of course it is. And it continues still to this day. It's amazing. It really is.
This team is ran by mobsters.
We got more news. Brandon Jones, Devon Achane, and Waddle will practice today per McDaniel. They are practicing, just so you're aware. Armstead not ready to practice today, but progressing well, is what they said. We don't need Armstead to practice, to be honest. I just need him to be healthy for game day, to be honest. But other news in NFL. Former Vikings tight end Kyle Rudolph is retiring after 12 seasons. So that finally happened.
No, don't worry. He's been retired.
I'm surprised it's only been 12 seasons. It seems like he's been here forever, man.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, he's been retired for the last 2 seasons anyway. He's just been collecting the check.
Definitely true.
Well, if Skyler's being listed as the third quarterback, it's going to be interesting. Well, given that it's the first game of the season, Tua will have to play god-awful for it to go down to freaking Mike White anyways, or get injured. Yeah, let's just cross our fingers that don't come to that, because I don't see what Mike White did that was so extraordinary in an actual.
He had one game where he performed like, way beyond his means, and that was against Buffalo. That was it. So
yeah, that is not in a Dolphin uniform.
Yeah, beyond that, I don't really know what else to tell you. He hasn't really done anything. So, I mean, to be honest, if you look at accomplishments, Skyler has accomplished more than him. He's played in a playoff game and he won against the top 5 defense. That's the truth behind it. No matter what you say about the guy, no matter how it looked, those are the things that are facts. So, but it is what it is. I don't really think I don't think who's the backup QB matters in anything, because I could still see them still going with Skyler over Mike White against certain teams regardless. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
However, be
It's
careful.
just more fuel for
following
fodder. You know. For those who've already crapped on the guy.
They were equally as bad in the playoffs, bro. I mean, both players were not great.
No, yeah, in
matter
the
which
preseason, I mean,
were-
at least
were-
Skyler
One
can
ga-
say he's the only quarterback in the room that led this offense to a touchdown.
Yeah, exactly.
At least thrown a touchdown. Not necessarily led him to a touchdown, but at least thrown a touchdown. Mike White had 8 tries. He didn't do nothing.
It's okay when we're, it is what it is.
Yep.
If what we believe is true, then it don't matter what position either two of them are in, because it's going to require QB1 to go down first. And if that don't happen, it's a moot point. And if it does happen, and Mike White really ain't better, we're going to know right away.
For sure.
Noob put on Twitter.
Sure.
Somebody call wellness check on Pete.
See, that's what I said. All for that.
Yeah, I think it's funny.
Oh my God. It's starting already. Marino's GOAT.
It's okay. Sit there,
puts us up.
Skyler. Just sit there, Skyler. Don't burn yourself out. Keep learning the game even more and more.
Well, Roger Dergerboner, this is the only team that cares about the second string quarterback, because the first string that was proven to stay on the field consistently.
But if y'all don't believe me
So
when
by
I talk about
definition,
what's in the name,
you're going to care much about the second string starting quarterback. It's not like we have an Iron Man as the first string. So knock it off. That's why we're mentioning the second string. If the first string was proven to guarantee us 16, 17 games a season, then we wouldn't worry about it. The Kansas City Chiefs are not having this discussion. The Jacksonville Jaguars ain't having this discussion.
Yeah, and the Kansas City Chiefs are rocking, what, a 17-year backup?
Yes, about 17 years. Yeah. Chad Henne.
I am really amazed that guy's still playing quarterback in this league, dude. I had no idea, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They just sit him on a shelf, bring him back.
I mean, dang, if you were to
played a nice
put
drive
somebody in the Hall of Fame
game,
just because of their longevity at backup as a Hall of Fame trait, Chad Henne could get in, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to make that a category of something to celebrate, who's the Hall of Fame backup? Because the Hall of Fame, I get it, it's the best players and all that, but it's best players at your job. And if your job is backup quarterback, how come they don't have no backups in the Hall of Fame for being a backup? Like Earl Morrall, or wait, isn't he in? No. Is Earl Morrall in?
On the ballot one time.
Well, right. But you get what I'm saying. They put owners in. Why not put backup quarterbacks in? Not to say, hey,
they have backups that became starters.
Not to say this guy's a Hall of Fame quarterback, but that he's a Hall of Fame backup.
Right. But I was about to get ready to say there was backup
Frank Reich
quarterbacks that became Hall of Famers once they became a starter. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve Young, he was a backup.
Yep.
Yeah. And he became a starter and he became a Hall of Famer. So yeah, they've had backups.
Or a guy like Chad Henne that you could argue, 17 seasons in the league, people forgot he even existed. And he goes in, and look, you could argue that they don't win the Super Bowl last year without his backup performance.
All right.
You could argue that. Butterfly effect. If Chad Henne doesn't come in and play serviceably for them. You know, they drop a game. You know, how's that affect everything else down the road in the playoffs and all that? They likely don't win the Super Bowl. So what, you know, put Henny in the Hall of Fame for that. Hall of Fame backup quarterback.
A trivia question to the panel. You want to know what famous Dolphin that caught the game-tying touchdown after a 74-yard drive in that epic game against the Chargers? 74-yard drive cashed out by a 15-yard touchdown. You want to know who that person who caught that ball?
Nat Moore.
No, it wasn't Moore.
Tony Nathan.
No.
Jimmy Cephalo.
It's tied the game at 24-all.
Jimmy Cephalo?
Nope. I will give you a hint.
Jalen Waddle.
Jim Mandich.
I'll give you a hint. This guy is a famous radio announcer.
Jim Mandich.
Joe Rose.
Joe Rose. Yeah.
Exactly. It was Joe Rose that caught that pass to tie the game.
Oh yeah,
up
didn't Mandich play like linebacker or something, or the end or something? What Mandich play?
I
forget.
Yeah, I think he was a linebacker. Yeah, he tied it up, and then Kevin Winslow got the go-ahead touchdown with 25 yards. And then Miami stormed back again, completing numerous passes, a 50-yard scoring strike to none other than Bruce Hardy, tying the game at 31 apiece.
Yeah, and by the way, just so people understand what I said Nat Moore with an N, not Matt Moore.
Right, Nat. Yeah, Nat Moore. Doesn't he got like a children's football camp down there?
I think so.
In South Florida.
Yeah,
a lot of people forget about Nat Moore. You know, he was one of our greats too. Nobody ever talks about him.
He was he's a big wig in the alumni, Dolphins alumni. He works for the organization as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, his voice kind of reminds me for some reason of Jim Mandich, how he talks. I wish he'd be like I think he'd make a good color commentator. I like when he calls the games on preseason for sure.
There's only one color commentary.
Yeah, it's just one. That's it.
That's it. Just one.
Oh, I thought it was maybe like 5 or 6 out there.
Nope, there is only one color commentary, and he is property of the Fins Tailgate for right now. Hopefully forever.
Wow.
Everybody's going to be like, color's leaving the Fins Tailgate.
Here's some of the final notes in that epic game. It says San Diego took over in its own 16-yard line after a blocked field goal, added by a pair of receptions by Chandler. Oh, man, I remember Chandler. He's got children playing in this league. And 39-yard catch by Joyner. Fouts led the team on a 74 yards to Miami 10-yard line, where Birkenshire attempted a 29-yard field goal. This time his kick was good, giving the Chargers a final 41-38 win after 13 minutes and 52 seconds of overtime play. So this game almost ended in a tie. Right?
Yeah.
So it's literally 1 minute and 8 seconds from being a tie.
Right. That's back when we ran 3 overtimes, like before ending the game.
Right.
Very rarely ties.
Exactly.
If ever. I can't stand ties, dude. I'm sorry.
The Christmas Day game against the Chiefs was a double overtime game. But we got this one was 1 minute and 8 seconds, and this game would have been tied after trailing 24-0 in the first quarter. What a game. Don Coryell said, "I've
Now,
coached
quickly,
31
Crypto,
years. It
was
was
that a playoff
tremendous."
game? Was that a playoff game?
No,
No. Okay.
this was like a Monday night game.
Okay. Because I was gonna say playoff games, they wouldn't have gone. They wouldn't have ended in a tie.
Right. Yep. Yeah, they I guess they had a freezer bowl game when the Chargers went through, they said, after that game. But that was crazy. Epic games in Dolphins history between the Chargers. You want to know the all-time series against the Chargers? We're up by 2 games. 17-15 all time against the Chargers.
Wow.
Yeah. So these teams in them 32 games are pretty much right dead even. We got them by 2 games, so we have to keep winning to maintain that edge. If we lose, it'll be even closer. It'll be 17-16. We had a stretch of games where we beat them like 7 straight. So I guess at one point we was upside down against them prior to
Right.
beating them 7 in a row. So that's why we got the the last game they beat us. So it was like 17-14, and then they beat us the last game.
Right.
So I guess at one point we were 10-14 or something like that.
Mhm.
They had beaten us 14 times, and we only beat them 10, and then we reeled off 7 straight prior to last year. So there you go, fellas. This team here, man, and the Chargers got some history. So what do you think, Shake Money, as far as us being on the same track this year to have an epic game against the Chargers that will propel us into the Super Bowl?
I hope so, man. That's why they gave us a 4 o'clock. The 4 o'clock slot is considered prime time. So a prime slot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It's prime time for 4:25 start time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, I want to go to San Diego so bad. Not San Diego. Go to I'm still saying San Diego because of the history. Freaking LA. Just don't seem right, them being the LA Chargers. I'm so used to the San Diego Chargers.
You'll get used to it. Just like the what's that? Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah. So used to the Oakland Raiders.
I don't care. I'll call them San Diego forever. They don't belong in LA.
Mhm.
They're like squatters, man.
Right. So
Like
you're
when-
thinking
I could imagine some of the Rams fans when they went to St. Louis were saying the same thing.
saying the same thing. Yeah, they don't belong to St. Louis. The LA Rams. Those are our team. That's crazy. Now last year's game, of course, a whole cast of characters. Pretty much everybody that played in last year's game wasn't even on the planet in the 82 game. Every person, including the coach. Probably wasn't even on the planet. Maybe Mike McDaniel was an infant at that time. I'm not sure what was his age in 82. But I at least know the players involved wasn't alive at that time. So what do you guys think about us getting into the fourth quarter and a key play or key call, whether it's by coaches or the officials, that's going to cost the game, either team the game? Has this got the potential to be that kind of game?
Mm.
What do you think, Shake? What do y'all think? Y'all think it has the potential? Because remember, when we went into the Chargers game last year, despite our lackluster performance, we were only down by 6 points against the Chargers in the last matchup. See, the dagger was we had a 17-play drive that ended in a 28-yard field goal by Dicker, right?
Mhm.
But see, when we got the ball back, we ain't had no timeouts, and we was down by 2 scores. with 2:4 left to go in regulation. So both of the rosters fairly even as far as the different position groups, the quarterback room, the wide receiver room, the tight end room, the offensive line group, defensive line group, linebacker group, the secondary group, and then the place kickers and special teams. So do you guys think that given all else is even, that somebody like Staley is going to do something stupid where Vic Fangio could take advantage, or vice versa? That's going to be really what's decide the outcome of the ball game.
Who's that?
I said, do you think that McDaniel is going to most likely be the one that be the outcome? A play call, a fumble, a missed snap, a misread, where it's going to be like the single thing that's going to cost us either team the game, because everything else is even. I don't know. That's the kind of feeling I'm getting about this game, this particular game. We got the revenge factor. We got, the revenge factor playing in. We got them trying to maintain what they did before. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't see it like that, Crypto. I think, there might be mistakes made, but I think the team that makes the fewest mistakes wins this game. I kind of see this as an evenly matched game. I kind of said it last night or 2 nights ago. Like, I don't think this defense is going to come out and hold the Chargers to 17 points. Like, the Chargers got a high-powered offense, just like the Miami Dolphins. I think it's a more of a high-scoring game. I got us winning 31-24. But I to your scenario, it could be a late turnover by the Chargers or something like that. I mean, I have Miami winning, but for the most part, I think this is going to be a fairly clean game. I think you got 2 high-powered offenses. Like I said, I would just kind of warn the fan base, right? Like, everybody thinks that Vic Fangio's going to come in here and we're just going to start automatically holding teams to 10 points. And I don't,
I don't subscribe to that neither. Not coming out of the gate, not like that. No.
Yeah. Well, again, when you look at those dominant defenses, Crypto, like 2000 Baltimore Ravens, the 2002 Buccaneers and stuff, I just think in today's game, you're never going to see defenses like that again. The NFL wants points, right? The NFL all the rules and regulations for all the games now they go towards the offense, right? It's an offensive game. Like, they want to see points. They want to see quarterbacks throwing for 300+ yards and multiple touchdowns. Like, that's the rules of the game. So, I just don't want. I just don't want to wake up Monday morning next week. I don't want to wake up Monday morning next week and be, well, Vic Fangio's trash because the Chargers scored 24, 27 points or whatever. Like, no, bro. The Chargers have a good offense. And, I think what we're going to see, on Sunday,
and they won't be to blame
from both sides.
The total blame on him, right? But see, I would use this analysis. This is a pure mathematical analysis, right? You can, in certain instances, blame the offense 100% of the time for losing a game, and it would be in this scenario, if the game ends in a scoreless tie, you could 100% blame the offense because you can no longer you cannot hold a person to less than 0 points.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
No, you can
so
score.
By definition,
as a defense, though, you can score, Crypto. So
right. You can never You can always blame the offense in certain circumstances 100% of the time. but you can never blame the defense 100% of the time, because the way our numerical system work, the numbers go to infinity. You can always score one more point than the other by definition.
Right. The
So
other
you can
thing is
never,
the
you can
offense
always
knows
blame
the
the
play.
offense 100% of the time in certain circumstances, but you never blame the defense 100% of the time.
Besides the fact that the offense has no excuse because they know the play. They actually should have a step on the defense. That is the nature of football. That is why it's a fun game, because you can construct a defense to disrupt that offense and take away the advantage of them knowing the play, but they still know the play. They have the advantage.
Right. And the reason why I use
unless
that 0-0 example, because you can't shut out a team.
Unless, of course, you're the Patriots and you're operating with everybody else's playbook. You know what I mean? So, that's different. But
and even in that extreme scenario, in a 0-0 and a scoreless tie, you can still blame the offense because they should have scored at least 3 points.
Exactly. It's their job to score.
But you can't tell the defense they can hold nobody to less than 0 points. So there's a chance you can always blame the offense scenario 100% of the time, but you can never blame the defense 100% of the time. So even in Lewis scenario, if it's high scoring, if it's 31-31, right? You could say, well, the offense screwed up because they didn't score 32, because theoretically you could score 32 points.
And not only that, but our offense had enough. In other words, if the offense scored 31 points, that means our defense stopped that other offense enough to give our offense chances to do that.
To get 32 you know what points. I mean? Exactly. So, yeah, you can definitely about 99% of the time blame the defense.
The other team is paid
100% of the time blame
the other team is paid hundreds of millions of dollars to score too. You know, people forget that part of it. You know, like I said, this is what brought up the discussion the other night on Exhale. What is the key? And I contend it's offense, because of the fact that, like Lewis said, this team, the Chargers, they're a fairly high-powered offense. Okay, so they're gonna do their thing. They're gonna score their points. They're gonna do their thing. Our defense, if we don't get blown out, our defense is also gonna get some stops, possibly get some turnovers. It is up to our offense to reward the defense when they do that shit.
Well, we got a question from Kevin Lee. He says, "Hey panel, do y'all think it's going to be a defensive battle or an offensive shootout, and who has the advantage in either scenario?" So I appreciate the question,
Kevin Lee.
I said it before. You know, I think this is going to be a shootout. I think Miami ends up winning. You know what? I had it 31-24. I'm going to up that. I'm going to say 31-27 Miami wins. Again, to Color's point, and I said it the other day, I think the Chargers are a high-powered offense. I don't think this defense, again, it's no shot at Vic Fangio, but I just think week one and against a team that has this kind of firepower, they are going to score on us. Like, we're not walking in there just because we're the Miami Dolphins and we don the aqua and orange. We're not walking in there and just holding the team to 3 points. We would all love it. I just don't think that's the case. I do have us winning. I think, you know, bro, to be honest, this is a great matchup. I think the Chargers, even defensively, you've seen what the kind of job they did last year. Derwin James is going to be back on that field on Sunday. He was not there last week or last season. J.C. Jackson is going to be there week one. He wasn't there last week. Like, they got a bunch of guys on that defense as well. I just think it's a good matchup. I think that's why the NFL wanted this matchup week one. Got two primetime young quarterbacks battling out with two high-powered offenses. And, you know, we'll see what happens. But I think for me, it's just a real evenly matchup. Like it really is.
I mean, most sites have us our chances at 44% to their 54%. I mean, it's real close. It is a very well matched
that's
game.
Well within the expected move, the margin of error.
Which is why I'm gonna go a little bit opposite of Lewis. I think that I'm gonna probably myself take the under on that 50.5. I think that, you know, first week out, Everybody has high hopes for everybody, and what generally happens is the defense, as I said before, is reactive. So they're going to be more likely, the ones on both sides, to be up to par. We could see not a low scoring game, but a very similar outcome to last year. Look, last year we all agree we had problems on defense. We were decimated on injury. We don't like the coach we had, the way he called things. Okay, fine. We can all agree on that. If that's the case, well, we held the Chargers last year to our average points per game on defense, which was 23-24. You see what I'm saying? We didn't hold them to their average on offense. So that's encouraging to me, being that we now, granted, the improvements we made on defense as far as the head coach may take some time to come to fruition. But I think given that evens out with the fact that Boyer sucked at play calling. And you add the fact that we're healthy on defense, being the first game out. Offenses on both sides of the ball, and for all teams, offenses for all teams, I should say, tend to struggle the first game out of the season. Tend to. I know there's outliers that blow people out and all that. And so I kind of think that the score may end up being the same as it was last year, just flipped, and we take this game 23-17. Big Nick, I want to answer this question because I expected it. I didn't say what I said without expecting.
I'm going to add that like no Nick team has ever done that. Mathematically, it's never happened. Color.
What's that?
What team in offense had the ball every time and lost the game? And
well, okay, but what Big Nick is saying, just so we can read it for people that are only listening, he says, what if the offense scored every time they have the ball? And finish it for me, Crypto, because it's off my page.
And lost. And then he said, and lost the game.
Right.
Then
now Crypto is right. Crypto's right. Nobody's gonna ever have score every time they have the ball. But Crypto, to be fair, the virtue of what Big Nick is saying is just about every time the defense shuts them down, you reward the defense all day, and you're scoring every time they get a stop, and then all of a sudden they don't get a stop in it, you lose the game. I guess that's a spot where, yes, you can say the defense failed you and is the reason you lost the game. I can agree with the virtue of what Big Nick is trying to say. You know what I mean? But you know that when you see it, Big Nick, is what I'm trying to say.
But no, he's not looking at how I posed the statement from a mathematical standpoint.
Right.
You can have as many possessions as you want. Let's say if you have 7 possessions and you only kick field goals in 7 possessions, you got 1. But they scored on all of their possessions, right? And they came close within 20 and scored on every one. But it's still not answering in the theoretical as far as you scored 3 on those opportunities. So you could have scored an extra 4 and got touchdowns.
Right.
In that same opportunity. Right. So that mathematically it'll still work out where the offense still theoretically should have scored more. Because I'm saying, okay, they kick all field goals, but the other teams is scoring touchdowns. Well, whose fault for not matching the other team?
To me, that's the offense's fault.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's still going to come down to the opportunity the offense was given. I mean, had that was presented. Because once the other team scores, you kick the ball off. You got the opportunity to match.
And no, it's not the offense's fault that the other team was scoring touchdowns instead of field goals. No, it was the offense's fault for not keeping up.
Right, because they short 4 points.
Especially if you know, 7. Especially if you know their defense is not as good as yours. Let's say on paper.
Yeah, it is the offense's fault, Roberto, if they score 30, because they could score 31.
People forget that. Look, hey, all we got to do is
theoretically, fundamentally, always blame the offense for not scoring enough points, but you can't blame the defense all the time for giving up less points because the bottom baseline is 0 points.
I fail to see how it's the defense's fault that Jalen Waddle fumbled a football on our way into a drive that likely would have ended in a score.
in some kind of points, or at least the attempted field goal. Right? Yeah.
Right.
We would have had a shot to score. 3
A
points
turnover
after
means
that.
you get nothing.
And with all that being said, I'm not, I'm tired of going at people. I'd rather just have a conversation with guys that are on the panel. Can
Yeah.
you guys remember, with that said, our defense lost us 4 games last season? Do either one of you two gentlemen, Color or Crypto, can y'all tell me what games the defense lost us last year, if it was 4? Because I'm just trying to go
That's
back
a
and
ridiculous
try to,
number.
like, look, and I would just
I
like to
don't-
know the 4 games that we lost because of the defense. Because I love these kind of conversations. I always pose a question when we were talking about the running backs, right? Like, how many games did our running backs lose us last season? This is another one. He said Roger Goodell's burner. Again, I'm not going to go at him, but he's saying the defense lost 4 games. I'm talking to 2 guys on the panel. Let's go through it. Like, what games did the defense lose us specifically that we left last year saying the defense lost us that game?
I mean, I'm really struggling to figure out which one. I'm more likely to point out games that we won where the defense struggled and we overcame it, a la Detroit.
Bingo.
Right.
Bingo. That's what
exactly. And that goes to my point that they can score more than what we allow.
I mean, how can it be the defense's fault when we were in every single ball game last year? We had a chance to win every single ball game last year. How is that the defense's fault? When you have a chance to win a game, that's because of your defense. Period.
Yeah, whenever you have a chance to win a game, your defense is responsible for it because they have to have some stops.
You could point to
it can't be no simpler than that.
Jets, you could point to the Jets 40 burger all you want, but we all know how that game transpired.
Exactly. 10 minutes to go in the game.
It was
1917.
spread. It was 1917 with 10 minutes ago. So, like,
just a 2-point spread.
And again, like, look at the games, right? Don't look at the final score because that happened twice. The Jets that Color just illustrated and the 49ers. With 4 minutes to go, the 49ers had 23 points. This is the side of the argument where I'm on. The Charger game, right? We lost 23-17.
We lost by 6.
But, well, in 6, Color, right? But the Chargers scored 23. Okay.
And that was our average last year.
That was our average.
Let me but this is the way don't worry about the average or not. This is the way I look at it, right? If we have a top 6 offense, that's what we graded out. That's what everybody this offseason wanted to throw in our face. And they're absolutely correct. We're top 6. You mean to tell me that you can't score more than 23 points a game?
But that's the point of us bringing up the average, Lewis. The point total you're talking about having, the threshold you're talking about meeting, also happens to be our what we should have expected our defense to give up.
Well, but that's exactly.
And you're telling me, I'll ask the same question. You're telling me that just an offense with Tyreek Hill alone can't score more than 23 points?
I mean, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
He said, the Jets defense, the D gave up 40. Well, didn't we score 42 against the Ravens? Why come we didn't score 42 against the Jets?
Well, we can't answer that question, Crypto, because that would imply that the Jets have a real defense, like that a third string backup would struggle to score against even though he won.
Right. That puts him in the box. That puts him in that box, Color.
I love how we sit here and trash Skyler about his performances against the Jets, yet he's the only one that had to play him last year.
Well, see, what's funny to me
as if we know what the outcome would have been otherwise.
What's funny to me is it's like people just want to know or listen to what they want to listen to, and they want to the stats what they want to see. Because against the Detroit Lions in the first half, that defense was absolutely atrocious. I'll be the first one to come out and say it. But in the second half, when they put up a goose egg and they allowed that offense to start cooking and make that comeback, that offense was cooking. But if that defense doesn't put 0 points on the board, we lose that game against Detroit.
And let's not forget, as atrocious as the defense was by the time we were down 14-0 or whatever it was. We still had the ball a couple times. We still fumbled a catch. Braylon Edwards, remember, or Braylon Sanders, remember, whatever. What is his name? Edwards or Sanders, right? Yeah. Now I know that's not. I mean, that's a fumble, sure, and he took a big hit. And I'm not, throwing shade. I'm just saying we had a chance to keep up, even though our defense was getting gashed. It's not as if we didn't have the possession of the ball at all.
This is definitely an offensive strength.
And by the way, that Detroit Lions team, look and see how high rated their offense was by the end of the year last year. You're not talking about a slouch on offense. You're talking about fourth best in the league, likely.
Hold on, the Lions didn't make a lot of defense that would go look bad because the Lions were shut out by the Patriots 29-0.
Yeah, well, it's the Patriots.
No, I was responding to the comment that was made in the chat.
Bill Belichick also, remember, Bill Belichick's defense is also the one that shut down Jared Goff in the Super Bowl. So I would expect that.
Right. Yeah, he was. That's the reason why we had a coach not to be named as our head coach.
But everybody forgets that Jared Goff with those Rams had to be in the Super Bowl for Belichick to shut him down. So how many teams didn't shut down Jared Goff that year with the Rams? And we're supposed to sit here and go, oh, it's the defense's fault. And I'm not saying it wasn't per se. Yeah, they got gashed in the first part of that game. But we're talking about one of the best rated offenses in the league doing that to our defense. And our offense still had chances to put their own points on the board. So how is that the defense's fault? That we had a goose egg.
Yeah, Roger Goodell's burners got selective
The defense
amnesia.
is never responsible for our score. That's the problem. People don't understand, Crypto. They don't understand the point you're making. The defense is never responsible for our score unless they're the ones scoring.
Right.
There's no way our defense could be responsible for our score.
Exactly. And that's why you use that example of the 0-0 tie.
Unless the offense didn't get one single possession.
I got a funny feeling they just want the defense to come out and give up only 0 points a game when it's never been done in NFL history. Never been done. There's been a bunch of shutouts in NFL history, but not for the whole season. Here's the nerve to say our defense was horrendous. Only the reason why we won any games because of the offense. There goes the selective amnesia because he conveniently forget about.
It's technically possible for a team to go a whole game without a possession on offense. It is technically possible.
Yeah, without a whole possession.
But you're talking about an improbability that is so great, okay, that no, I'm sorry. The defense is not responsible for the offense's points.
Exactly.
Or lack thereof. Ever.
Yes, because in 20 minutes you could score.
Unless you think our defense is going
at least 21
unless you think
points.
our defense is going over to their sideline and telling their offense, or telling their defense what we're doing on. I don't know. How could a defense be responsible for your team's offense? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Now, if you're talking about giving up a number of points that's so insurmountable for your offense that they can't possibly score enough to win, then you can start blaming the defense. A la, if the Chargers would have scored 35 on us last year, you could blame the defense because our average was 23.6. We held them to our average. Our defense did the
unless your
job that the
analysis
paper
big Nick
said they
is
should have been
waving
able to do.
pom-poms 24/7.
Well,
That
what
would
I'm
be
saying
great. That
is,
would be
what
pep
I'm saying,
rally.
Crypto, is our
No,
defense
I'm
did the
talking Big
job
Nick.
that the paper and the stats said it should have done. 23 points.
Mm-hmm.
How does an offense with Tua Tagovailoa from Alabama, Jalen Waddle from Alabama, Tyreek Hill, and Raheem Mostert, the guy that they favored over getting another running back?
No, he's better than Jonathan Taylor. It's much better.
But how the hell does that team only score
4.9.
17 points? When your average on our average on offense was 24. So who didn't do their job that night? Because if the offense would have done their job, we would have won the game 24-23.
Yeah.
And again, I just said the same thing in reverse. We lost by 6. All we needed was one more touchdown.
Yeah, I understand the
offense.
concept of analysis. Trust me on that. I'm an analytical creature by nature.
So if our average is 24 points a game and our offense only scores 17, who didn't do their job?
Right.
It's that simple.
Listen, our numerical system goes from 0 to infinity. If you can't score anything above the previous number, then it's your fault. So that's simple.
They can sit there and tell me I'm using the stats to manipulate the narrative all they want, but that's reality. We averaged 24 points a game and we only scored 17 that night. So yeah, that's the reality. It's not manipulating nothing. We give up 23 and a half a game, and that's what our defense gave up that night.
So every Super Bowl contender and champion has never had top 10 both. Kansas City was not top 10 in defense. So we could stop that narrative right now. Kansas City did not have a top 10 defense. So I guess that's the new.
Unless you're a believer in Steve Spagnuolo, all of a sudden.
That's the new propaganda that's about to go on for this season. Oh, look. If we're top 10 defense or top 10 offense, that's the magic formula.
Well, you can't argue that it works. I'm just saying it's not.
No one says it worked, but
end all be all.
He's saying it's as if it's required by all champions.
Again, there's 4 other teams last year that had a top 10 both and that didn't win the Super Bowl. So,
and there were top 10 offensive lines that didn't even make the playoffs. Or like the freaking, actually top 15, the Texans.
Crypto. So it seems as you designed the show to remind us of historical epic matchups between the Chargers and Dolphins.
Right.
And I was thinking, what about everybody's newest favorite, the latest favorite, the 94 season, man? Was it the 94 season? Yeah. Stojanovich.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Here's my scenario. You had yours with the Washington Commanders and all that, right?
Right. What
my scenario
us
is
having an epic game and leading to the Commanders Super Bowl. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about for this. Yeah, right, exactly. But so for this week, it is gonna come down to a game-winning field goal attempt. And Sanders is going to do what Stojanovich couldn't and help us beat the Chargers to set the tone for the season. That's not going to screw us up in the playoffs this year.
I like that. Yeah.
How about that?
Sanders kicking a game-winning field goal to propel us into a season. But what will be the playoff wild card game?
Well, here's the thing.
Year.
Here's the thing. We end the season 1 game ahead of Buffalo to take the top seed in the AFC, so everything goes through Hard Rock. right? And it allows us to beat Buffalo in the AFC Championship game because of that one game that we needed extra on the season. And it was at the beginning of the season when Jason Sanders rectified Stojanovic's mistake and kicked a game-winning field goal against the Chargers. How about that for twisted scenarios?
Right. That's a nice one. But let me see, that year
we can go,
that
man,
means
we only needed one more game on the regular season to do what we did, and we can point to that one game, first game out of the
scenario, we will have to play the 49ers in the Super Bowl. In that scenario, because that was the team we would have played in the Super Bowl that year.
You sure? I thought it was Dallas, but either way, yeah. Any one of those teams, it would have been either been the Giants, the Cowboys, the Niners, or the Redskins back then. You know what I mean?
Right. So we
pepper in the Bears here and there. You know.
I just thought about it. All of the teams that lost the Super Bowl in our division came against the NFC East. Can you believe that?
Mm-hmm.
Every team that lost the Super Bowl, right, it came against the NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
Only outliers, our Super Bowl losses came against not the Redskins, but the
Niners,
49ers
right?
Was the only other
team outside of that division. The Niners also went on to not only beat us, but they beat the Bengals twice. You know, I'm sorry, the Bengals and the Broncos.
And
they beat the Broncos 55-10.
Mm-hmm.
Which I believe still remains as the largest Super Bowl margin of victory in history.
Yeah. Most of the losses in the Super Bowl in our division came against the NFC East. But at least most of the losses. You know, all of Tom Brady's losses came against the NFC East.
So I mean, people can crap on Marino for not winning, bro. But he lost that Super Bowl to a freaking team that went on to win 4. And become the team of the 90s. You know what I mean?
Of that decade.
Team of the decade, yeah.
It's weird. So, Lewis, maybe we don't want to play the Commanders or the Eagles. Maybe we need to play somebody like the Cardinals. We need to get outside that division if we want to win the Super Bowl.
Well, they're in the West too. We need to play like the Bears or somebody, or we
gotta play the Bears or the Vikings. You know, we had some success against the Vikings in the Super Bowl, so play the Central. Well, we should have played the Bears in '85. Actually, that should have been our rematch. We got a rematch coming up against the Chargers. I think Bosa being back, everybody's being back, new people in place, the same head coaches. It's gonna be a nice little game.
I told you. So we're thinking about
epic parallels. It's gonna do it. We're talking about.
I told y'all how to shut down Bosa. Whether we do it or not, we'll see.
What, feed him a cheeseburger before the game?
No, yeah. Or no, in the first 2 possessions of the game, you feed him a cheeseburger and you score. You get out to a 2-score lead so he can't pin his ears back the whole game. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Again, offense.
Always get out ahead.
You know what I mean?
The
offense has the
early,
key to make it really easy on your defense. People don't realize that, Crypto. When you get out to a 2-score lead, you are the ones that are able to allow your front 4 or front 3 or whoever to just pin their ears back and go at the quarterback, because you don't care about the run at that point.
Right.
They have to pass the ball.
This being a road game, you have to score early and score often. You know, none of this laid back, I'm going to take a play off here or there. That's when mistakes get to creeping in and things happen.
And you need
you cannot take now one single playoff in this game.
Right.
Big Nick.
You need
one playoff.
I'd say in today's NFL, you need at least a 17-point lead to start ignoring the run and just pinning your ears back and going after the quarterback. If we can do that,
Exactly.
first of all, it allows us to pin our ears back, but it also stops their defense, a la Joey Bosa, from being able to pin his ears back.
Right.
It's just standard football 101, and people tell me I don't know football. That is literally standard football.
Standard football.
No matter how the game evolves.
Yeah.
That's never going to change.
Not at all.
And fine, you know, the people in chat can say what they want, but if there's a professional football player that happens to be listening to in the sound of my voice, come here and tell me I'm wrong. Make yourself look like why you're not in the league anymore. Please do. Anybody, retired running back, whoever, come and tell me I'm wrong. And I'll tell you that's why you're out of the league.
Right.
I don't need to be a professional to know that, dude. I don't need to be a chef, man. Although, shout out to all the chefs out there, namely Chef Jew.
Good old Chef Jew.
Ambassador for the entire Dolphins community.
Yeah, he is.
Check out his catering business, too. If you're in the greater 305 area.
Oh, yeah.
And people are going to be like, Color, well, you should just go apply to be a head coach. Maybe I should.
How come that's always the last statement?
Can't be worse than Kingsbury.
How come that's always the last statement? You should go and do this and do that.
Right, like but they're telling me that knowing full well that Cam Cameron coached in this league.
Right.
I'm sorry. If the likes of Cliff Kingsbury and Cam Cameron can coach in this league, Adam Gase, why not me? Why not you? Why not anybody in our audience? Why not Big Nick? I'd like to see Big Nick coach a football team. I think he'd win. I don't think he knows football, but he'd still win because he'd be a good leader of men.
Yeah. Well, sometimes that could be all what it takes.
I'm just
Depends
kidding,
on your
Big Nick. I know you know football. Big Nick knows his football. He just don't care about it anymore outside of the Miami Dolphins. He's made that clear. He's told us he don't care about everything else, whatever. And Miami Dolphins are nothing else. It's how it is when you get old like us. You have to like save parts of your brain for things, you know. So I can respect where he comes from when he's like, you know, I don't even care about nothing else in the NFL but Miami Dolphins.
All right. Dolphin Thirsty, welcome aboard, man.
What's up, Thirsty?
Billy Batson, Dolphinaire. Shout out all the people for making it on this fabulous Labor Day. Now we got to go put in some hard labor to win this ball game.
Telling you, Crypto, you got 72 people watching right now.
Yeah, man.
Nobody has jobs
Probably
today.
people got some.
Everybody's off.
Yeah, the courtesy of a federal holiday, man. Say take a break, barbecue some steaks, and get ready for the upcoming Super Bowl. Hit that like button, everybody.
You heard it right.
Hit the like button.
Share it out. Subscribe.
Share
hit the notification bell. All of it.
Hit the bell.
Ring it all up. And do it twice.
Yeah, we got
because you know the notification system can be kind of wonky. So unring it and then ring it again. Everybody's like, I didn't get the notification. That's because you got it. Like, we got to help you. We got to help these software programmers along sometimes. Sometimes you got to unring the bell and ring it again.
Mycelium. All right. Interesting name. That's crypto related name is a Mycelium wallet, hardware wallet,
Mm-hmm.
the software wallet you can get
Yep,
download
yep.
from the App Store to
That
store
is
your
true.
Bitcoin.
Among
Yeah,
other coin.
right. The Mycelium.
You know, crypto. It's funny. I haven't been like dabbling with that stuff in a couple years now, and I've got this old phone, this old Samsung phone that's not in service for me anymore. That I kind of
Yeah.
use as a
Technically, you can
PDA
use that as a
extra.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I just use it like an extra PDA. Like when I'm at home. Like right now, I'm using it because my other phone battery died while on stream. So
Mm-hmm.
um, but but it's got all these crypto wallets on it, and I don't want to uninstall any of the software because like I don't remember any of the keys, and everything's programmed to open up no matter what,
Mm-hmm.
like biometrically. So
Oh,
like I don't
oh,
want to
you didn't get the
uninstall any of
actual.
the programs.
You didn't jot down the seed phrase.
Yeah, I did, but you know what I mean. When you're messing
Yeah.
around with the stuff and learning about it, you end up creating like 50,000 wallets. You know what I mean?
Different wallets. Right. Yeah.
And it's like,
You got wallets
but
all over the place. Like, what the hell is in
right,
here?
and some of them might have a buck or two on them, and I'm just like, I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to uninstall the software because I can still get into them, but biometrically, so it's like cluttering up my phone, and I don't want to uninstall any of
Mm-hmm. Right.
them.
Yeah, I always find myself in that when I'm switching phones and I got so
Mhm.
many wallets, software
I
wallets
mean,
on
my
my
main
phone,
hardware wallet is a
and I
ballot
gotta
wallet, so that
port
that
it
that
over and
follows me on every device.
put all these seed phrases into the new phone. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
like I said, my hardware wallet is a ballot wallet. Like I got one of those hardware cards, you know what I mean? That like
mm-hmm.
is kind of
Kind of like a
quasi
paper
permanent.
wallet. Yeah.
Well, no, it's considered a hardware wallet because I've got a hard card, a metal card with the key and information on it and QR
On it
code and all
already.
that.
Mm-hmm.
But it does utilize an app. It's just not tied. The only thing it hits the internet for is price updates. It's a
Yeah.
private wallet otherwise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, and the one I got was a Litecoin card, but you can get your card tailored for either one of them. Where
For each coin.
the app
Yeah.
just says that that's the main coin. You can still add all the other coins to the wallet. You know what I mean? It's just
Right.
on mine. The default one is Litecoin.
Yeah. And Litecoin was actually going to be adopted by the Miami Dolphins at one point. They were using
Mhm.
it in some advertising
Well, and
until
also as far
they were
as the
about to
reason it's been
be
able
on
to
board.
survive is its niche is really, and correct me if I'm wrong, crypto, because you obviously are the authority here, but on this stuff. But Litecoin, it's surviving mainly because its niche is not so much trying to act as a currency per se, like Bitcoin, but to act as a facilitator for like large loans and stuff like that. You know, and they're
Well,
kind of geared towards large movements of large amounts of money, and so their fees are really low.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
they when they've updated, well, forked it.
But for simple
Again,
purchases, they don't
it's
have as much
more
saturation as Bitcoin. So obviously,
right. So it's still
you're
got
not
the
going to be able to
store
take
value
advantage of the
niche.
fees. Right, right.
Yeah,
Generally
right.
speaking,
The
though,
fees are very
for your
much lower.
main stuff, things like funding a betting account or funding something like that, they
Yeah,
are as kind of saturated as Bitcoin is, so you can take advantage of the really low fees
yeah,
with
and
Litecoin
you
when
can
it
make
comes to that
payments.
stuff.
There's some people accepting payment. Like
Hmm.
I paid a cell
Like
phone
auto
bill with
payments, right?
with currency. Yeah, you could pay
Right.
your.
Do they take all of them or just Bitcoin?
They take the main three,
Hmm.
Ethereum, and then they'll take a stable coin, one of the stable
So
coins,
who
USDC.
are the main three these days? I've been out of the loop for like a year or two now. Who are the main three? Bitcoin,
Well, you got
Ethereum, and
Ethereum, and then the stable coins are the top three. Then you got XRP
okay, so those
and then
stable
you got
coins are
Binance
basically
coin, which is an exchange coin. That's
right,
the
right,
top four.
right, right. So the Ethereum being the second stable, like That's
Yeah,
including all of the token coins that belong to the
tokens that
Ethereum chain,
belong.
as well as all the spin-offs like
No,
Ethereum
it's
Classic or
mm-mm, they have their own profile.
Okay,
Now
okay.
Ethereum
Well, yeah, I know they
alone
have their own
is
blockchain. I
its
know they have
own.
their own
Yeah.
blockchain. What I mean is that like all of it together helps their stability of the main blockchain.
Well,
As
actually,
far as
no, because
market share goes, as far as people knowing about it and trusting it and stuff like that.
yeah, no,
Not like actual enhancement,
the market
because it is
share
a
is more
separate
so
blockchain.
the valuation based on how many coins is
And
in
have they
circulation.
finished off? Have they finished off implementing
Which is
2.0,
that?
or is it still
300 billion right now, huh?
crypto? Have they finally finished off implementing 2.0? And I don't mean classic as opposed to regular Ethereum. I mean Ethereum 2.0. Did
The
that
next
finally get
stage,
kicked off the ground and finished and implemented?
it's in its final stages. Casper.
Okay, so they haven't
That's the
actually
actual.
switched to that blockchain yet.
Yeah, it's not
Okay,
completely switch over, but they're transitioning over. Yeah, they're in a phase
gotcha,
of
gotcha.
transitioning over, and it's going to be a huge unlocking of those that locked up their coins. I think it was like 32 ETH, which at
Right,
that time
right.
was like $4,000 or something like that. That when they was locking it up, you know, and then it's going to switch over to the proof of stake versus proof of work.
Right, right. That was going to be my next question. That's what I thought, they were switching the way they do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, better be proof of stake at this time.
So at that
Which
point,
is what
pretty
ADA
much
is
all
doing
of
right
those
now.
Ethereum miners go obsolete, bro.
Yeah, they
For
will.
the main
They'll
chain
have a
anyway. For
small
the
use
main
case.
chain
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, they'll still have something.
They'll still be
They'll still have
mining Ethereum and then converting it to 2.0, right?
converting it over. Yeah.
Just like people still mine Classic and mine Expanse and stuff like that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Right. And
Hell,
all
I
those
still
other
got
proof of
on a
work
Dove
coins.
wallet. I still got a little bit of Expanse making me interest for some reason. I don't even know why. I'm like, every time I go in there, it's another 0.005 higher. You know, it's like nothing. It's fractions of a
Yeah, I
penny,
got
but it's
some
just funny.
Neblio
I don't
on
know
the.
where the interest is coming from.
I got some Neblio coin on freaking Raspberry Pi that I'm still mining today. That I have to
Right.
reconnect just to see what's in there. It's probably a whole lot in there now.
Well,
Because it's
there
been
was a
mining for
time
the
when I was
last 5 years.
there was a
I've been
was
mining.
mining Expanse crypto,
Crazy.
and I was converting it right over to Ethereum as I was mining it, right? And it's already, you know, fractions of value compared to Ethereum, but it's easy. It was still easy to mine at the time. So, you know, I was mining it to learn about stuff, created my own
What's up,
pool for
Eps?
Expanse and all that. And you know, so I was mining some of it and converting it right over to Ethereum. Well, in the conversion, you know how there's always like fractions of a penny still left over in your wallet
Yeah.
by the time the transfer happens and all that, right? So there was some of that just left over in a Dove wallet, and I look in there every time, and it's like I keep seeing these deposits of 0.000025
Yeah,
or something, you
that's
know,
how my
and I'm like, where's this interest coming from? It's like making interest, but it's like nothing. You know what I mean?
right.
Like
Well,
it might make
there
a
are some
dollar.
that
It might make a
make it.
dollar in 100 years. You know?
Well, there's some of mine that's making good amounts, like a 2%, 3%, 4%.
Well,
Like
this is a
the
defunct
ADA.
coin, so we're talking
Oh,
about a
okay.
defunct coin, so it's you know
Right.
it's never going to do anything. But I guess there's some kind of overall Ethereum blockchain, some kind of thing that's making it draw interest. I don't know where it's coming from,
Yeah, it's probably set in the code
or
to
maybe it's some Dove
drop it.
program from the Dove people, you know, like as far as that goes. But
Hmm.
hell, it makes me want to buy some Expanse and see what, like, hey, what if I've got $100 in there? What you know, what's the interest rate? You know what I mean?
What it'll be. Yeah, that's the best way to start. $1 or 100 to see what your
Like,
exact
there's
interest
people
rate is.
quietly becoming millionaires off a defunct coin like Expanse, and nobody knows it. You know.
Well, hell, that's how they did it with Dogecoin.
Oh, this is an old one, and it wasn't really one of those like junk coins. It was meant to be something, but you know, Ethereum kind of rolled everybody on that chain. You know what I mean? Like, you know how it is. I mean, all of the sub Ethereums like never really went anywhere. And then you introduce the you know, the tokens that are based on Ethereum, and that kind of put out all of the small coins on that chain.
Yeah, see, the ERC20
I think
tokens will
Ethereum
just switch
Classic
over.
Ethereum Classic probably is still anywhere from $1 to $5 a piece. You know what I mean?
Well,
So it's
the
still holding
advantage
its own,
that
but
the advantage that Ethereum ERC20 tokens, they have already been working on switching over the EVM,
right.
so they
And
can be
those
able
tokens are
to
that would allow you
not get
to
hurt,
like have
yeah,
like
by the
in-game
switch.
money and stuff.
Right.
Like somebody, if I wanted to have a video game where people could make real life purchases inside the game, I might I might set up an ERC token for that.
Right. And Binance is another big one that's the same thing, which is more of an exchange coin.
Right.
It's another big behemoth of they have their own stable coin, the Binance.
And think of it like this. It's like going to the old arcade in the mall.
BUSD is what it is.
Right. So it's like going into the old arcade in the mall and putting your money in the machine and getting a bunch of game tokens. And let's say you've got 3 or 4 of them left over by the end of the day, and you want to save them for the next time you go to the arcade. Well, those tokens are worth something. To the average person, they're like, oh, well, I don't know, that's just a fake freaking coin. But inside that arcade, they're just as valuable as the dollar. You know what I mean? So, you know, if you're going to that arcade and somebody else is going to that arcade, you and that person can exchange those tokens as if they're real money, because both of you know that you're going to be back in that arcade to spend them one day. That's pretty much like a real life,
Pins up,
real world analogy.
We were talking football for the first hour and a half. We were talking crypto at the moment. So congratulations for coming in the
Dolphin.
Congratulations for coming in the 11th hour of the movie, of a 12-hour movie.
Yeah, we're talking about Dolphin coin.
Right.
Set up a Dolphin coin that can be used at the stadium.
I thought we were talking about football. Well, yeah, you missed the first 90% of the show, and then you come in on a tail end when it's talking about something different than what you thinking. And then now you
tried to talk about football. Everybody wanted to argue.
Yeah, we tried to talk about the historic games between the Chargers and the Dolphins. But guess what? We had a nice little discussion on paradigms that's going to lead us to a Super Bowl. Is this game going to propel us to a Super Bowl? And you guys failed to agree that it was not going to propel us to a Super Bowl. So you guys are trashing the Miami Dolphins.
I think it's a statement game. I really think it's a statement game.
It might be a statement game, but for what team?
For one,
the team that won or the team that lost?
Not a team. It's a statement game for one individual, and that's Mike McDaniel.
It could be.
Mike McDaniel has a lot of things to answer from last year's performance against the Chargers.
How did we win 7 straight against them prior to last year? Did we use that one game and then over the course of the years repeat what we did the previous years? Or it just so happened that,
Crypto, I don't know, but shout out to resident comedian Scummy. Never fails to deliver.
Right. Invests in protocol coin.
Proto coin. Yeah, it's proto coin.
Yeah, protocol, I guess he tried to say.
Yeah, protocol coin.
Yeah.
That's mean, Scummy. That's
that is scummy. That's a bad coin. I would say Tua is kind of like the Dogecoin of the Dolphins fan community. He definitely wouldn't be Bitcoin, Ethereum, or VeChain or Cardano or freaking, or even definitely not a stable coin or like USDC or USDT. Tua is more like the meme coin because he has a lot of popularity, but no one's quite made that project functionable yet when it comes to
Right,
becoming a
exactly.
franchise.
But when you read their syllabus, you're like, it's a good idea. I think they have a chance of becoming a real coin, you know?
Of
Like,
becoming right.
that's a good idea.
There's always
you
a lot
know?
of hope and promise behind it. And it's kind of like the Dogecoin of the NFL. It's like
I
there's
don't
a
know. I
lot of
think we could say
run it back up.
IPO stock. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
hey, here's this company trying to design nanotechnology to do microscopic surgery, automated surgery, to elongate our lives, and you're like, all right, that's a good idea, but like, yeah, we just don't know if it's gonna come to fruition or not.
Right.
Could just be a junk stock, you know.
Right.
Like it could be Enron. You never know. It could be Microsoft or it could be Enron.
Exactly. Enron or Microsoft. Exactly. Well,
I bet you all the
Microsoft
people
wouldn't
that
tell. Well, Microsoft wouldn't tell that he has durability and staying power, so he couldn't be Microsoft. That's a blue chip.
right. I bet you all the people, crypto, I bet you there's a correlation. I bet you all the people that have already anointed Tua, and I'm specifically talking about the people that have anointed him already, not people that like him or support him. Fine, I like him too.
Right.
I'm talking about specifically about the people that have anointed him. I bet you all of those people have a stock portfolio full of penny stocks, dude, that are all going to take off one day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You could kind of make the parallel, that most likely positions they're holding in a portfolio is penny stocks and meme coins.
Well, it's a frame of mind. If they're that type of person to anoint
It's a
Tua
frame of
already,
mind.
then
Yeah.
they're likely
Right.
that type of person that would buy these crazy stocks that have all this potential. You know what I mean?
Right. They got freaking Paratime versus freaking Home Depot in there, you know, in that portfolio. Or they got Shiba Inu versus Bitcoin.
And man, Big Nick, I was already short circuited a long time ago, bro. I was short circuited in the Fiedler years.
Circuit. Who he's talking to? People in the chat that he's short circuiting?
No, he's propping up CB83.
Yeah.
But like I said, I was short circuited during the Fiedler years, man.
Yeah. Fiedler was more like Binance coin. You had an exchange value on them, but you couldn't quite, sell it.
Exactly.
Or get rid of it.
Exactly.
Fiedler was Binance. Oh man. We thought we can build on top of them, but you had the wrong protocol. G just said optimistic optimism. Optimistically optimistic optimism.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happened, G, optimism is an actual coin. I think its last ranking was 41 last time I checked. So we do have some optimism coins to give out for this team. No, the last I was wrong. It's not 41. It's now in the 42nd position. Optimism coin, G. Spot on for talking about optimism. It just so happened to be an optimism coin. You can go on the local exchange and purchase it.
See, now Shake's the only one.
Not financial advice, but it's
Shake
good.
is the only one that could create a coin and not have to call it coin. Like his shit could just literally be called Shake Money.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Exactly.
Shake money. The Shake Money. Hey,
Now
speaking of which,
carefully. Never forget.
Listen to me carefully. I have the McDaniel's inner press conference queued up if you want to get into that real quick.
This was the latest one?
Yeah.
For the announcements for today?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. You can queue it up. That's fine.
All
I
right.
can go back. Appreciate it.
All right.
Let me know if you want to pause it, okay?
All right, I'll let you know. Go
Aren't
ahead.
opinions? They are undefeated.
So yeah, well, so I think last year the Chargers probably were the first team to have a good deal of success against Tua in your offense in terms of stopping in the middle of the field. He was 10 for 28, as you know, in that game.
That's a great
How much
question.
have you thought about that game over the last 9 months? And without obviously revealing any game plan things, are there things that you feel confident about that you can go to sort of counter that Brandon Staley plan that had some success last year?
Brandon Staley plan. No, that it definitely comes up over the course of the off season at least 1/17 of the time. Divvied up amongst the other games, but no, there's things you learn. You always have to be careful about making too many absolutes. A lot of times there's those are game specific situations, whether that your health, the opponent's health, where you're at in the season, what you're good at, what you're bad at. Bottom line was, I thought they did a great job last year in those two teams, last year's teams. They did one of the better jobs all season, but that this is a new year, really, as the way I kind of look at it. You do learn certain things about individual players, maybe play calling, degree of tendencies. But week one has a great way of kind of like equalizing that, because you have all these things on your side of the ball, whether your offense, defense, or special teams that you've been working on to unveil. So there's a little balance of that. We will be watching last year's game, but not with too much weight relative to the guys we have now and what we've been emphasizing this offseason.
Maybe Ronaldo Hill can tell you everything. That way.
I'm going through the motions this week. No, it was we obviously have Ronaldo on staff, so I think he's quick to jump on the sword and say all of the bad ideas were his and all the good ones were Brandon Staley's, or maybe it's the opposite. Who knows? But it's another connectivity spot that we have so many of them week by week in this league. But it's it was good information from last year. I thought they did a good job last year, and excited for this year.
Who's your backup quarterback and why?
And why? Well, no, this was a difficult one. Informed him late last week. We'll be going with Mike White as the backup to start the season. Feel super fortunate in our situation. It was kind of what we're hoping for. Is we've learned the hard way that you need available players on your roster just in general. And I thought Mike White and Skylar competed all the way until the last rep. And when it really came down to it, I thought they both made just cases. But for our football team and really adhering to exactly what a backup quarterback needs to do, they'll all be active each day. But to be able to understand our system in such a short period of time that Mike White did, and the command that he exudes in the huddle, and you're solving an imperfect puzzle as a backup quarterback where you don't get any of the reps during the week and have to master your situation, your craft, repless. So I think relying on Mike White's veteran experience and really all the growth that he did this offseason made me feel pretty comfortable with that.
To clarify, you said all three will be active. You mean on game day or just on the active roster?
They are on the active roster, and there is a new rule where. So I guess I'm saying both. Am I? Yeah.
That's really have to be on the game day roster.
Yeah. I guess I was saying both, but in light of the new rule, there's it definitely makes certain of it. But yes, I was saying all of the above and neither at the same time.
Like, how were they successful at taking away the middle of the field last year? I remember at the end of the game, you seemed to have a real respectful conversation with CLA when you got. I don't know whether that was about anything about the game or
No, it wasn't. It wasn't more. It wasn't like they reinvented defense. It was more that their guys understood their issues in each individual coverage and really played in a competitive spirit. I thought there was a lot of 50-50 balls that went the way of the Chargers last year, and I just really thought overall that the team itself took took that game with seriousness, and you could see a unit that was well coached and well schooled at the opposing team's offense in this case. So I just thought they were very competitive and did a very good job challenging things that we were trying to do that particular game.
You have 3 starters and 1 key contributor that are dealing with injuries. Wondering what you could tell us about Teron, Jalen, Brandon, and Devon.
So expecting to see Brandon and Devon today, as well as Waddle. Should be he got on some reps that last practice, and then don't expect to see Armstead today, but he's progressing well.
Kind of shelved for a little bit to from some breezes. Do you feel comfortable, if he gets a week of practice, that he's able to play and contribute?
Yeah, I think I'll feel comfortable after today's practice being able to assess Wednesdays, and those are you really have to go day by day to guys that are coming back from injury, so you don't get ahead of yourself and start pushing them in adhering to a schedule that you made like last week. It's that much more important that you assess it each and every day. But I think the reps in practice are all that Brandon's really had the opportunity to take, and in those situations he's gotten better, and at some point he's going to have to play in the game, and we have no preseason games left, so at some point he will be playing fresh off of practicing, and we'll assess that how much that is later in the week.
Coach, the list of the team captains came out. Was that a player decision, your decision with the rest of the coaches, and how did you guys come up with the 7 names that are now the captains for the season?
So that's something that we do a player-driven vote that the locker room really comes up with, which is one of the reasons it's such a special honor to each and every one of those guys, because it's voted on their most important on the most important really person of opinion in the building. That's their peers in the locker room.
Coach, it's been a while since the AFC Championship game has been hosted on these grounds.
Yeah,
I'd say about like 1992.
About 92.
Yeah. If you think about it, the football is starting to be played back all over America, and especially here in South Florida. The Canes kicked things off Friday. The Orange Blossom Classic was Saturday. It was Sunday. So when you think about starting the season on the road, how much emphasis would that give you all to protect on the field? So when it comes to that time to have the opportunity to host.
No, I think it's a good reminder, because our first game is not on our home surface, and there's things that are residuals because of that. You're talking about owning the snap count and having to go on silent offensively, and vice versa for the defense. So I think I didn't really think of it that way, but inherently that is, if you don't like this scenario, not being able to hear offensively and it being quite as amounts defensively, then you do have the opportunity to change it with regard to your with postseason play referencing. But that's way down the road. we're just trying to orchestrate ourselves for week 1 against a game or against a team that's going to be very much prepared, and so we better be prepared ourselves.
Going back to last year's Chargers game, that was kind of the start of a skid for this offense that you guys never really got to work out of before Tua was hurt in the Packers game. I'm just wondering how much of a motivator that stretch was, for you guys this offseason as you get everybody back to full health.
I think the season in its entirety was motivating enough, not just one particular game. I'm sure from an individual standpoint, players often harbor those individual matchups, those hey, it's man-to-man coverage and I'm covering you and you're running this route. Those types of things you develop, you kind of have a memory of. And but overall as a team, we have been focused on the Miami Dolphins for every day since we've gotten back together in 2023, and I'm pretty positive that up until this game and then after this game, most of the guys are going to be focused on the Miami Dolphins as well. So to not making more of one individual opponent, it's more about us and how it relates to us. I'm sure there'll be a couple, hey, I'm going to get you this time, you got me last time. That's kind of the case with all these NFL football games.
Isaiah Wynn left Mark 1 this week.
He will be getting reps this practice week, and he may or may not be getting reps in the game.
Week 1 is kind of a chaotic week around the NFL in terms of not having film to go off of. How much do you have to lean on the rest of your staff to be able to kind of make those in-game adjustments?
Oh, it's I think the best staffs are the ones that it's not just one voice, and the more we're around each other, the more we understand what each one of our pros and cons, skills, and maybe things that we can help each other out with. That's a ever-moving piece, that the strongest ones are the ones that can really utilize each other for the benefit of the whole group and not just each and every entity. So I look forward to that. I could feel it in the preseason. It was one of the better orchestrating coaching staffs that I've been on in the preseason. So I'm excited for the residuals of that moving forward this year.
Mike, since you opened against the Chargers and since they put out a video in the offseason, and since I don't think you've been asked about it, what was your reaction to that vaping video? I never.
Huh? I don't know what you speak of. The schedule release. A lot of creative people doing creative things in 2023, which is pretty creative.
Coach, I know you're from Colorado, and there's been a lot of movement in college football.
Yeah.
Big weekend of college football too as well. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on
Colorado State Rams? Oh, sorry. No? Prime?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you can't say it's not entertaining. And anytime that, I think I have a lot of respect and regard for people that knowingly have no problem putting a bullseye on their back and then following through. So as a competitor and, in the coaching profession, I appreciated that win for the Colorado Buffaloes and Boulder. There's I think they, it was a rough year they went through last year. So if there's another team that deserves a win, that's the Colorado Buffaloes. So that was good for them.
Week 1 is unique in that you're not coming off a game. You have a practice on a Monday. Generally, you don't do that during the season. So when are you giving the players I know you've been working on the Chargers for a while, but the game plan, is it still the normal Wednesday, or is this week a little different?
You try to get guys into a routine as soon as possible. So you try not to they'll get their in-season Wednesday on Wednesday, and you try to make that as consistent for all the guys, which you find benefits over the course of the season. So when you do have an extra day, you try to make sure that you're operating on full cylinders, offensively, defensively, and special teams. That means your timing's right, your communication's right, and your execution is fast. You try not to get too ahead of yourself, because for us, it's still about our game and where we're taking it, and kind of holding off to do the full Wednesday prep for Wednesday. Cool.
All righty. That was Mike McDaniel, fellas, giving you the lowdown and skinny on the upcoming week with the, I'm going to say it, San Diego Chargers. And Shake Money put you to sleep.
What happened? What, is it over? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I did doze off there a little bit, but I was checking the price of soybeans and trying to see what the futures market in soybeans were. But
oh man,
yeah.
I got a nice little power nap.
Damn. So Shake,
yes, sir.
What do you think when he was talking about the preparation, or the from he almost kind of slipped and blew off last year's game in a way,
Mm-hmm.
and said when he added, well, these are new players, which is right, new team and situation, but yet he gave them a little credit on the how they was doing leading up to that game that they played us. Well, that was a good question. How do you feel about? Do you feel that they played their best against you? That was the team that played the best, that game plan against your offense. I thought he handled that pretty well.
And like I said before, like I told
putting
you
it in
before,
perspective.
and like I told you before, you got to think about if you look, if everything comes full circle. Okay, now if you look at Staley was, everybody wants to say now that he's the Vic Fangio tree, but if you look at his last stop, he was Sean McVay. Sean McVay runs a similar style to the the Gruden Shanahan offense. So obviously Staley seen a similar offense against the Rams on a daily basis when they practice. So so there's that connection with Shanahan, and Staley has that because the McVay Shanahan connection. Same thing with Zach Taylor. They all were a part of that Washington team with RG3 under Jay Gruden. So
correct.
It was Shanahan, McVay, and then of course Kyle and McDaniel went to the Falcons right after that, and then they ended up in San Francisco together.
Yeah,
so
he did.
It was like you ever seen the movie The Outsiders?
No, I don't recall it. What was that a zombie movie?
No, The Outsiders is an old movie where it was a bunch of A-list actors before they were A-list actors, and then they veered off and went their own direction and started doing big things. And that's how it was.
Are you striking a cigarette lighter?
No, that's my I'll show you right now.
Sound like you're trying to get it lit.
Earbuds.
Oh, okay. It sounds like you strike it, trying to get it to cut on.
So in other words, what I was saying that is because Washington, you had, if you look at the Commanders team with that it was Gruden, Jay Gruden, Kyle Shanahan, McVay, and all those guys. They were all-star. They were good coach. They eventually became an all-star coaching cast before they were all-star coaching cast.
Right.
And if you look at it, it was the same thing. If you look at the Dolphins coaching staff under Saban, a lot of them became big time coaches, like Kirby Smart.
Kirby Smart.
Yeah, he was on there.
Okay.
So there's some other coaches there that did pretty well.
Right.
So, but the reason I bring up the outsiders was because that's like I said, an A-list. So it's moves full of A-list celebrities, but at the time they filmed it, they weren't A-star celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with I can make the same correlation with the Gruden coaching tree. You know what I'm saying? That Washington Commander coaches was it's a bunch of guys that are on their way to becoming good coaches, and they've had a lot of success since they left the Commanders. That coaching staff has. So I think we'll see how. Yes, let's see if McDaniel's makes adjustments. It's going to be the important thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to. He's the key of this game more so the players.
Because he has to look at people. Look, I understand there's a lot of skepticism to it, but at the same time, he has to come up with a game plan for Tua. And then Tua has to execute it.
Yeah.
Which one was which? Was it bad game planning or was it bad quarterback play?
Both. And his job to bring the two together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he tried to adjust and throwing it on the boundaries after the second half. And we wasn't executing. Come down to the execution.
Yep. Remember that there's a lot of quarterbacks that don't need coaching, and there's quarterbacks that do need coaching, especially in the beginning phases of their career, you know?
Yep. Yeah. Never forget.
Never forget. Damn, Scummy. Yeah, the game plan they have for Tua.
Wow. Never fails.
Man.
Damn. Yes, El Capitan. He was signed to the practice squad, and he will be there practicing to his heart content until he's needed. Chosen Anderson. If he becomes Robbie Anderson, then we'll put him back on the team. We don't need any Chosens.
No, Robbie Chosen?
Yeah.
It's Robbie Chosen, right? Not Chosen Anderson? Yeah, it's Robin Chosen. He changed his last name. He didn't change his first name. So it's Robbie Chosen. I thought it was Chosen Anderson. But it's Robbie Chosen.
Okay.
Most people change their first names. But
they mostly change their first name.
So that's why I thought it was Robbie Chosen, but it's Chosen Anderson. No, I mean Chosen Anderson, but it's Robbie Chosen. He still goes by Robbie.
Okay. Yeah. Robbie. Tua Chosen Viola. Tua Chosen Viola. That's an interesting name. I'm glad you said that, Scummy.
I would say a good strategy is use Waddle and Hill as decoys and try to win through the other guys to
kind of offset them game planning exclusively against the perimeter guys.
Yeah, pretty much plan through the other guys like Barrio. Easy E.
Throw in the roll in there. Line up Robert Hunt out wide, and put in Ingold as a slot receiver and put Robert Hunt out as a boundary receiver. Think that may work?
Well, one thing I did notice that if you looked at the preseason, a couple of times I seen Hill playing in the slot.
Mm-hmm.
They had Chosen and Waddle on the boundary.
Mix it up. I think it'd be good to do it to mix it up. Put the 2-speed guys inside and put the high catch radius guys on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to do something similar to that in the second half of the game last year against them. It's just that Tua wasn't looking at them. And I think that gets overlooked when he attempted to do it. Because remember, the week before, the Chargers played the Raiders,
Mhm.
and the Raiders did that. So, when I remember the announcer saying the Raiders did something real unique against the Chargers defense that attacked the boundary with bigger receivers, bigger pass catchers with bigger catch radius, and it didn't happen until the second half when Mike McDaniel attempted to do that, and he
Mhm.
just threw in a towel altogether as far as the strategy because we weren't executing it. So we did play a little bit of copycat to what the Raiders did the week prior
Mhm.
when they played the Chargers. And I thought Mike McDaniel was going to do that at the very beginning. Took him 3 quarters to do it, to
Yeah.
attempt to do it.
And with who's
Not-
that running back that we have? The UODFA running back. I can't remember his name right
Brooks.
now. Brooks. Okay. See, I know I've been skeptical of Brooks because at the end of the day, we've seen what happened to the preseason All Stars that we signed,
Mm-hmm.
hoping that they would, be better than advertised. And I'm hoping that if he is the power back that we everybody says he is, then we'll have definitely have a good chance when it comes to third and short. And because that's the one thing that I was encouraged last year is we had a lot of third and manageable situations. So if we could utilize him better in those situations, I think it's going to be key. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So like I said, last year we had a lot of we went for it on 4th and 1 a bunch of times. So being that we have that type of formation on 3rd and short, I think we don't have to worry about trying to convert on 4th downs anymore. But we'll see.
Yep.
I'm gonna be skeptical because, like I said, we've seen the freaking preseason All Stars don't pan out like freaking Preston Williams. Everybody thought he was gonna be, oh man, he was gonna be the next big thing. Gonna stay healthy. Another All Star, Easy E. He was an All Star last year, making all these one-handed catches, and as a matter of fact, he makes Skylar Thompson look good in the preseason. He was a preseason All Star. He couldn't even get dressed half the time. So, another preseason All Star that disappears during the regular season is freaking Sam McGuavin. I remember Sam McGuavin, man. He'd be all over the place because he was playing the third stringers. But as soon as the rubber met the road, he disappeared. So I'm hoping that that's not the case with Brooks. I'm hoping that he's actually a diamond in the rough. But time will tell.
Diamond in the rough.
And by the way, he never led in any of the rushing categories in any of those 3 preseason games. So I'm just putting that out there. As a matter of fact, one of the guys that we cut led in the first preseason game. So
who was that? One of the ones
Gaskins.
we cut?
Gaskins.
Oh,
Gaskins.
Led,
okay.
but we'll see.
Man, what's going on?
So
Fellas?
what? Yeah,
So-
Lewis. What do you think about the? I know the Snooze Fest press conference that Mike McDaniel gave us.
Oh, I don't even listen to those anymore. You don't get nothing
Right.
from those. So
No, it's kind of hard
Yeah.
to get anything out of them. I mean, you got to really reach. Man,
listen, for me, it's enough talking anyway. I think everybody on this panel has done enough talking. I think Coach McDaniel and a lot of these players as well have done a lot of talking.
he did.
Now
So it's
we're
time
at
for the
stage
barbecue.
now. It's time for the put up or shut up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
it's time for
I
the
don't
put up or
care.
shut
I
up,
don't
yeah.
care about what anybody else is
True.
saying. We're gonna find out all our answers. So
Week 1.
it's football season.
There we
Football
go.
season is here, gentlemen, and you know.
I'm
now,
gonna
now
make
the
the
guys gotta
prediction.
execute.
I'm gonna make this prediction. If we win this game, we go 11-6. If we lose this game, we go 6-11. That's the same prediction I made,
I just
by the way,
been
with the Patriots game last year.
I've been just
I said
looking
the
in the
same thing
chat.
last year. We won that game, and we actually won more games than we lost. So
I've
take it
just
for what
been
it is.
looking. I've just been looking and listening, and then kind of just from afar. I was doing some things, but I was still listening. I don't see him no more in the chat, but there was a couple guys in the chat talking about this was no analyst, there was no great analyst, and however you say that goddamn word. And it's funny, the people that were saying that come up here and
Yeah.
they always give you opinions. They never give you never mind. That's another story. It doesn't
Analysis,
matter.
right? Yeah. I mentioned. I said, well, what are you talking about? Analysis. I'm analytically. That's my DNA.
Well,
when you try to say
it's not
that.
only that, Crypto, but the people that are saying that, all they can come up on every panel they come up to is say, I believe the Dolphins are going to be the representative in the Super Bowl. So is
Right.
that great analysis? Like, is that what we're
Right.
doing out here?
Right.
So it is what it is.
The pep rally started last year, right? And it continued to this season. So is that the analysis that y'all talking about, or he talking about? Like we could say, well, the Dolphins going to win 87-0. Well, I can now say 80-0 because granted, it was a college team that scored 80 points, right? But I think the record is 73 for the NFL. I think it's Chicago Bears beat the Redskins 73-0, right? So I could say we're going to win 73-0, right? But is that an analysis or is that a prediction? Right? I think that's what they listening for, Lewis. They want us to come out and say we're going to beat the Chargers 73-0 or 42-7 or
they
63-12.
They want to eat their Lucky Charms, Crypto, and they want to chase the
That's what
rainbow
I
after.
say.
Those are
Right.
the same guys that believe in unicorns. Like, okay, cool. If you want to believe in unicorns, you can go believe in unicorns. The fact of the matter is, we have a good football team on our hand, but there's a lot of good football teams in the NFL.
And in NFL,
we know who
right.
they are. So, like, I'm not going to sit
Right.
here and pick the Miami Dolphins every week. I don't got the Miami Dolphins going 17-0. I don't believe we're
Right.
ever going to
Not-
see that again.
Not
And
no more.
now it's not, bro. All the things we've discussed this offseason. Is two of the guys or
Yeah.
not the guy? Is the
Exactly.
offensive line good or is they bad? Can Jerome Baker play? Can he not? Can Cam Smith was the right pick? All that shit is out the window, gentlemen.
It's out the
There's
window.
no-
It's
there-
done.
there's no
4
more
more days.
talking.
It's over. Well, not
Right.
4.
Like-
Is it 4 more days? 5 more days.
Well, Thursday in 3 days you got the kickoff, official kickoff.
You got the
of the
kickoff
NFL.
3 days. Right.
But what I'm saying is, talking is done, bro. Talking is cheap at this point.
Yeah.
Like at 4:25 Eastern come Sunday, our Miami Dolphins are playing the Los Angeles Chargers, and it's time to put up or shut up.
Counts. It actually
That's
counts
it.
now for something. Yep. This game actually counts
So-
towards something. We can't say it's preseason or they was trying out a new scheme. What's the talking points they always use, Lewis? Oh, we got a new system, or we need time to gel, or what?
Yeah.
Damn. What the hell? It's the first game of the season. You need time to gel, and it's week 1 already.
Well-
you still haven't did that in the off season.
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna appeal to authority here, and one authority figure that I'm gonna appeal to is Bill Belichick. And one thing he said, these are his words, not mine, said that you don't know you're not going to know who a team is until week 6 of the regular season, because at the end of the day, teams are still trying to figure you out. You're trying to figure out your team. So after week 6, after whatchamacallit,
the Giants game or
week 6, that's when you're gonna know. That's when you figure out the game plans, and there's gonna be a lot of film on you. So from week 6 on in is when we know who the pretenders and who the contenders are. After week 6, I don't look. Last year, a lot of people thought the Bengals were out before they started. A lot of people thought that the Steelers were the team to be, and I've seen teams where they start off 6-0. Look at the Cardinals. One year, they went all the way undefeated, and then hit the fan after week 8. So, like I said, I'm not trying to make excuses, but the first few weeks don't really tell me nothing. I think it's a good, and you want to start off strong, but at the same time, I don't think, in my opinion, we don't know who the team is until after the halfway mark. Then we'll figure out if they're pretenders or not.
Yeah, I can kind of see that, but it also depends on the conferences. I mean, the division and conferences you're in too, whether you can afford to get out to a bad start. Like if a lot of other teams getting out to a bad start with you, then yeah, you got some leeway. But if a lot of other teams are getting out to a good start, then
by the way,
you don't have that flexibility to get off to a bad start.
Jake, Jamaican from Zion, Mike Norville came from a Christmas tree. That's the coaching tree he came from. Christmas tree. Next question.
I just want to see,
Christmas
again, I just want to see what excuses are going to be made this season.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of them.
Because again, the Miami Dolphins,
Jesus.
You want some analysis? The Miami Dolphins will not go 17-0 this season. Yeah. There's your analysis.
There's your analysis, right?
So the fact of the matter is, I want to see when we lose a game, right, what the excuses are going to be.
Right. Yep. Even
because
in a loss,
we always have to find a scapegoat.
We
always have to find a scapegoat. And again, are we going to start if the defense gives up a 30-point performance one week and we lose that game? Are people going to kill Vic Fangio? Is Vic Fangio going to turn out to be a guy that can't coach in this league?
Oh
right?
yeah,
Because let's say the
he's
defense
old. He
has
washed
a bad
up.
performance. Are we going to come out and say if Tua has an two interception game and we lose that game, is now Tua not the quarterback? Is Tua trash because he throws two? Like, bro, me included, because again, you know how the internet works, but me included, we just have to do a better job, goddammit, of being in our feelings. Like, nothing in this world is perfect. We're gonna have losses. We're gonna have games that we might not play well, and then we're gonna have games that we look like world beaters and we can't be stopped. Like, I don't know, man. I think we're gonna have a good season. I really do, but what I'm looking forward to the most is dissecting the excuse makers, in my opinion. And I just call them like that. Like, I just want to see, again, Vic Fangio, all I've been told this whole offseason is he's the greatest defensive coordinator ever. Like, this man is God in coaching. And the first time the Miami Dolphins give up 30, what is that? Is that opinion going to change? That's what I just want to know. I want to know what's going on, what's going to happen.
How fast would he get thrown under the bus if he give up a game? Or here's the favorite, Lewis. How fast does he get thrown on the bus if he gives up a 3rd and 17, as if nobody ever given up 3rd and 17? Because from what I've been hearing all off season, no coach in NFL history other than Josh Boyer is giving up a 3rd and 17. I've been hearing that talking point all along. It's been played out and worn out.
There's no more excuses. This team is as good as we're gonna get. Can you add a piece here and there? Yes, we would all love to have Jonathan Taylor. shit, there's a lot of us that would have loved to have Dalvin Cook. So yeah, I mean, some of us might have wanted a top notch left guard, right? If you don't believe Isaiah Wynn is a guy, or a big time right tackle to replace Austin Jackson. So I'm not saying that this team is perfect, but we have a good enough team to win a Super Bowl, in my opinion. But again, if that doesn't happen, or we have a couple game stretch, a 2-3 game stretch where we're not playing well, like, I just want to see where this fan base goes. Because in my opinion, again, this, as of right now, Monday, before the season starts, 1 week before the season starts, there are no more excuses for me. I'm done with all the damn excuses.
I told
What do you
Lou,
mean? What do you mean,
I am
Rashad?
not
If
going
the
to be
play call is
repeating
called a different
myself
play?
next offseason, that's for sure. You know, I let it ride this offseason. I'll run it back. I get it. And I could have already re-uploaded half my content from last offseason and you know, taken a break. But I'm not doing it next offseason. I'm not going to sit here and, like, if I got to sit here and be saying the same things over and over again, I'm just re-uploading everything I'm saying today. But I'm not going to be rats off a ship if things don't go right the first game. If
No, you
people
can't be,
actually
because you
want to
still
check
got
my
16
receipts,
games.
well, if people want to check my receipts, they can actually go back to last season and listen to the things I was saying about our first couple games, and you know, this and that. I mean, we didn't. It's not like we were world beaters out of the gate first couple games, but we did beat 3 playoff teams in a row. You know,
The
sure,
play.
we could have done it with more scoring,
Hey,
but
Shay, can you bring up Rashad's comment?
Which one?
Rashad, his comment.
I got it. It's up there.
We said crypto is it's different when a play caller calls a god awful play. Well, you got the initial play call from the head coach, then you have the executioner by the quarterback. If the quarterback sees that there's a god awful play by the actual play caller, the general in this case, then it's up to that battlefield commander, that guy on the field, to change the plan when it's, at that moment, if you see something different.
Don't you mean, crypto, the field general, a la the quarterback?
Yeah, the field general. Yeah. I'm talking about, in this case, if Mike McDaniel being the head general that's in the Pentagon calling shots, but it's still up to the field general and on the battlefield to make that change if something goes wrong, or if he sees something different from what they see at the Pentagon. So it's a fail-safe system.
Right. Like the general at the Pentagon is looking at the weather for, some place, and he's like, oh, it's going to be cold. And the field general's like, nah, bro, sun's out. It's pretty hot. We're not putting on the coats. I'm circumventing that order and, not telling my guys to put their coats on.
Right. You got to change, A new system just came in. But he said talking defense. A god-awful play calling on defense. Well, guess what? The players see something different. They see the lineup, the offensive formation in front of them. If Boyer told them to play, let's say hypothetically, goal line defense, and for whatever situation that don't warrant goal line defense, that would be god-awful, right? It's up to the quarterback of that defense to take them out of that goal line call.
Not only that, but
who's the quarterback of the defense?
If we're talking about this week's opponent, that bad play caller still held them to 23 points last year, which was our season average.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand what people can. Am I talking to a fucking wall, bro? Like, seriously, sometimes I think I'm talking to a wall, bro.
Yeah.
Well,
it's still
again,
at the end of the day was 23 points given up.
I'm tired of going at these, these weirdos.
Rashad, we scored 17 points with Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Tua. We scored 17 points. I don't give a fuck if our defense went out there and stuck their fingers up their fucking ass. That's not enough points.
See, and right here,
Exactly.
Rashad, you're dead wrong, bro. 23 points again in today's game. In an
That's
era
very
where
good
points
defense.
are coming, bro. That's a 23. Well, I'm not gonna say it's very good defense, Crypto, but bro, go across the league.
It's
Every
better
team
than the
in the league
Chiefs.
is basically averaging 20+ points a game. Like, what are we?
Yeah.
And don't
Like,
you
what are we
think if
talking about
our
here?
offense was doing more than the same, don't you think that number would go down?
And that's a good point. Someone brought up that TD that we got was a fluke. So our offense was really held to less than 17. It was held to 10.
I'm going to say it again, okay? If your defense if your offense is scoring more, that will shave a couple points off your defense's points per game. It is fundamental football that if your defense is on the field less, their offense can score less points against you.
Yeah, V21, that's a fluke because last time I checked, Mike McDaniel didn't draw up a play for Tyreek Hill for the running back to intentionally fumble, so his wide receiver to come bail him out when the Chargers defense is off guard and he can scamper for 60 yards.
Right.
Yeah, that was drawn up by Mike McDaniel. Great play by Mike McDaniel.
We scored 17 points, which means we scored on 3 drives. A touchdown, and a field goal, right? 3 drives. You're telling me our defense only gave our offense 3 opportunities? Are you really telling me that?
It's ridiculous. Right. They
Get
gave
the
us
fuck
3
out of here with
opportunities.
that shit, man. I'm so sick of it, man. Repeating myself over and over again. Like, clean your fucking ears out, people.
Exactly, G. That was a design play. It was called the Flores. That play that Tyreek Hill won. It was a fluke play. Right on, G. Spot on. As if they designed that play by Tyreek Hill. Bro, we scored 10 points in that game. And matter of fact, if that fumble, it was Chargers hop on top of that game gets out of control immediately. Because they was prime scoring position had they recovered the fumble on the plus side of the field. So miss me with this. The offense did enough in that game.
I'm not gonna. Never mind.
What's that,
17 points is their standard of what defines enough. Wow. Wow. That says it all right there, Crypto. Let them have their opinion. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
17 points is enough for them. Yeah, we're going to the Super Bowl. Sure.
Yep. Print those tickets. What is that in Las Vegas this year?
Unfreaking believable.
Historic defense by we only give it up 17. We only got to score 17. So basically you're saying Tua is Trent Dilfer because we only need to score 17 a game. You just called Tua Tagovailoa Trent Dilfer by that statement.
I'm not gonna go at people as of right now. I'm in a good mood. It's Labor Day. I'm spending time with my family. I would just ask Rashad though, because Rashad says that 23 points is a bad defense. Rashad in today's game, and this I'm just posing the question for Rashad. Just throw it in the chat. What constitutes a great defense for you? Like what does a great defense or a good defense have to give you in today's game where all the rules are geared to offense, right? The league, we all see it's a passing league. They want these quarterbacks to throw for 300, multiple plus touchdowns, and light the scoreboard on fire. So Rashad, please put it in the chat. What's a good defense to you? What does this year's current 2023 Miami Dolphins defense have to give up in points wise, Rashad? Because if you're telling me 23 points is a bad defense, then bro, what are we talking about here? I would love to know, and I'm not by my computer. I'm not, but how many teams held teams to under 20 points a game last year? I would love to know.
Well, Lewis, I can tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
The Trent Dilfer Baltimore Ravens, that defense held teams to 17.6 per.
Right.
So even if we had
keyword
that
0.6.
defense, if they're okay with 17 points of offense, even with the Ray Lewis defense, we would have still lost by a half a point.
Right. They cooking themselves.
Get the fuck out of here with that 17 points a game bullshit. I'm not even, no way am I ever going to no. It's a, no.
Yeah.
Done.
That's unrealistic.
Done. Cooked. Send him a freaking apron, Lewis.
Okay, so Rashad says under 23 points. It was 23 teams that I guess held teams to under 23 points. But are we talking, what are we? So the next.
We're talking about fractions of a point here.
So
he's
I'm
being real
asking,
cute with the phrasing there.
So if a team, yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, because I don't know, and I'm not debating Rashad.
22.9 versus 22.8. Come on, bro.
If 22.8 is under 23, like what are we talking about here? This is what I'm saying, bro. Every team is giving up 20 plus points, and all I'm saying is, if I got a genius as my offensive coordinator, if I have all these weapons, if I have two legitimate number one receivers on the outside, if my quarterback is playing at an MVP level and is supposed by every metric is a top 5 quarterback, then I shouldn't be worried about 20 or 23 points a game.
And Lewis, again, we're falling for the Mott and Bailey here, bro. You wouldn't be worried about it because if our offense was doing that, the defense's points per game would inherently go down.
Right.
Dude, if we would have had a 2-touchdown lead right out the gate, our defense could pin its ears back, and guess what would happen? They would have less points scored against them. It's called complementary football.
So Rashad said we
23.5,
22.5, and Atlanta gave
still
up
within the margin of error.
Okay, that's
still
fine.
less than a point.
And how many points per game was Atlanta scoring on offense?
Right. That's exactly that's what I was about to say. And that, like, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Kansas City, I think 19th in total defense, 19th or 20th?
Oh, I can tell you right now. I'll just pull up the list myself.
Because I don't
trust Rashad's eyes anyway. He likes to imagine things in
He said
front of
70 plays on our defense and still holding them to 19 points. Actually, it was 19 points against the Bills.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Check. Well, let's say they did get that 21st point. It was 23. We won by 2 points, so 23-21.
Yeah, I'm really interested in Kansas City, Color, because, again, they won the Super Bowl. We know they averaged 29 points a game. But if Kansas City was at, let's say, giving up 21 or 22 points a game, this is what I've been trying to tell people. Yeah, your defense, again, in a lot of games they're going to give up 20 or more. But Kansas City wasn't worried about that because they're averaging 30. I'm not asking our Miami Dolphins to average 30. But I think Miami averaged like 23 a game last year. Get that number from 23 to 27. And
so the Philadelphia Eagles, the Super Bowl runner-up, Philadelphia Eagles, gave up 20.2. That's tied with the Washington Commanders. And that is good for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. We're tied for 7th. The Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs gave up 21.7, which before we fired Flores was our average, 3-year average, by the way. And the Miami Dolphins gave up 23.5.
So less than a field goal difference, basically, is what you're telling me. Kansas City.
Yeah, less than a field goal.
Now let me go. Now let me go over to offense.
Like, what are we talking
about? Let me go over to offense. Hold on. Let me go over to offense. Okay. The Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs come in at number 1 last year, scoring 29.2 points per game.
30. That's 30. Yep.
Buffalo Bills second at 28.4. The Eagles, Super Bowl runner-ups, scored 28.1 per game.
We don't have Patrick or Andy Reid, but we do got
the Detroit Lions. with Jared Goff coming at 4th, scoring 26.6 points per game.
There you go.
And then the drop-off happens. 26.5 for the San Francisco 49ers and 23.4 for the Miami Dolphins.
No, I'm not going to let him get away with that statement. Oh, we got Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid. Rashard, you were the one at the beginning of last season after we got Tyreek Hill was arguing on Stephen D's channel that Kansas City roster is less than ours. That our roster, you'll take our roster over the Kansas City Chiefs as a total roster. So no, you've been checkmated on that statement because you said our roster was better than theirs at the beginning of last season.
Right. Hey, Geno Smith's Seattle Seahawks scored 23.9. We scored 23.4. Should we take their offense into this season?
People are just.
Should we go ahead and just switch out offenses with them?
People are so stupid, man. People are just. Who cares? The Eagles had a good defense. No, the Eagles had a good offense. They didn't worry about teams scoring on them because they were outscoring the other team.
Look, Lewis,
It's an driven league. No, you know what?
I want to make sure. I want to make sure what I just said is very clear. No, I want to make sure what I just said is very clear. Is anybody in this audience that's or in the chat that's arguing with Lewis and I, or in crypto? If any of you are willing to take the Seattle Seahawks Geno Smith offense into this season, because they scored more points per game than we did last year. Fact. You would have to tell me that you're okay switching offenses with the Seattle Seahawks and going into this season.
No, I remember you saying at the beginning of the season when we had that conversation on Stephen D's channel on who's the better roster. It may have been mid-season, but
Lewis,
I do remember
who's the better roster, Seattle or Miami?
Miami.
On offense.
Miami.
Who scored more points per game last year?
The Seattle Seahawks. And a good defense gets off the field. A bad one keeps the opponent on the field all game long. You're right.
You mean like the Buffalo game? When we still won that game?
And how are they supposed to do that when they can't rush the quarterback because they're down already? Because our offense can't put points on the board to get them out in front.
Hey, you know what we should have did, Color, and Crypto? You know what we should have did? We shouldn't have sat our happy ass at Hard Rock Stadium against the Minnesota Vikings in 90-plus degree weather, watching that defense cause 11 straight 3-and-outs, and our offense couldn't beat the Minnesota Vikings.
Telling you.
That bad defense didn't get off the field when they caused 11 3-and-outs. That means not 3-and-outs mean they didn't pick up a first down on the drive.
Yeah, that was a record.
Right. So how is our defense supposed to? How is our defense supposed to gather their oxygen, and get any kind of freaking? I mean, people act like these guys are freaking like robots or something, and they're going to be full speed the whole game. Like, what do you think happens when your offense goes 3-and-out and your defense has to go right back out on the field? I mean, Jesus, these people are just unbelievable. Stick to Madden. Stick to your little Madden avatars that never get tired, where you can turn off the difficulty levels to tell it not to let them get tired. Play your little stupid Madden games, run up your 625 point scores, and whatever y'all kids do, man. It's just stick to that.
Well, Rashard, if you said it after the Cleveland game, that was pretty late in the season for you to make that switch. But if you said it at that point, the fact of the matter remained, you thought at some point that we had a better roster, and not Cleveland, but the Chiefs still scored more points than we did.
Why are we even talking about the Chiefs? We don't score as many points as the Seahawks. Are you guys not listening to me?
Yeah. Well, yeah, the Seahawks should be the new standard. Yeah. Yeah, that's the new standard. Well, they did have a quarterback that led the league in passing percentage, didn't they? I don't know who that quarterback is, but he did have a top rated, not rated, but passing percentage. A lot less of his balls were dropped.
I'm not arguing with idiots all day. I'm sorry.
Me neither. I'm done with it. I'm done with it too, Lewis. I've said all I can say. They can stick their head in the sand and be the Miami ostriches all they want. I don't care.
Tua was in our offense versus Mahomes in his offense. Okay, but who so we're a top heavy team. We're a 12-man team, not a 12.
Yeah,
Are we a
again,
22-man team?
Geno
Or we're
Smith.
a 53-man team?
Geno Smith.
I was arguing roster.
Geno Smith.
That was my argument all the time.
I know.
Roster.
I'm just gonna keep saying it until he gets it in his head. Geno Smith.
Man, I'm sorry. I had my head in the sand. What we talking
You
about?
may have isolated and said Tua in our offense is Mahomes, but that's not how all games are won, especially Super Bowls. It's run by a 53-man roster, not an 11-man roster.
Geno Smith. Geno Smith, Seattle Seahawks scored more points per game than Tua, Tyreek, Jalen Waddle, Miami Dolphins offense. Fuck out of here with that shit.
Once again, you're not listening, Rashad. I don't care what you said about the 11-man or Tua and everybody else versus Mahomes and everybody else. I'm talking about the 53-man roster. I'll argue, regardless of us having Hill, they still had the better team.
Look at Lit.
And there's no reason
Lit's
to
funny.
pick anybody other than them because they won the Super Bowl.
See,
They did it before.
Look at Lit. Lit's
There's no
funny.
reason
He's
to
like,
pick anybody over the Chiefs at any
right,
point.
Lit,
of the
Lit's like Geno had a solid year though. You're right, Lit. We're just not allowed to say that around here because everybody knows Geno Smith is trash. That's the platitude.
Fuck up, boys. Hold up. Let's not act like Geno Smith didn't have the greatest comeback shit type of ever anyhow. Rolling the dice on Geno, exactly that. Rolling the fucking dice on him. All
Well,
right?
I'd
So
have
it's
rather
not like
rolled the
anyone's
dice on
foreseen
that
it
because it
coming.
would have got us 0.7 more points per game. So I would have rather
Which
rolled the
would've led
dice
to
Color,
on
you're
that.
saying
more
that in
wins.
retrospect right now, Color. Nobody would have said, hey, let's roll with Geno Smith in that offense up
Well,
there.
No, but Capitan,
Well,
what they're
Rashad
saying,
just up and said
but
roll with us
but what
because
they
of
said
Tua.
was they're comfortable with 17 points per game.
Who said that?
They're
Put a fucking
comfortable
name.
with 23 points per game, which is what we scored
No,
last year,
no, no,
23.4.
well, okay, so that's some cap and ass bullshit.
And I'm
Ain't
saying
nobody
that I'd
comfortable
rather
with
have
that.
the Seattle Seahawks who scored 23.9.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, listen, we're talking about a half a point. We're talking maybe one more.
What are we?
extra
But they're
point every
trying
4
to
games.
compare us to the Chiefs, Capitan, who scored 29 per game.
Well, that's where we need to go. Well, listen, if you don't, to me, you gotta move up. Look,
You're damn
the
right.
Dolphins,
That's where we need to be. That's why
we need to-
That's
we
why
need
we're
to be-
tipping.
we certainly need to push for top freaking 5 in points in the NFL, and that comes with
And
at
then our
least-
defense
at
giving up
least 26.
23 will be a non sequitur.
First
Yeah,
of
wouldn't
all,
even matter.
this is
23
if
points
you
would be a
saw what I
drop in the
put in the
bucket.
chat. To me, that comes with a healthy dose of running game. You keep the defense off the field. You put the pressure on the team by winning the time of possession, and that running game sets up the whole point of this offense. It's the one
And
thing
wouldn't
I
you
think we were
agree that
missing
less
more of than
time
anything.
means less? Wouldn't you agree that less time means less scores? So wouldn't that inherently drop the defense's points per game?
Jermaine, I didn't say top 5 offense. I said
top
5 in scoring.
That's a dumb statement because that's a
scoring,
bend
bro,
don't break
in scoring.
offense. Being ranked 6 overall is based on yardage means nothing if you ain't
Yeah,
scoring.
yards, fucking
If you're not hitting
prettiness
pay
and
dirt, it don't mean
style
anything.
don't mean a fucking thing. Only in miscongeniality contest. I don't give a fuck about that. I want top 5 in scoring. That's what I want because that's what matters. And to me, what's going to help us out in a top 5 scoring offense more than anything is the run game. We have the offensive firepower in the passing game. And I don't give a shit what anybody says. The addition of Braxton Berrios.
Use that dumb statement, top
The
6
addition of a
offense. They
guy
only
like
talking
Braxton
about yards.
Berrios keeps that type of style of offense running down in and down out. I know it seems sneaky huge signing of importance for this team was Braxton Berrios. And I went over the depth chart last night. Him backing up Waddle while Craycraft is backing up Hill allows these guys, our top two dudes, when they're out, similar route tree guys that have the timing down. Yeah, okay, listen, either one of them are Waddle or Hill. But as far as timing and route running ability, they're emulating those two guys. That means down in and down out. What
is
this
once
offense
again, that's
does,
a yardage stat.
down in
24th,
and
what,
down
in
out,
yardage?
Crypto, it's going to be the same passing game, which we know is elite. We just need this run work. Because if you're going to open them up and they're going to spread the box out or get deep in coverage at the linebacking unit, then you gouge them for 3, 4, 5 yards at a time until you force them up. Yeah, the Dolphins scoring 23.4 has been our average. 23.4 has been close to an average over the last 8 years.
That's mid, exactly. That's less than a team with what?
We know, Alex.
Cedric
We're the
Wilson
ones that
on
just
there?
told you that, bro. 23.4. Is that acceptable to you?
It's acceptable to remain competitive if you got the number one defense in the league. But I don't think it's acceptable when I look at the talent that I possess on offense.
That's my point. And again, Capitan, can you confirm for me what I'm contending is that if we were to score more on offense, it would inherently drop our points per game on defense.
Especially with this Fangio scheme that wants you to take shots down the field to play catch up. It's
Without
something I've been
doing
saying.
anything different. If an offense scores more, its defense will give up less points. There'll be less time for that other offense to score. It's mathematics.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Like I said, you can 100%. And in some instances, you can blame the defense only 99% of the time. There's an instance where you could blame the offense 100% of the time. Yes, I said it. 100% of the time, there's a case where you could blame the offense.
I challenge any football professional out there listening that might be hearing my voice to tell me that a defense's points per game wouldn't go down if your offense held the ball more and scored more.
Hold on.
I challenge somebody to tell me that doesn't happen.
Holding the ball more is exactly what my point was in the run game. Now, there is something to be said that there's plenty of offenses.
No, it's not, because you be running the clock out on yourself if you're not scoring.
Just listen. There's plenty of offenses that are high powered that can score in a quick drive and rack up points quickly. That does their defense a disservice by giving the ball back to the offense. Allowing, there's a play with that. To me, this team can counterbalance all negative connotations with the high-powered offense, because I think that's what we possess with a steady running game.
In a balanced amount of time, if you can get up to a 2-score lead, it allows your defense to pin its ears back and go after their quarterback.
Well, of course, yeah.
That's another factor that will drive your points per game down on defense.
Well,
and then what happens is
that's what
you might take.
wants.
But here's the thing, Cap. You might take 12 minutes to do a drive. If you capitalize on it and score, let's say you do that twice, where the big score numbers come up is not because your offense can score quick. It's because you did that twice, and their defense is so deflated and they're so demoralized that the floodgates open up, and in the fourth quarter, you're getting stupid touchdowns. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're getting flagrant touchdowns. You're getting flagrant flags that put you on the
everything starts going your way. Exactly.
It snowballs out of control. There's
that's where the big scores come from. But the fact that your low points per game on defense is helped by your offense holding onto the ball and capitalizing on those drives. It allows your defense to start pinning their ears back because your opponent cannot run the ball.
Well, yeah,
it's fundamental football, man.
You
to
own
catch
them
up,
on
they
the
have to
time
throw
of
the ball.
possession, and not only that,
Just
but
like
you're
we did in the Buffalo game.
You show on your offense that, hey, when I get the ball, I'm going to drive the length of the field and bleed 10 minutes off this clock thereabouts. And so
And,
now that
and
you're
if you
up,
score a
say
field goal,
14
you
to
just killed
nothing,
yourself.
say you're up 14 to nothing, and
it's the
late
start of
in
the
the
third
second,
quarter.
or it's late in the second, and they got the ball, and you get the ball back at the half. You know that with this 4 minutes left on the clock that they have on their final possession, they're throwing their 4 minute drill comes out. So your defense becomes easier to plan for. You're gonna go, listen, look for the screens, look for the fucking them trying to take a shot on single coverage, and we're gonna let them come to us this thing. We're gonna give them the drive the length of the field. When they get to the 40, we'll sink down the edge of the field, and now we'll tee off on their asses. And that's what you do.
And when you're up by 14 midway through the third, your defense can just go at the quarterback. They have no reason to respect the run game.
Right.
No, they don't. As long as you play too high safety,
big runs, yeah.
As long as you keep a too high safety, that running back's never supposed to not ever pop one off for the full length of the fucking
today's
field.
NFL, you might be more comfortable with like 17 points at that juncture of the game. You know what I mean? Like if you're up by 17 with 2 minutes left in the third, they have to pass the ball.
Well, hold on. Would you say time of possession would dictate whether or not a defense can get off the field? Because if we win in the time of possession,
that means your defense has
getting off.
Yeah,
right.
And that means that their offense has less time to put points on your defense.
At the very minimum, your defense is better rested late in the game. At the very minimum. At the absolute minimum, your defense is a better rested defense, hopefully playing with the lead if you're winning the time of possession late in the fourth. That's just a typical stat. Whatever the lead is, whether it's 3 points, 7 points, 10, doesn't matter. You're holding a lead in which your defense has
right, and game over game. If you do that consistently, game over game with less time overall for your opponent to score against you, it will mathematically drive your defense's points per game down.
The thing I
midway through the year last year, what people don't realize, Crypto, is we brought up Kansas City, and yeah, they only gave up 21.9 or whatever, right? But they forget that midway through the season last year, while they were scoring 29 a game, they were giving up what we were, 24 points per game. That dropped by the end of the year to 21.9. So, yes, they were exactly like us. The difference being they can seem to score 29 points per game without Tyreek Hill. We can't score more than 24 with Tyreek Hill. That's a problem.
Exactly, right.
Not saying the problem won't be corrected, but to sit here and stick our head in the sand and be like, no, defense has to do better. Sorry. I mean, come on.
We punted 2 straight times. Well, that will be
V21 says score was 14-20 late. We punted 2 straight times.
Against who? Against Chargers last game?
Which game was 20-14? You talking about the 49ers game?
Could have been the Chargers. Because if we could have both scored another field goal, that would have ended 23-17. So it could have been the Chargers he's talking about.
Yeah. So
yeah, he says he's talking about the Chargers. To me, the opportunity lost in the Chargers game was the offense in the first half. Let's be real. The offense
because 7 points,
to say the least,
put us up by 1 point.
Well, Capitan, check this out. And I don't know if you were listening earlier. Our average on defense given up was 23. Our average scoring on offense was 24, right? We lost that game 23-17, which means our defense did its average job of giving up 23 points to a high-powered offense, okay? And our offense scored 17 points. Who did their job?
Yeah, I mean, I
and if our offense would have done their job, if our offense would have scored its average, we literally would have won 24-23.
So what was the top defenses in scoring last year? Who was the top defenses in scoring? I would imagine, it's going to be the Philadelphia. It's going to be fucking San Fran. But what were the numbers?
Top defenses in scoring. The top was, I believe, I got it right up right here. Give me just a second. I got to shift back over to defense. Kansas City was number 1 in scoring on offense, 29.2 per game, while giving up. They
gave up like 27, right?
No, they gave up 20. Where are they at? Where'd you go, Kansas City? They gave up 21.7.
Then that's still better than our defense, and that's
what our 3-year average. But Capitan, that's what our 3-year average was before we fired Flores.
But you know what though? That high-powered offense scoring a whole touchdown more, it puts the pressure. And this is why it's a team game right here. If that offense is up 14-0 on you, the defense can expect them to pass.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And that's what we're trying to say. And to me, here's going to be the
They're
trick.
going to be much more one-dimensional.
All right,
that is 101, Capitan.
Right,
that is football 101.
Listen, now that everybody, and I believe chat is finally understanding and hearing what we've said on this, because we've said it from every direction. To me, it's going to come down to this coaching staff, Mike McDaniel, to all of them, to not get caught. I don't want to say believing their own hype, because I don't think that's
it's
not
up to Tyreek Hill.
It's kind of. I'm just saying they've got to remain diligent and to say, hey, you know what? Let's not just air raid this football out. They can't do it, man. You have to establish this run early in this season, find it in your blocking scheme, and keep it to where you can use it almost at fucking will. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and they've got. Listen, it's so important because there's a slippery slope where I think midway through the season last year, we just saw this offense say, "Fuck it, we are just gonna dice bitches up." Well, once you can't, you get in a dogfight and you have to run, and they know it. You can't just go throwing on them, and that's what.
Well, I don't think there's, and I don't think. Remember what I said. Our 3-year average under Flores was roughly 21.5 per game, giving up. Right. Well, I don't think there's a small coincidence that the best season we've had, 10-6 in the last couple years, our offense was scoring 25.6 per game that year.
Well, that ain't no lie. And also, but
with a garbage football team, with a garbage offense, with paper we wouldn't even wipe our ass with.
The turnover margin was huge. Defense scored plenty of points that year, and it did.
You see, that's a false fallacy too, because it's not our defensive touchdowns was not as much difference than the defense touchdowns last year.
And they don't factor defensive touchdowns into offensive points per game.
I know that, boys, but just simplicity of the defense itself, turnovers, shutting them down.
You're making our point, Capitan.
Better.
The offense was paying the defense off for rewarding them for those things,
for those turnovers. Exactly.
And I just want to point out,
the offense wasn't being rewarding our defense.
Absolutely decimated last year. Okay. So, again, we can expect better from this defense. And on the minimum part of it, we can expect better defensive play calling situationally from Fangio, plus schematically as well.
So just so you're aware, Capitan, to answer your earlier question, the San Francisco 49ers were number 1 last year in points per game. They gave up 16.3.
See, now that was, I knew it was the Niners. It was either the Eagles or the Niners.
Buffalo comes in second with 17.9.
Holy shit. I didn't think Buffalo was that good when I seen them.
Oh, yeah. And how many points did we score in the playoff game with our 7th round rookie? How many was that, Crypto?
What did like 20 something?
31.
31. Are you saying that Skylar Thompson put 31 points on a defense that only gives up 17.9 per game? Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying that Skylar Thompson holds the best?
Even if we count the defensive touchdown, we still scored
in the NFL
7 more than that they gave up on average.
By the way, guess who was 4th, giving up only 18.6 per game? Oh, the team that Skylar was 1-1 against, the New York Jets.
Yeah.
Baltimore Ravens. Now, this is gonna and Okay, I know EM's not listening right now because he's never listening when I actually say these types of things, so he can sit there and keep lying about what I say, right? But to Tua's credit, the Baltimore Ravens were third, giving up 18.5 per game. So Crypto, I don't think that was a collapse that
Who
game.
was top 5? Who was 5th?
What we
And
talking
who
about
was
early in the
6th?
season?
What were their points?
Defenses
What were
are
their
all
points
over the
per
place in
game?
offensive rankings.
5th comes in at 20.1. There's a tie at 5th between the Dallas Cowboys and the Cincinnati Bengals.
All right, so now let's just listen here. This defense needs to give up, well, by all accounts, top 5 defenses follow Fangio wherever he goes. If this defense is giving up 20 points a game or less,
we're
and
there.
this offense is scoring 26.5 points a game or more,
That's
an AFC. That's an AFC championship.
You're damn right. You're absolutely
who's
right,
spewing
bro.
shit, Rashad? What are you talking about?
By the way, Capitan,
what?
Tied at 5th was Dallas and Cincinnati. Then the next place will be 7th because there's no 6th. Tied at 7th is the Washington Commanders and the Super Bowl runner-up Philadelphia Eagles at 20.2.
Teams that boast very fierce defensive line.
And another one that had some
What is their
Fangio
offense?
consultation at the very least.
What did Philly score on offense per game?
Oh, that's what I was getting to, Crypto, because let's remember that the Kansas City Chiefs, their Super Bowl opponent who beat them, gave up 21.7 per game, right? Now let's go back over to offense, okay? Kansas City comes in at number 1, 29.2. The Eagles are third at 28.1. So they'll get every bit of the 21.7 that the Chiefs give up, and the Chiefs will get every bit of the 20 points that the Eagles give up. What was the difference in the fucking ball game? The offense.
The offense was the difference. When all else is even, there's a tiebreaker. The offense was the tiebreaker.
And what was the score of that game, Crypto? What was the score of that game? Hold on. Because if we're saying that it's going to be the offense, then the Chiefs should have won the game 29.2 to 28.1. What was the score of that game?
34-31.
Oh my God. 1 point. Or 3 points.
3 point. One possession.
Inside the swing of
at the end of the day, it was a one possession game.
Odds, if you
and they want to tell me averages don't matter, Crypto. That averages aren't reality.
Well, Color, aren't we just doing what I always hear?
Exactly.
The numbers.
Exactly. And we're actually applying it to reality. We're using it to illustrate and support what we saw with our own eyes.
Are just flash numbers. Yards per whatever, Okay, good. Those are all great.
No one
numbers
saying
to have.
Fangio had anything to do with.
That's cool. How many sacks?
I definitely
whatever.
didn't say that Big
It's
Nick that
about
he had anything
points.
to do with it.
Well, how
he had
did
nothing
they,
to
how
do
did
with
they
the
think,
offense neither.
When
It was just
Vegas
a
comes
shell
out with a
game.
score prediction, how do these people think they do that? They do exactly what we're doing right here, looking at points per game on both sides of the ball for each team. It's that simple. And as the season goes along, it gets more accurate. Look, case in point is the Chargers. What week was the Chargers game? Week 12 or something?
Well, I didn't catch that what Color said, Big Nick. But I know I didn't say it. That was just a cover for Big Fangio, because he was incoming to Miami. That Philly was helping us out on our propaganda game for him.
I said consultation. That's all I said. And I specifically used the word consultation at the very least.
I don't
That's
give
what
a
I
fuck.
said.
Big Nick, stop it with your crazy ass. God damn it. Anyhow, I
He's
say
a consultant.
Well,
He
what I'm
definitely
saying
was
though,
not a
real quick,
coordinator.
let me land that 1 point real quick, because as I said, as the season gets longer and the sample size gets larger, those averages on points per game become more accurate. Case in point, we played the Chargers in week 12, 13 or something like that, late in the year. And we literally, other than our offense, everything happened according to the averages. We give up 23 points per game. That's what they scored. We scored 24. We fell short by a touchdown. But if we would have, the game would have ended up with us winning by our averages, 24-23. That's reality. And the numbers show the same thing.
Now the playoffs, all bets are off. Shit's just different in the playoffs. That's
First
why
game of the
scoring
year?
touchdowns.
No, they don't mean nothing first game of the year. I get it. It's like what we're talking about right now, points per game last year, means nothing for
Bullshit.
this
No,
year.
no, no. You want to know why it doesn't mean nothing? Because when we
McDermott
take these
didn't have the
averages in,
timeouts at his
it's
advantage.
it's
'cause
part of the
Kansas City
calculus.
You're
scored
right.
anyways.
You're right, Capitan. It matters in the respect that we need to get those numbers down, or one of them up and one of them down. I'm just pointing out that bringing one of them up will inherently make the other one go down without changing anything.
Again, and when we can get into the minutia, to me, this is when you get into the
Well, I guess Michael
the
Caine
depth
going at another
of-
Bills fan.
of the numbers. And to me, it's time of possession that rolls all other gears into where you want them to be. That's what I think. This time of possession, strictly with a
But
run
it was
game
meaningless, Big Nick.
implemented.
Being an offensive consultant is meaningless.
Just doing that and that alone
Philly
will
didn't need him.
change the overall points on
Right.
on your offensive score, your overall defensive points given up because of time of possession. To me, it is one analytical thing that changes all of this. Because the offense, I don't think I can ask any more of it being high powered. To me, the
Right.
reason it
It's
stalled
just scoring.
and the reason it wasn't effective at times is because they got away from the run game.
Yep. And again, that culminates in more scoring. That is our only issue. I've been harping it all off season. Our biggest issue is cashing in all this yardage for points.
And to me,
It's that
you're going to
simple.
cash in.
Yeah, you
You're
gotta
going to
cash
cash
in.
in more yards for more points
End zone
by
efficiency.
winning more
Exactly,
time of the
NFL.
possession.
Yep.
And the only way
You
to
can't
win it
sum it up.
more is through the run game. And
You're
I'm
right.
telling you right now, you dissect this with a higher dose of run that is effective, picking up 3, 4, 5 yards at times to then implement the play action. Then now you start dictating the defenses, loading the box to then take over the top of them. And now you demoralize people late in games because you've been running down their throat. They're trying to prevent
What
Tyreek
other
Hill and Waddle
comments you
getting
talking
loose.
about?
And then in the third fucking quarter, when you're up 10 points on them, you take a strike and put one over. Now they're down 17, and our defense gets to pin their ears back for the remaining of the second half.
Exactly.
And now you're fucked.
And guess
You're
who
fucked.
doesn't get to pin their ears back when you do that?
They don't, because they
Boza.
got to play whatever you do. They want.
Boza
They
doesn't.
want to fucking get down in the
Hang on
box
one
to stop
moment.
the run game. I'm gonna strike over you
I'll be
again.
back
They
one
want
more. I'll
now.
be
I
going
do
back.
whatever I want on offense.
Hang on, call. I'll be back.
Right on. Take your time, Crypto. Yeah, you're right, Capitan. That's precisely what I've been trying to say. How do you neutralize Boza? You don't get a better offensive lineman. You score enough to where he can't come at you. He has to respect your run. He has to respect the play action. He can't just tee off on you.
Yep. It's when it's third and long and you need to score is when that guy or any other pass rusher for that matter gets to do what he does best and earn his paychecks. And that's the facts. You can't ask Jalen Phillips. Look, how many times we see Jalen Phillips take a step up and then play laterally down the line the run. Does it all the time. Diving 8 feet away and tripping somebody up on their shoes. You don't want Jalen Phillips doing that. You do because he could do it, but you want him to just rush that passer and scoop up these guys and cause strips and sacks and shit like that.
Exactly. And when you're up by a score or two, what do you care? I mean, look, if it's the right time of the game and you're up by enough points, you do not have to worry about them running the ball.
Yeah, you're up.
I mean, yeah, they'll throw in a draw
third.
player every once in a while to keep you honest, but you do not have to worry about the run.
No.
And that makes guys like Chubb and Phillips, even Wilkins, it's time to eat when it's like that.
You know, the Patriots used to do this.
We used to do it.
We used to do this. Yep. We used to do this. We would run. We would get them beat on the clock. We'd bang up their secondary by getting blocks downfield and let our running back just pound into fucking DBs and freaking safeties and shit like that. And then all of a sudden now this guy who's been dead-legged 4 times in the game has to freaking keep up with Waddle on a freaking double move. Good luck.
Mhm.
Dude, there's a man, dude, the run game is so important right now to this football team because there's usually other answers that we need more. We're like, look, we're down. We need to air this ball out. I think this team possesses the type of offense that if it's fourth quarter and whoever gets the ball last needs to drive it down the field, I think we got the team that can do that time in and time out. I do. On weaponry alone. So we
Hey,
just
you
need
want
to
a
we just
another
need
way
to
to another way to neutralize Boza is throw right at his face. Release off the tight end and throw it right to the tight end immediately. Spread, throw it right over the top, like, stretch him out so that the safety can't come underneath and pick it off. You know what I mean? And that guy's off to the races, man.
and that's how you freeze him later on a play where the tight end gets to the second level off the chip block off of him, and he's standing there looking for the pass, and then come around the edge is Alec Ingold that just puts a hat on him hard, and you can run it right at his face. Now you're pissing him off.
Yep. Keep coming in on that. Keep pinning your ears back, Boza. We'll just keep knocking them back onto your face.
So yeah.
But I tell you what, we're not going to get any better on defense until that shit happens. Don't matter who our coordinator is.
Well, I don't know. Listen, we start disguising coverages in the secondary and start getting organic turnovers like this defense used to. Because I mean, listen, say what you want about Flores, but he had some great the coverage disguises in the back end of his defense that allowed interceptions. He would call plays. These guys would move around. There'd be a late shift post snap, and they would be right where they needed to be in coverage. That if the pass went there, they were going to catch his ass slipping. And quarterbacks, a lot of quarterbacks, especially system quarterbacks, would fall for the cheese on this because that's what we did. And Fangio is going to bring that same shit back. That's just a fact.
The only difference is we're not going to be standing up, worming around. It'll just be it'll be hand in the dirt. Nobody knows what direction we're going at the snap of the ball.
Well, I mean, the good thing about a 3-4 that's a hybrid defense is that at any moment you're running a 4 or a 5-man front that's coming after you.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll see very, very, very few 5-man fronts, though, to be honest with you. Like what we've seen out of Jacksonville, they'd bring 5 guys a lot. And that defensive line was – I like their scheme, not going to lie. I like that kind of football. You beat up the line of scrimmage, you get everybody in their face, you make it harder for the quarterback to throw. Problem is, with a quarterback like Tua, if he starts figuring out that short 2-second timing and where he wants to put the ball, he'll chew you to fuck up. You know what I'm saying? You bring 5 guys and he starts getting in a rhythm and he's hitting 2.1, 2.2, dropbacks and just dicing 5, 6, 7-yard passes. You're gonna fuck your day up, boy. You're gonna turn around and you're gonna be down 17 points.
He will move your walled garden down the field.
He will definitely take that fucking 5-man front and push you back. So, and that's what's good. You have to dictate what defensive formation they're gonna run to you, and you can do that on offense. But to me, it starts with that run game, bro. And you're not going to find a lot of defensive lines that have 5 defensive linemen that could push around. So typically you're finding a lot of teams that have gone light with speed, and they're certainly going to have their light with speed personnel out on the field against us with our wide receivers, with our weapons. They're going to want to be light and speedy.
That's where I think Mr. Brooks comes in, bro. You know what I mean? Get them light, speedy guys out there and then shove Brooks right down their throat from the 10-yard line and score a touchdown.
Just give me a regular I formation, Tua under center with Alec Ingold laying out the block, and take it right out the B gap and the A gap every couple of downs a game just to keep everybody honest. It's going to – and to me, bro, when you get loose, these guys are – something I think the NFC gets this, okay? AFC, not so much because it's such a pass-happy AFC right now. But there's something to be said, and that's why I like this West Coast in the fucking AFC that we have with a fullback, you get your running backs downfield. Yeah, okay, the safety tackles him, but that's not after he puts everything he's got into that safety. Now, he's only taken 5, 6, 7 snaps. That safety's taken 45 snaps. Well, come snap 40 late in the fourth quarter, when Tyreek Hill hasn't been getting those licks, and this kid has,
Exactly.
he's got to fucking turn up field and start chasing Tyreek Hill. He couldn't do that healthy.
Yeah.
That's when you take the piece out of their ass, bro.
Yeah, you know what type of player you need to defend that kind of shit. He's sitting on our injured reserve right now, Jalen Ramsey. But he's ours.
Yeah, exactly. What up, Lou?
Yeah. Yeah, it
What's
was.
going on, fellas?
What's up, Lou?
Nothing, dog. Just educating the fools out there.
Hey, is your company open today too for Labor Day, or just
No,
no?
they're open.
They're open, yeah. That's
They're
funny.
always
Bunch of
open.
heathens. Bunch of heathens, man. The
my
one store you can
company's
count
always
on being open is the dispensary. That's hilarious.
They always open, damn it.
It's like the
Mine's
liquor
is
store.
always open too.
24/7.
Fucking need that medicines,
We
dog.
can't close down. my company get in trouble if we close down.
We
The
have a
world's
full
in trouble if
revolt.
my
We don't
company
have
closed
medicines. Labor Day. How am I fit to take the day off, damn it?
I'm telling you. How we all supposed to have a Labor Day kumbaya, man?
Yeah, bro. How am I supposed to talk football?
Yes.
Nah, Lou, we were breaking down the numbers, right? And we were going through top 5 scoring offenses, top 5 scoring defenses, and then how the Dolphins can find themselves in top 5 in both categories. We then broke down the analytics of Dissolve, what it came down to. And to me, winning the time of possession, which is going to be done with a better run game, that one small wheel turn puts us in a top 5 defense and a top 5 offense.
I would agree. I've been listening. I was here when the conversation first started, and me and Color were getting major pushback in the chat about it's about the offense scoring more points. So listen, you guys have been doing great. I've already come to the realization I'm not arguing with these damn idiots anymore. I'm sorry. I'm just not, bro. People are gonna believe what they want to believe. Cap, you know where I've been all this whole off season. I mean, hell, all you guys know. Frankly, I'm just tired of talking about it. The fact of the matter is, there's no more damn excuses for me. So one way or another, however this season goes, I'm going to be on this great network, which is the Fins Tailgate, and I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to give it to you uncut, unreal, just like all the other guys on this network. That's why I believe we get so much hate, right? Oh, the Fins Tailgate, there's no negative there. No. We don't eat our Lucky Charms. We don't chase rainbows. We don't believe in fucking unicorns and leprechauns. That's what it is. If you like that kind of shit, there's plenty other places you can go get those fluff pieces and all that other bullshit that you want to hear. The fact of the matter is, if you want to hear the real about the football team, if you want to know the inside and out of what's going on with the Miami Dolphins, you come over here to the Fins Tailgate, because whether you like to hear it or not, at least the one thing you're going to get over here is the real.
Yeah, we
And I'll
talk
just leave it
about
at
we
that.
believe in real
I'm done
animals
with the
around
argument
here.
back and forth.
We believe in real animals around here, like dolphins.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Listen, I'm tired of going back and forth with idiots all damn day for 3.5, 4 hours a show.
Well, you know
It's
what,
not gonna
Lewis?
get us nowhere.
And the funny thing is, everything we're talking about the offense right now, this whole subject, we already went through on Late Night XL Saturday night. Like that was what the whole show was about.
Exactly.
It's like talking to a wall, bro. I swear.
I'm back,
Well,
fellas.
you know,
I just made me
it's
some
kinda
bacon
like-
and some grits, so I'm ready for some more cooking, Lewis. Where's the apron? I got my
Grits.
bacon and grits, man.
Ain't you in the north? I didn't think they knew what grits
I
were
love
there.
grits. Fuck
I got
around.
some
I love
grits,
me some
goddammit.
grits.
I got me some
Yeah,
bacon and
hell
some
yeah.
grits. I'm ready for some more cooking.
That must be
Hell
right
yeah.
on
Put
the
some
border.
cheese in them grits too, Crypto.
Yeah, cheese.
I'm putting some
yeah,
cheese
cheese
in
would be
them
good.
grits, dog.
Maryland must be right on the border, bro. You know, like of grit land and no
Fuck
grit
around
land.
and find out. Listen, there's corn all up in that bitch, Color. I see it. They got corn everywhere around in that motherfucker, dog.
See, it's not
Listen,
north and south anymore. It's
Lou.
grits or no
Lewis
grits.
gonna have to send me one of them aprons now, man. I'm
Lewis,
ready.
it's something we've grown accustomed to. People don't want to hear the truth. They want the bubbles and the unicorns and the rainbows, and that's cool, man. And we play to the positivity, but I'm not gonna sugarcoat the reality for you. I'm not gonna dispel reality and sell you absolute delusion.
Yeah,
It's just
nobody
not
here
gonna, it's
ever
not gonna
said I
happen.
didn't. No, I never said I didn't think we couldn't raise those numbers and shit. You know?
No, we're talking about literally. We went down and said, "Why is it? How are we going to
Yeah.
get those numbers?"
This is
That's what
exactly.
we
This is what we
conducted.
got to do. We got to score more points per game. That's just what we got to do. Nothing
And
wrong with
scoring
saying
more
that.
points per game comes from winning the time of possession.
If
And coming
somebody
that
didn't
is
come
the
in
run
like
game.
Rashad and say, "Nah, we're all right," we wouldn't have went down this road. You know what I mean?
Hey, Crypto, I just want you to know too, and for all the fans, listen, I'm gonna go spend a beautiful day with my wife, my kids, and we're gonna enjoy this Florida weather, right? But the apron is real, because I am taking my apron out tonight or today. It's on me right now.
Oh,
Sweet Labor Day apron right there. Look at that cooking, folks. Because that's all you've been doing all day today is cooking, folks.
I am putting a face on it. It is real, ladies and gentlemen. You go
Yeah.
find
It
it at the Fins Tailgate Network, right? Go order you one, man. It's the season for it. Go get it.
Exactly. Yep.
You don't want to be caught at the tailgate without it, bro. Don't get caught at the tailgate without
make
it.
sure when I'm cooking my next batch of bacon and grits, I'm gonna have it on.
Yeah. Next time I'm cooking the audience, I'm gonna put it on.
Right.
So yeah,
That's right.
yeah. I'm not interested in arguing about it. I think you'd have to really be thinking that. Look, not could the Dolphins have a pass happy attack like Patrick Mahomes for sure. Absolutely. Could they be an air raid type of offense that just slings it like they did last season? Yeah. And could Tua get better and the whole offense get better, and we can just tee off like that? Sure. I think it's absolutely a capable thing.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
think
we're
it's going to
definitely scoring
behoove
more than
us.
17 this game.
I don't think it's going to behoove us in the long term against opponents we're going to go against, bro. And those opponents that have these run games or these pass rushers or this secondary that you want to manipulate, you're going to need to run the ball with purpose, bro. It is the one element of this offense that I thought in the beginning of getting Mike McDaniel was going to be the linchpin of his offense. And it changed with getting Tyreek Hill and having Waddle and 2,000 freaking receiving yards and all that stuff. I don't want to lose sight of this Mike McDaniel outside zone that I've seen, that I know he can implement, that I've seen in the preseason now. I've seen it in practice. And I think it's the one thing that'll make this offense unstoppable. Unstoppable. And by doing that, it puts all the pressure on their offense to do what they have to do to score. They have to abandon the run. They have to push the ball downfield. And because they're passing 3 straight downs, that second incompletion now putting them at 3rd and 6 puts you in an advantageous situation with your pass rushers and your fucking defense. I don't understand how much more can I explain it, damn it?
I think the reason people have this Pollyannish idea about the offense is because we only see negative on defense. So when somebody scores, unless you're talking about a pick six or a fumble recovery for a touchdown, generally speaking, when somebody scores against us, it's against our defense. And so it always puts our defense in a negative light. Even your standard scoring. I mean, unless you're shutting out every single team you play, you're going to see something negative from your defense in every game. And I think that's why it's just easy to have a negative frame of mind when thinking about any defense, as opposed to offense.
I don't believe that one bit.
I'm speaking psychologically. You know what I mean?
Well, and no, I get it, Color. I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is I don't believe that to be the case, because at the end of the day, if Tua Tagovailoa was number 32 and he was playing corner or safety, the defense wouldn't be a problem. The fact of the matter is we can't call out anything that has to do with the offense because it's Tua. And let's just be real, bro. I can't come out here and say 5 minutes ago that I'm going to keep it real and then lie to these people. The people that get in their feelings about the offense is because Tua Tagovailoa was leading. Fact of the case is, when Skylar Thompson almost won us the playoff game, right? Or he was the quarterback there, they don't have no problem blaming the offense for that game, though, right? Where we scored plus 30.
Yeah, or crediting the defense
for that. It's Tua, man. It's sickening to this point. You can't say nothing wrong with this football team if Tua is attached to the part that you're criticizing, right? You say something about the offense. Well, no, that can't be because we have Tua, and by every metric in the world, he's a top 5 this, and he's the most accurate this, and he's a good Samaritan, and he's bro. Stop. The fact of the matter is that's what the real is.
Boy, you know, I tell you what, it sure would be nice if the NFL awarded points for that shit.
Hey,
We would already won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because
Lewis coming for their next today, boy.
But he's speaking a quiet part out loud. He's speaking what you call a quiet part out loud.
All the nonsense, man. We all know what it is. Everybody
Lewis,
here,
is that the Twitter? Is Twitter wearing on you? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
well, Cap, I'm not going to say they're wearing on me, right? It's not just Twitter. It's just in general, right? We are.
No, listen,
I know. I played the positive role all off season. I am high on this football team.
We should eavesdrop on them right now. We should pull it up and on one of our phones and listen to them.
Cap knows everything I'm about to say now. I am positive, and I played the positivity role. The fact of the matter is we're 6 days away from football, from the Miami Dolphins kicking off this season. And I'll be goddamned if I'm going to allow anybody in this fan base to feed me more excuses. This is year 5 in the rebuild. I've watched the Jacksonville Jaguars rebuild in the same amount of time, and they're in the playoffs. I watched the Cincinnati Bengals start a rebuild as soon as we did, and they've been to 2 AFC Championship games and a Super Bowl. I'm tired of these fucking excuses. I'm tired of every metric. I'm tired of the defense. I'm tired of the special teams. This team has to win. They have to put up or shut up. And if they don't, you're going to find the Rabid Dolphin on the Fins Tailgate Network giving everybody the business.
But Lewis, I got a hypothetical question for you, Lewis. If Tua, though, wins a Super Bowl this year, is he better than Dan Marino?
Yes, he is.
I told you I'm not letting you motherfuckers ruin my day. I told y'all that.
Hey,
I want to add some more salt to that. Hold on, I want to add some more salt because listen, speaking of the Jacksonville Jaguars rebuild, that came during this time where that franchise lost 21 consecutive games in a row, and they still managed to beat us to one playoff win in 20 years. Think about that for a moment.
They also won their
that was also a
division
franchise that. Yeah, there's also a franchise that lost 21 straight games.
Exactly.
And let's call it like it is.
Our division sucked too. That's the Patriots.
Be real though. They proved that they are good in that division. If their division sucks, you're probably right. But in other words, they proved that they were the ones that deserved to go forward because they won a playoff game last year. They didn't just go one and done.
Right.
Yeah, but they drew the Chargers, dog.
Yeah. And one thing I want to piggyback off what Lewis was saying. The same thing goes for Christian Wilkins. Oh, he hasn't missed a game. He's a motivational speaker. Dude, I think he's expendable, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that. Listen, we talked about Ray Lewis. Now you want to talk about heart and soul of the defense? That's what you call a heart and soul of the defense. Ray Lewis, not a guy who takes fucking towels from their opponents. And
he's heart and soul of an entire town, man. The guy was literally playing on another team for another city and could still come here and have 1 billion people partying with him after beating our ass down in Miami.
Yeah.
Not me, Claire. I wouldn't party.
Wilkins, man.
Listen, not to get off on a tangent on the Wilkins thing, but if Wilkins does step into the massive role he thinks he should be billed at, then we'll worry about it. Just like what I'm going to tell Lewis. Lewis knows what I'm talking about. I've been on the positivity hype. I'm still positive.
Me too.
But I'll be damned if I see negative shit and I'm not going to.
I'm not positive, goddammit. I'm out of grits. I need some more grits. I'm out of grits.
I'm not saying I'm gonna be standing on people's necks, but I'm very well may have some necks standing in my future. So just so we know, accountability around the corner one way or the other.
It's gonna rain.
It's gonna rain. That's what it is.
All I know is
this team gonna get it. This team should get it. This team has all the right pieces in all the right places. And I don't give a damn what anybody
That sounds
said,
like a
because
song,
if you want to,
Cap. That sounds like a
it
song.
is a song. It's a song to Super Bowl victory is what it is, Crypto. That's what it is. This is our swan song to Super Bowl victory. And to me, this team up and down the roster, but not just that, this coaching staff. You can't sit here, and I don't want to hear the offensive line. They've had plenty of opportunities to do different things with the offensive line. This coaching staff and this organization has chose to ride with what they want to ride with. And in retrospect, who are you going to add for the money you're going to spend for the guys you already possess to upgrade? That's it. That's where they've made their determinations.
You know what's funny? You want to know what's funny? And this is the best way to say it right here. What's wrong with this damn fan base and why we're so soft as not only a fan base, but a team in general, right? What have the Buffalo Bills fans done for years for their Buffalo Bills team? Make excuses. Oh, everything's going to be okay. Nothing ever changes in Buffalo. Same thing with the Jets, right? Oh, this is going to be our year. We believe. Oh, my God. The same things we do. There's a team in our division that just had a 20-year dynasty, brought home 6 Lombardi trophies, and every damn week I turned on the New England broadcast or game or watch Belichick speak after or Tom Brady speak after. Even after wins, what were they always saying? We have to improve. We have to get better.
Yep.
They were always being critical of themselves. Those are the teams that win. Stop feeding me all this rainbow unicorns. I believe. So let's spread good vibes. That shit don't win football games. The teams and the organizations that their fan base give them the business, like what we try to do here at the Fins Tailgate, that's when shit changes, and that's when the team starts getting better.
And you know what?
Right.
I want to say this.
Hold on,
real
Shake
quick.
Money. What
Hold
the
on,
hell is
hold
that
on,
you
Crypto.
drinking?
Hold on, real quick.
No.
I want to put this out there for anybody who doesn't understand what Lou is talking about right now.
Yeah.
Okay? This is what I want you to do, because it's obviously been some time. You need to go to a local high school football game or even a Pop Warner game, some low-level on-the-field football game, and watch the youth of this game play.
Right.
Go to a college game. Yes, the NFL has what it has. You can go to an NFL game, but I want you to get down on the ground level in the heat, in the fire, where you can see it, that electricity, and you'll then remember that this game is won on heart. It's won on hardness. It's won on toughness, not on excuses, not on what could have been and boo-hoo me. The ones who do that are the people who hung their head low after a loss. They never did that after a victory. You went and you said, yes, we won. Here's all the bad shit we did this week because we got so-and-so coming next week and we're beating them too. That's winning atmosphere right there.
Right. Listening to some of y'all's like listening to somebody grab their Tua fix and say a bunch of Hail Marys. You know what I mean? Like, man, it's disgusting sometimes, man.
No, you just need to get out there and remember what this game is really about.
That's a good one.
This game is about gladiators. It's about battle, bro.
You're gonna have a tour fiction. You're gonna have to do a tour fiction.
Or touricism or exercising.
Yeah, exercise. Exertua.
Yeah, I need a pair of extra scissors. That's what I need.
Yeah.
Them bitches cut through anything, dog. Cut through metal with that.
Yeah, but hey, listen,
man.
I know we're laying it deep on Tua, but listen, for me, the magnifying glass is just as well focused on Mike McDaniel and the leadership he brings to the team.
10,000%.
Well, I think something that we talked in very seldomly about in the off season was I'm going to be paying attention, because if this team is struggling, where does the narrative go? Because I'm telling you right now, Vic Fangio ain't going nowhere. And this organization loves to pit the problems on a coach around here. I'm just saying, I like Mike McDaniel, but will they throw him under the bus to save potentially
And make sure he gets
Tua?
hit by all 4 tires too.
I'm saying, bro, and now I don't think that's the case. Mike McDaniel has a lot of respect, a lot of the following, all that stuff, but it wouldn't be out of the realm of what happens all the time in the NFL when a quarterback gets chosen over a coach. I think we've seen that sometime in the past few years.
I mean,
So,
I think HB's already got the thumbnail staged with the cartoon picture of Mike McDaniel with tire tracks on his face.
oh yeah, no, he can make
Let's
that
not.
totally.
Don't make us use that thumbnail. I mean,
Yeah, dude, don't be throwing Mike McDaniel under the bus, please.
And if they,
Yeah, that's a
not only
bad
would they,
thumbnail. You save that one, color.
not only would they throw him under the bus, but if they see a movie, they'll reverse it, hit him one more time.
Oh yeah, no, they'll definitely they'll give it the double tap.
Yeah, the reason why it's got to be on Mike McDaniel is because even if we fail this season, the players on the roster are going to bring up a huge question for our organization to face going forward. Can you reshuffle and make this team competitive or not? Is it a question of leadership? Because I think you're right. It's definitely not a question of not having the talent. The talent is there. It's a matter of making that talent effective enough to be competitive at the highest moments. You know what I'm saying? And
But KP, where does the failure come? Does it come within play calling? Because outside of some situational rookie mistakes and getting away from the run, which it irritates the hell out of me. I thought Mike McDaniel, as far as a rookie play caller and head coach, did fine. I don't.
No, there were
if he takes,
pluses and
if
there
he
were
takes
minuses.
even a marginal step backwards, you're on to something. But I don't foresee that, man. I think he'll step up, if anything.
Yeah, hey, like with any coaching staff and head coach, there were pluses and minuses. But at the end of the day, what's the brass tacks? What's that winning record? Are we in the playoffs or not? Are we competing for a Super Bowl? I don't know if he survives 2 years of just barely making it with this talent on this roster. I mean, especially given I don't want to go back, but
Here's the sad. Listen, KP, I gotta tell you this, and here's the sad fact, and this is why a lot of us old head Dolphin fans are gonna lose our shit. Because I agree with you. Squeaking into the playoffs at 9-8 and failing again, I'm not gonna fucking live with that. I'm gonna be pissed, and a lot of us are. But I'm sorry. Hold on. But I'm telling you guys, there is a large, massive swath of this fan base that's going to be sitting there talking about it in the most positive of light to protect their booze all up and down this roster and fucking team. Because who's to blame isn't really who's to blame. I'm telling you guys, that is my fear that we're at there come January time.
And he would. Are you kidding, Capitan? He would be the first head coach since Brian Flores to go 2 winning seasons in a row, bro. That's an accomplishment, bro.
And 2 playoff berths, Color. 2 playoff berths. So remember that back-to-back playoff berths. Doesn't matter if we won or did nothing. This is how it's done. You get a couple of playoff berths, then you go a little further, and 5, 6, 17 years later, you win a Super Bowl. No, it's not, people. You got 4 years with the talent you got. You better win now or win never.
But I mean, Brian Flores, that was that was so long ago. That would be quite a record to go 2 winning seasons in a row, man. It's been like 400 years since Brian Flores was our coach.
Yeah.
But all right, let me ask you this question then, El Capitan. What if they do go 9-8 but make it to the AFC Championship?
See, now that's different. Shake.
No, that's different. That may be a symptom of the league overall, Shake. That may be something we have to look at league wide. Like, was scoring down, or was just everybody's defense good?
Listen, I look minimally just at the AFC. I look minimally at the AFC. It wouldn't surprise me if there's 3 teams, one winning a division, all with 9-8 records in the playoffs.
Exactly. Given
nobody's arguing we don't have a tough schedule. We have 8 teams on our schedule that some outside our organization say should beat us. So if we're 9-8 in the playoffs, make a deep run, yeah, it could be just a symptom of this year's season. for everybody. You know, like
I'll say it right here. That equation
there may just
is
not
good
be a
enough
lot
for
of
me.
12-win teams overall. You know what I mean?
Hypothetically, that's good enough for me. Absolutely. Given the difficulty of schedule that's projected, as long as we make the playoffs and there's some contenders, I think you could say that this coaching staff has done its
A
job.
championship appearance have to justify that 9-8 record, though.
That's
You
correct.
can't be
That's
9-8 and losing the playoffs first round.
That's correct. I mean, we got to, at the bare minimum, we
You
got to
just
do
got to
it.
be better than your contemporary. You got to be equivalent or better than your contemporary, like the contemporary. So if everybody in the playoffs is 9 to 11 wins and we go deep in the playoffs, then no, that's not a bad seed. That's good. You know, that's, you know,
right,
contending
relative to the rest of the
right,
league.
relatively contending, exactly.
Yeah, but if we're like the 7th seeded team at 9-8 and the top seed is 14 wins, then that's a failure.
Especially if if 3 teams from the East get in, and we're the one with the 9-8 record, and the Jets and the Bills got 13 wins. Yeah, no, that's not.
Yeah,
no.
then that will
Sorry.
be a failure. Yeah, you can't have that happen. And bow out in the first round. That is unacceptable. What you got in the glass there, Shake Money?
Oh yeah,
You've been skating over there, sipping and tossing it up. What the hell you got going on over there?
I'm drinking my drink. I call it PIMP, pineapple juice and prosecco.
Okay, I got some pineapple juice and some leftover prosecco. What's the ratio? Well, how many
50-50.
parts prosecco?
1 and 1.
That's 1 and 1. Okay.
Yeah, or whatever the fuck you want to
do. 75 to 25.
Hey, whatever tickles your fancy, bro. I just finished off the last of it I have.
Okay,
that shit is good as fuck.
Left. Some prosecco.
Hell yeah.
Pineapple, right? Or the cranberry?
Cranberry, pineapple juice, whatever you want. I like pineapple juice better.
Just right on. Shake Money.
Hell yeah.
Prosecco.
Just finished mowing my lawn. I deserve it, goddammit.
That lawn kicked your ass?
No, that fucking heat kicked my ass. Holy
Hey,
shit.
man, you didn't put any Dubby in that drink, man? Put some Dubby in there with that pineapple juice and prosecco.
It's not it, man. It's not. It's only 90 degrees. It's not hot.
No, that'll be a 4 Loco.
Oh, that's a 4 Loco. Okay.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm running low on W. I'm gonna get the fruit punch in a couple of weeks. I'm gonna be doing a preview of that as well.
The new fruit punch.
Oh yeah, W energy drink. While using the hashtag TFTG, and as I use that hashtag. All I do, you click the link on the description below, right, or go to the website. You know, if you're gonna check out a good website, the Fins Tailgate website, the link is on that website as well. And if you click on that link, it automatically takes your gives you a 10% discount. You don't have to put in nothing because the link is is connected to our website. The discount automatically comes off. So
right. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so click on the link if you want some W, man. Dude, this has lasted me a long time. I drink this on the weekends. I still have like, I want to say about 8 more servings to go. So
you said that apple flavored one is more like a Jolly Rancher. That's it.
Yeah,
that's what it tastes like for Jolly Rancher.
The apple, yeah.
Okay. That's cool. Have you ever mixed either of the flavors together?
No, I haven't tried that yet.
Oh, okay.
Because what happened was I wanted to give a good review on each one of them. You know what I'm saying? Separately. Like I said.
Okay. Yeah, I'm the type of person that'll just start mixing shit and put it in the.
This one.
Once I get this flavor one.
The Calio cream and then the apple is a close second. That shit is good as fuck. I ain't gonna lie. The beach peach is not that bad. If you like Jello, what's that? Peach gelatin, then that shit is good for you. But
peach gelatin.
That's what it tastes like.
Okay.
But
yeah, I'm gonna have to order me a batch. The shipping is pretty good. How long it take to get one?
About a week
to get it shipped.
A week.
So I was thinking,
cool. I have to get me some.
If this ends up being another Groundhog Day season, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got you, babe.
And let's say we're still going with. Let's say we're still going with number one, right? I'm gonna create a T-shirt with an ostrich on it, wearing a Tua jersey with his head stuck in the dirt. It's gonna be available on our merch store.
And then that's the perfect image right there too, because that encapsulate our fan base.
And underneath
right
underneath the picture, it's gonna say "Roll Tide." Of course, that might be copyrighted, because I might not be able to do that. But
you think Roll Tide is copyrighted now?
But did you know I looked up Roll Tide, to find what's the synonym for a Roll Tide, and they say the synonym for Roll Tide is incest. I don't know.
Damn, Shake.
Damn.
Inbreeding. That's the other synonym for Roll Tide is. Right, MCJB?
MCJB told me to say that Florida, the Gators trash.
We should totally eavesdrop on the Twitter space right now. That would be some great content.
Eavesdrop on the Twitter space.
Yeah.
To see what they said over there.
Somebody put their phone up.
Put the phone on the thing, and we can eavesdrop on them. Yeah, that's
Now we'll see.
What would they be talking about now in the Twitter
We're gonna be
space?
calling the games live there, so we're gonna be calling games live. You know what I mean?
Right. You guys want to listen?
Yeah, go ahead. It's your show.
Here we go.
Goes into the practice spot. And yes, sir.
Wait, is that Ali?
Last year, when the clock was running low, or I don't know how comfortable Tua felt.
That's Dr. Reggie there.
When the clock is running and the coach ain't got to play to call the play. So I think that's going to improve. But I also think that Tua getting in a better play this year from last year is going to be huge as well. So I like McDaniel and Tua's maturation in this offense is going to be, I think, the biggest jump that we see.
Yeah, Kyrie was alluding to that last year was everyone's first year in the offense, and him and Christian Wilkins alluded to the growth of Tua, and we all know we're banking on the growth of Mike McDaniel in those areas that you were just talking about. So, I mean, bro, we've seen the statistics on what this offense does in year two. So we got some pieces.
Really? We have? How did we see those?
Right. Exponentially more growth because of the people that's in it. I mean, you talk about this offense growth with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Style, I get
Some of those guys. But you think about Tua
offense with Jimmy Garoppolo.
But
are we trying to get back Jimmy Garoppolo? I don't know.
They're literally
They're making a wrong comparison.
This is how you don't use statistics. You don't say just because most of the time this type of offense is constructed, the statistics show it doesn't get off the ground till year two. That is not how you use statistics.
Yeah,
no,
because
it doesn't.
You're not using the right spectrum.
No offense is built the same way. It doesn't matter if it's the same type or not. You cannot use that statistic to garner anything out of what the second year is going to be like for us implementing this type of system. I mean,
right. Because
that is not how you use statistics. I'm sorry. There's an example of how not to use them.
Right. But are they saying the Atlanta Falcons or whoever tried to use a version of this offense are guaranteed
that
success?
on average the second year is when it comes together? It's like, how do you quantify that?
Yeah.
Well, that's the case. Listen,
How
Josh
did they
Allen is
come up
under
with
his.
that?
Josh Allen is in his second year with his offense. Trevor Lawrence is in his second year with his offense.
No, with this offense,
That's a
with
good
the West Coast shake is what he's saying.
No, but I'm just saying though.
But yeah,
either
he's just saying
offense,
in
either
general,
offense.
any
In
offense.
general offense.
Second year should grant it a leap.
Well,
because
that's
you got
why
your second
that's
year
why
at it.
it's a misnomer, because you can say that about every offense, likely, on average. You know what I mean? Sure.
Yeah, but it's the second
Of course,
year
they're
of
going to
that
get better in
particular
their second
offense
year. So Josh Allen, this is his second year under
this new offense that they're running.
Yeah,
under this
and
new
not to mention Josh Allen. I mean, who's that? Ken Dorsey had the leg up because not only is this the second year on his offense, but this is his fourth year with Josh Allen.
Right.
It's fourth year, yeah, in total.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Trevor Lawrence, like you said, second year in his head coach, new system since Sticky Fingers left. You're good.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah,
I
you're
got
right.
you, Big Nick. I got you, Big Nick. I'm just saying it's a truism to say that. You know, like we know, like, of course, it's the bad teams that don't progress their second season.
Yeah.
He acts like the guy acts like it's a given. You know, that we're going to improve our second season because every West Coast does. Okay, well, yeah, but they still had to actually do it. And I'm sure there's teams that didn't.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the statistic would be 100%.
Right. Yeah, not all of them.
And as we know, nothing goes up or down in a straight line. So
straight line, yeah.
You know, not even minute by minute.
I don't know. I may have been oddball out. If we don't have any success in this offense, I'm the first one to say we need to scrap it, throw it in the scrap heap, because only certain personnel has been able to win with this type of offense.
I think Kahari has a lot of validity to what he's saying, though, about Mike McDaniel. I mean, I don't necessarily think about scrapping the offense. I'm a believer in it. If it's done right. I mean, look, KC's winning with it big time, you know?
Not particular with this offense. It's a way different complex version of this offense.
Okay, but it's still fundamentally the same idea. They've gotten to a point where their conveyor system is like can bring anybody in there and that offense moves.
Right, but the problem is our offense can't. We can't bring back DVP and the receivers
I know.
and run if it's offense efficiently.
No, but we can bring in guys that have the same attributes as the ones we have.
Yeah, it's the ones we got now. But see, KC can use it with. They can beat you with your weapons and beat you with their weapons.
Well, maybe, but
that's coaching part of it too. But Don Shula can beat you with your team and beat you with his.
I just honestly think
you got to be able to change
this system and this whole build would be at a different point with it. I'm just not going to say it, but yeah, I'll say it. This whole system and this whole thing we're doing would be further advanced if we had a different quarterback. And it don't even have to be Patrick Mahomes.
Well, it could be Gino Torretta, but that's neither here nor there.
Until we start putting up more points, I can say that. You know.
Yeah. I'm not a true believer.
6 days.
I'm only a true believer in a purest form of this offense, and that's the 80s version of this offense. I'm not necessarily a true believer unless you got a God tier quarterback in any version of this offense other than the 80s version of it.
Right. Because, I mean, honestly, the San Francisco version has been a pretender, right? I mean, it hasn't really won.
Yeah.
It's gotten close.
Exactly. They haven't been. Yeah, they've gotten close, but when it comes to that final piece, they don't do it.
It's ground up a lot of running backs, let me tell you that much.
And what's that final piece?
The guy that's up on the center. that,
The
that
Queensbridge
final piece
Project,
is what is
41st
the
shot.
final glue. Yeah, those running backs, KP, they run through running backs like strippers run through underwear.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's pretty much what they've been doing.
I mean, it's the system is literally set up to help the quarterback succeed. That's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah. Supposed to get those
Yeah.
one-on-ones on the outside, and then you need your quarterback to be able to like bomb the shit out of them when they give you that one-on-one. But you know,
Or give them a nice little corner post or deep post route where your receiver
that's right.
can take
Deep
it to the
post
house.
route, one-on-one, absolutely. Nice 30-yard, 40-yard game. And honestly,
579 big.
we saw some of that. We saw a lot of that, man, with Waddle at the beginning of the season. People naturally play off of Tyreek, but Waddle was eating on those deep posts, man.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Tua, to his credit, is very accurate as long, on that route in particular. I don't doubt him when it comes to throwing that in route, that deep in or that deep post, given that he has time. And then see, that's where that running game becomes so important. They have to respect that outside zone run, which means those linebackers gotta stay up. They can't drop back and try to fill those gaps, So, yeah, it's an interesting season, man. I'm not, I'm a bit of a pessimist, but I reserve judgment to see if our approach is going to be successful or not. And that's where it's at, man. Just keeping it real at this point. And hey, I want to be proven wrong when it comes to my belief in whether our quarterback is the right guy for this system or not. I would love to be proven wrong on that.
Yeah, classic projection, Mudbone. You're right, because Tua got all the credit and we only scored 16 points and gave up 10. But yeah, the defense gets no credit in that game. So once again, the foot and mouth disease is pretty contagious. But keep going.
Yeah, I got a little off tangent. What's the over and under on Christian Wilkins getting 10 plus sacks this season?
I don't know. I say about the same odds as Crypto saying, Devontae Parker, please come back to the Dolphins.
Okay, Shake. So you don't buy the argument that it was a scheme thing that limited Wilkins' pass rush opportunities in that 3-4 New England style. Because honestly, if
not
you look
necessarily scheme, but I do think that improvement and injury, or we'll say the injuries we suffered last year in the secondary, if we're able to improve because of being more healthy, then I would say that you're at least going to see an increase in coverage sacks. But I don't know if that gets him to 10. You know what I mean?
the way I'm thinking about it, I would like to see Christian Wilkins and that off D tackle role, not the nose, with that other D tackle and a more of a 4-3, having more 4-3 looks. And I wouldn't doubt that he can become the kind of penetrator and be very disruptive. I don't think he's ever in his career been asked to be in that role like 70%, 80% of the time. And I'm not even sure if our current offensive set is going to require him to do that.
According to our opponent's offensive lineman, he already is a penetrator.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
Hey, look, check this out. Look it up. And last year, everybody talks about how he led the league in tackles. He had 59 tackles, right? Most as a defensive tackle. Max Crosby had 58, right? That's like a 1% different in gap, right? Tackles. He had 3 sacks. Crosby had 12. There's a big gap in that whatchamacallit. DeForest Buckner, there's a big gap in maybe 44 tackles. So is number 3. But DeForest Buckner also had 7.5 sacks. 8 sacks.
Twice his amount. See, they leave that part out. They don't leave the tie-breaking stats out. What everything appears to be even on the tackle side, and they go hard in the paint on that. But then the obvious tiebreaker is that other category that you just illustrated. They conveniently forget that. They get selective amnesia and conveniently forget that.
No, what
and
they
leave that
do
out.
is crypto. What they do is they forget the margin difference with the number 2 guy. So what they're saying is,
that too.
They acknowledge that he gets he gets less sacks, but they're saying that there's a such a large disparity of how many tackles he gets that makes up for it. When in reality, you look at the number 2 guy and he's only got how many sacks? How many tackles less? Shake
one.
Just one single.
You know what I mean? Like, really?
Yeah, they try to make you believe that it's such a disparity in tackle because they overemphasize the fact that he led the league in tackle.
They know the average person is not going to go look at the number 2 guy and see that it's only 1 tackle difference. Yet, how many sacks difference? You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing too. He has a lot more combined tackles, but not as far as solo tackles, which is what I think counts more. Solo tackles.
Solo tackles. All right.
Well, I mean, combined tackles would be solos and
Somebody else.
assisted tackles.
Yeah,
assisted
exactly.
tackles. Yeah.
Yeah, 39
Somebody
assists.
Else, hit you in on a tackle with 39 assists.
And what did the number 2
and
guy
that would
have
be
in
more
assists?
like where you at on the field.
31, right? So it sounds like Sealer is helping Wilkins more than the second guy is helping him.
What's up, JR Black?
How can they sit there and say he's the one that helps Sealer when he has more assisted tackles than everybody in the league?
And the other guy, Crosby, has one more forced fumble than Christian Wilkins does.
Every time I hear the name Crosby, I just think of acting, Hollywood.
Bill Cosby?
It's come to mind. Yeah, just Crosby in general. That just sounds like a name that will be on the Hollywood star.
Crosby.
And how much money does this guy Crosby make?
What motion picture, what feature film was Crosby in?
And how much money does this Crosby make?
I'll find out right now.
I don't know, Crypto, but Denise Crosby was the lady on Pet Cemetery.
Yeah. She was
the blonde lady with the short hair.
Okay. Yeah. No
We had a
fear.
Bing
No
Crosby
fear,
too, right?
Damien. Gage. Matter of fact, I gave my nephew the nickname after the character in Pet Cemetery, Gage. I literally nicknamed my nephew.
Weird,
Gage.
Not gonna lie.
He signed a 4-year, $99 million on March.
So how much is that a year?
Kid.
So you're looking at 25, almost.
Now your point is right though, Color Man. In a different defensive scheme, with the way our DBs are going to be asked to play, not letting anything get behind them, keeping everything in front of them. I'm wondering if that's going to translate to more time for our, the Jalen Phillips of the world, the Christian Wilkins.
I mean, Kahari, all we need is like half second, considering how many fingertip jersey non-sacks there were. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that plus in sack shake. I'm just telling you, man, just keep your eye out for that.
There's the other thing too, Kahari, is that if we're disguising our formations and shit, that's going to add another half to full second of delay that the offense is going to have to diagnose what we're doing as the quarterback drops back. You know what I mean? And so that half second right there could be the difference.
Right. Yeah. The mixed zones, confusing zones. Because when you're on man, I mean, the release is it's a hot release, right? When you blitz a quarterback, he's usually got a hot release, so the guys can
usually
get
at
home.
the blitzer, yeah.
Right.
Hey.
Check this out. Kari, let's do a
What
friendly
was that, Shake Money?
Let's do a friendly.
What up,
My
Shake?
cat was getting on my fucking nerves. All right. If Christian Wilkins doesn't make that mark, right? You got to buy me a Shake Money t-shirt. And if I'm wrong, I'll buy you a KP t-shirt via the finstailgate.com.
Bet. Hey, you all heard it live on Labor Day Monday.
Yeah.
Shake t-shirt versus the KP t-shirt. And hey, you can buy both for $10.95. right now from the TFTG store. But yeah, we'll see what happens, man.
Hey, as a matter of fact, we'll put a caveat on here. We'll at the end of the year, we'll talk to whatchamacallit, HB, right? It'll say Shake Money. I was right. I wear it. And I have to wear it, right? And then I get to wear it. So whenever we do a show together, you're gonna see me on camera saying Shake Money. I was right. And
But Shake, man, you know, I got a problem with this. I got a problem with the bet, though, Shake. Because listen, I don't got no problem wearing a Shake Money shirt, man. It'd be an honor to wear that shirt, just in general. So it won't be nothing, man, to wear that shirt, man. I'll be proud to wear it, dude.
I wear same thing with KP.
Wow, KP, you already conceding the bet.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not, Crypto. I'm just saying it won't be a loss.
No,
That's all I'm saying.
but it's to me it's a trophy. So every time you saw, hey, where'd you get that shirt? I lost a bet.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
That's all.
And fuck all that. Y'all want to buy a color commentary hat anyway. You don't want to buy all that other shit.
Yeah, man.
As long as it's not the Gators colors, then we're good.
Oh, well, see, now let's sweeten it up. Okay, so if I win, you got to wear that green and orange, that Hurricanes gear. And if,
now we're spicing it up.
I'll wear Gators if I'm wrong.
Now we're spicing it up.
I'd rather wear a Bills. I'd rather wear a Bills thong than wear anything Hurricanes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Man,
that's what makes it a good bet, Shake.
Okay, you're on.
He said he would have been a Bills thong.
Shake's like, all right, you're on.
You sound like Mark.
I don't think Christian's gonna get double-digit sacks. So yeah.
Damn.
I'm just saying, Shake, it is a contract year for him. You know what? He knows the contract is going to be renegotiated at the end of the season.
I think Shake should have to wear the turnover chain if he uses it.
The only thing I could count on Christian Wilkins is doing a Power Ranger celebration.
Yes, that's set in stone. Yeah.
And a split, maybe.
Power Rangers.
And a cheek split.
Mm-hmm.
Chest bumping Roger Goodell. Oh man. So KP, what do you think, man, about this? I said at the beginning before you came on about the epic matchup against the two franchises. We're separated by 2 games in the win-loss category. But that 82 game was the most epic game that led to a Dolphins Super Bowl appearance against the Commanders, Redskins at the time.
I got an idea.
Does that happen again, KP, this Sunday?
I have an idea. For a month only, for limited time only. Check this out. I'll talk to HB. I'll get this done. So what I would do is if Christian Wilkins gets the double-digit sacks for a month, Shake Money T-shirts will be sold in cane colors, orange and green, and if he doesn't for that month, Kahari T-shirts are going to be sold in Gator colors, orange and blue.
We should make a T-shirt that in Kane's colors that says "Shake loves you" and put a U instead of YOU. Shake loves you.
Mm-hmm.
Bet. I'm taking that. I'll take that.
Yeah.
But yeah, crypto, man. Yeah, man. I mean, you're right, man. That kind of inaugurated the Dan Marino fins, even though Dan Marino wasn't there yet. But the kind of flashy, heavy, the air attack offense. That you're talking about a Kellen Winslow game, right? But double overtime.
By the way, I approve this message from Lewis.
If you think Wilkins gets 10 plus, this is rainbows and unicorn.
Hey, put Lewis in that too, man. Lewis gonna have to wear the colors too.
Well, he's a Canes fan. It don't matter.
Oh, okay.
Right, he's already fan Canes.
Yeah. But yeah, hey, I'd love to see a game like that.
To make him wear a Durham Smythe jersey.
But hey,
especially if Durham Smythe is getting helped off the field like Winslow.
Yeah,
you're right.
We might have already seen that game, Crypto. That was the Baltimore game last year.
Yeah.
was kind of. I mean, I know it didn't go to overtime, but it was a shootout. So.
Right. It ends in overtime with this time us kicking a game-winning field goal after them trailing, right? But they come back and tie it, but we kick a field goal. It's basically the inverse of what happened.
See, Kahari, what I think is going to happen is going to be a repeat of 94, except Jason Sanders is going to do what Stojanovich couldn't do and get the game-winning field goal at the end there. And we're going to go on to the playoffs.
We go on to beat Sam Howell in the Super Bowl.
That's going to be the game. That's going to be the one game that we needed at the end of the year to get a better seed than Buffalo. All on Jason Sanders' leg.
No doubt.
From 45 yards out.
Looks like there's no way the Commanders are going to be in the Super Bowl. I said, don't be surprised. Well, he's like, yeah, I will be surprised. I think overall, other than the area I'm living in right now, they won't be surprised. Trust me, the area I'm in right now, they won't be surprised.
Some people are picking the Commanders as a sleeper this year, and I think the jury's out on whether Bieniemy's touch can make can turn things around for that offense.
Into a Hall of Famer. Think he turns him into a Hall of Famer?
Make them a scary offense, I think the jury's out on that. That's one thing I'm gonna be looking for this season, to see how much that offense progresses.
See, the thing about Bieniemy, when he was at Kansas City, it was the good cop, bad cop. You had the bad cop in Bieniemy and the good cop in
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid. So that you're gonna have the same dynamic in Washington. Of course, Rivera is gonna be the good cop, sort of, and and Bieniemy he's kind of like Flores, man, but from the West Coast.
Yeah.
West Coast version of Florida. Yeah, that's.
And you had those rumors of the players complaining and all that kind of stuff. Similarly, about it being too tough. So I don't know. I want to see what happens.
Tell me, Johan Dotson gonna love him. The receiver I was big on in Penn State, you're gonna love him.
That's the difference.
Ahead,
Most players wouldn't hesitate to get into Andy Reid's face, but they ain't gonna fucking get in Bieniemy's face.
Right.
Or Flores' face. You know what I'm saying? They know what's gonna happen.
He's probably the disciplinarian they needed there in Washington,
Oh, that's what happened with Shula too. I'll never forget Kim Bokamper, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Hey, Shula, I have a question." He says, I do good plays. How come you don't say that? He goes, because that's not my fucking job. Your job is to do the good plays. My job is to call you out when you're doing bad plays.
Right.
That's the difference. He goes, that's my job. Your job, when you do a good play, whatever, that's your job. You're supposed to do a good play. When you do a bad play, that's when I have to step up and say, you're fucking up.
Right. Because sometimes just the coach's silence on you being good is him acknowledging that there's nothing to fix.
Mm-hmm.
So take that as a compliment when he don't yell and scream at you as had nothing to say about you. That technically means you are doing great. That's his way of saying keep it up.
If all 4 tires are full, you're not gonna go check on your tires at the red light.
That's right.
Like, now if they're fucking making noises, that's when you're gonna go and check out each tire, which one is flat.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's the old school coaching I was brought up with. So that's the kind I recognize.
Exactly. The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Mm-hmm. And it's also the first one to get replaced too.
Yep. Got good old fashioned rust on there. Oil it up and slide some oil to me. That's what that wheel is saying, at least.
Look what he says. Tua Nears would call Shula a hater for criticizing Tua.
They actually, that is a true statement. They probably will. They would roast him. They would run him out of town.
And a little bit of that was happening towards the end of his career with the whole,
towards the end of his career, they was trying to slowly say we need, and that's what led to Jimmy Johnson. He's like, well, we need somebody like that. We don't want to go to a rookie. We want somebody who's won a championship to take over somebody like a Shula. You have to replace him with another Hall of Fame coach. Can you imagine Shula being replaced by Urban Meyer?
Yeah. Well, when Jimmy left, I remember when Jimmy left. I
Or
wanted us
Steve
to get.
or
I
Steve
wanted.
Spurrier. Can you imagine Steve Spurrier being followed up by Shula?
Or can you
That would have
imagine
been a
Coker?
catastrophe.
Or can you imagine Coker or Butch Davis? Oh my God, that would be even terrible.
The guy I think we missed the ball on back in the days
Or
after Jimmy was
Randy
Danny
Shannon.
Green.
Oh my God, can you imagine them replacing with Randy Shannon? Oh my God.
I knew Shake
Leave
Money
Randy
was gonna
alone,
say
man. Leave Randy
a minute.
alone, bro.
I knew that's why I said Steve Spurrier, because I knew Shake Money was like, go ahead.
Larry Coker. Oh my God, can you imagine Larry
Larry Coker, man, he'd been the next Hall of Famer. Shake Money.
All I know is Larry Coker looks like he looks like what Philman's slow brother.
Yeah.
Well, some people say McDaniel looks like a young Cameron.
Randy Shannon with Jacoby Harris.
God damn.
Rough times. Jacoby Harris, yeah, it was a rough time.
No, I want us to get Dennis Green after Johnson, though, man. I think Denny Green.
Yeah.
I think we missed a vote on that way back in the day, but you know.
Oh, for our head coach, Denny Green.
Yeah, C'est La Vie.
Yeah.
That was the guy I wanted back then.
When he said his famous quote, God rest his soul.
Yeah.
Well,
they are who we thought they were.
We are who we thought
We
they
let them
were.
off the hook.
Hey,
They
but
let
you
him
know,
off the hook. That was
you know
that Cardinal game.
Did you know that whatchamacallit played under him, right? McDaniel played under him, coached under him for a while.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I think I remember reading that.
Yeah, but it wasn't for the NFL. It was one of those other leagues.
Right. One of the startup leagues that failed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, hey, McDaniel, I have no doubt McDaniel knows offense. I think he really does. You know, I just worry about his not just game management, which had its problems last year, but I just want to peek behind the curtain there and see how he relates to players, how players receive his coaching. For me, that's still an open question.
Question.
Yeah.
Question. Do you think Don Shula made his players walk in a single file line? I would actually say yes. He did.
Actually, he made them do 4 days or some shit like that.
And
he did
on
the
top of
equivalent
it,
of that. He did the equivalent of that.
And on top of it, he played Genesis in the background while they were walking in a single file line.
Oh, I thought you were talking about he was playing Sonic the Hedgehog, whatever, Genesis.
Yeah, that Genesis. It's 16-bit. What is that? What it was? 32.
Yeah. He was playing Madden.
He was playing Madison.
Man, there's some good players on this console here.
Yeah, I was just going there, freaking listening to the soundtrack of Sonic the Hedgehog, making him listen to it while they running through walls. Because Sonic going to get those rings.
By the way, you want to drop the panel? You want to open up a panel, or you're content with everybody like this?
I mean, I guess we could say about another 15, 20 minutes. You can drop the link for another couple of minutes.
All right, but no, one thing I want to say though is the fact that
I can carry for another half an hour or so, quarter of an hour or so.
The thing I want, McDaniel. Thing about McDaniel is the one thing I don't want, and I'm sure is that if Fangio gives him advice, that Bobby Big Dicks him like, no, you know what? I'm the head coach. You're just the assistant. We got to do it my way.
Yeah.
So and that's something that they accuse Flores of doing. So I hope that doesn't happen, because if it does,
Crypto. Who's the guy who Buddy Ryan punched? What was the name of the head coach that Buddy Ryan punched?
Kevin Gilbride.
Kevin Gilbride. Yeah, see, that's what I don't want our situation to devolve into something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing to keep your eye on, man. That relationship between those two guys. Yeah. And if things get tough, will you see like a breakdown? Will there be signs of disunion in the leadership quarter on the coaching staff? Not looking for that to happen, guys, but it is something to keep your eye on if things get tough. So I mean,
Hey, I agree with Jets gang. He got us sweeping them this year. Hey, he says everybody's gonna sweep us in the division this year. I agree with you, Jets gang.
sounds like good
100%.
medicine to me. Yeah, 100.
I
Hey,
tell you
come
what,
around
man.
here more often.
Even though you're a Jets fan, I'm happy to know that you're a realist. That you're gonna get swept in the division this year.
Yeah, right on.
It takes courage.
Right on, Jets fan. Right on, bro.
Right on, Jets
It takes
gang.
courage. It takes courage to admit that.
Exactly. Good courage, man. We appreciate your honesty.
Take that kind of honesty any day of the week. Good for my ego.
Damn. He called Fangio little brother. Who the hell called Fangio little brother? Fangio should be the oldest on the staff, shouldn't he? Isn't he the oldest guy in the building?
Think he is. Yeah, sure.
But who's his little brother? Who calls him little brother? So somebody's older than Fangio?
Yeah, but going back to that Gilbride Ryan situation, it's kind of similar in the fact that, Gilbride was entering his second season and he was supposed to be this offensive guru, right? And Ryan had, I think, full autonomy on the defense. And you could see how the tensions led up to that during that game.
Top, just because you're the biggest chihuahuas in the kennel doesn't make you a top dog either.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, it ain't this. It's this year, and y'all gonna get swept again 3 years in a row, just about.
3 years back to back to back to back.
Oh yeah, and let's announce to everyone, guys, the Fantasy Football League draft is Wednesday night. Be in the house, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Fins Tailgate season-long Fantasy Football League. We're going to have a show recapping the action every Saturday at 11 a.m. You can join us right here on the Fins Tailgate. Myself, Shay, Crypto Color, everybody's going to be there involved. Right now, the league is full. You got a 20-team league. Everything is set right now. 30 seconds to draft. We're going to have a show Wednesday night as the draft takes place. So want to make sure everybody tunes in for that too, man. It's going to be a good time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know what? I've been getting a couple emails from some of the people in the league, and one person had a problem with the settings, like the ability for you to draft up to 4 quarterbacks. They thought that was too much. But I don't see any situation where someone would want to stash 4 quarterbacks on their team.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not putting 4 on mine.
And if you did, then you're going to be, your other positions are going to suffer, and then things have a way of working them way out. If another person who has a surplus in another position, that just makes for a potential trade down the line. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. And then I had another person send me a question about the number of receivers. Right now we have 2 receivers, 2 starting receivers. And a flex, and the traditional now is 3 receivers. So I may make that a poll question tomorrow or tonight and ask if you want to go up to 3 receivers, 3 starting receivers, and if we do, we'll add a bench spot.
Usually the last few all the fantasy leagues I've been involved in, it's only been 2, and if you do have a third receiver, it's a flex. So
Right, exactly. Well, that's the way it's currently set now. And being that it's 20 teams deep, if you go to 3 wide receivers and a flex, man, you're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to, trying to staff your team every week and put a lineup out there. You'll be putting 3rd and 4th receivers out there. I don't know, how productive that's going to be. It may be decisive, though, so something to think about. I don't know.
Right.
No, I'm just saying everybody is playing on the same. Even there's no advantage to nobody. Everybody's playing on the same. Has the same playing field. So
right.
Everybody has the same. It's all about your football acumen, your IQ, whatever.
Yeah. It's about your strategy and the way you put together your team, the way you build your team. So we'll see, man. Can't wait. Can't wait for fantasy. I can't wait for the real season. Want to see what these Dolphins are going to look like, man. We got to be Super Bowl contenders this year. Like earlier, I heard Lewis saying, great point as usual, saying that we've seen the Jacksonville Jaguars in the same 5-year window win a playoff game, look like they're improving the season. Cincinnati's been to 2 AFC championships and a Super Bowl, and they're a favorite this year as well. So the time for excuses is growing short. Put up or shut up time.
Give me
We're
a
there now.
second, fellas. I'll be back.
Yeah. All right, quick.
You dropped the link, Shake?
No, you want me to drop it?
I mean, yeah, you can go ahead. We could chop it up for about another 25 minutes, and then we can just to get everybody's thoughts on the historic game and what they think this game is going to be.
Okay, that's what's up.
In the realms of history.
Okay.
But yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be back.
All right, I'm dropping the link for everybody. All right, like I always say, man, grab the what's that? Grab the straight jackets and the tranquilizers.
The Tylenol and the Pepto-Bismol.
I'm about to open up this. I'm about to open up the asylum.
Let them in, Shake. Let them in, man. It's all good. We were all there before.
Yeah, man. But I'm glad I finally got to mow the lawn today because it was so smooth.
Okay, Shake Money.
Yeah.
I went and filled my glass with what you had
Prosecco?
earlier, the Prosecco and the pineapple. I did 1-to-1.
Okay.
Well, actually, technically, it's more like 45-55.
What's up, guys? How was it?
What's up, Fred? What's up, Todd?
What's going on?
What's going on, fellas?
Fred, Todd, what's up?
I was saying I know Todd has some good memorable games with the Chargers. But go ahead. What are you gonna say, Todd?
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be one of.
Go ahead, Todd.
I don't think this is going to be one of them. I think Chargers might come out a little flat, especially with their running back not wanting to be there. He is their leading receiver.
What's going on, Fred, my brother? How you
But you
doing?
don't think that gives them motivation to play out of this world?
No, I don't. I think he's pissed off.
Well, he accepted the terms and conditions of the agreement.
He's still pissed off. He wants to be renegotiated, and he was asking for a trade.
What about what about Todd? How do you think about Herbert and his growth in that offense?
He's still Mr. Pick Six in the fourth quarter.
I see you, Lance. I know
I
what you feel. I know what you feel. I drive right with you, man. I know exactly what you feel.
I've been sitting here for fucking 45 minutes.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Oh, but I do have to say one thing, and I have to go back to work. Shake?
No,
congratulations on your Gator win. Oh, wait. Nope. The Gators lost. Have a good one.
You're about as funny as you look.
I think Todd is if we use the same argument for Tua, the continuity of the offense year 2 under McDaniel, you gotta project that Herbert's gonna still similar growth. Being another year in the offense with facing the same weapons. So I don't know. I think Crypto's forecast may be right. looks like it may be a shootout. You know.
You know, in regards of Christian Wilkins just having one more tackle than Zach Sealer, I believe, man. You know, tackles for loss really count to me, man, and especially in Christian Wilkins' cases, man. His game is definitely about tackles for loss, and they kind of make up for sacks for me just a little bit, not much, but just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I take a 3-yard tackle for a loss on first down all day, bro.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Half a let's say for instance, if he whatchamacallit tackles him for maybe less than he stops him at maybe a half a yard short of the scrimmage, that's still a tackle for loss. So those numbers could be skewed too. That metric could be skewed as well.
Oh, okay. Who's tougher? Who's more who's more consistent in tackles for loss? Siler or Wilkins?
You gotta look at the stats.
Right.
You have the stats?
I mean, I know Siler's a great tackler, man, but you know, Christian Wilkins is just a disruptor, man. Let's see if he's getting the sack or not, man. Like I said, the tackle for loss, they're huge for me, bro. They go down as I call it a half a sack.
Well, I think personally, I think one without the other, we suck. They complement each other.
Right.
In
fact, I mentioned that a little earlier in the chat room that they complement each other.
Hey, how's it going, Mr. Polk?
How's everybody doing? I hope that we can keep Wilkins at a good price, of course, because I mentioned that the same thing that Lance mentioned. I mentioned that in the chat. Me, they kind of complement each other and what have you. And with both of them on the line, it makes it difficult for teams to run overs or through us. So, you know, I hope that we can work something out with Wilkins.
And we just can't throw out the fact that if they're both on the field, man, it's what it is, man. They're up in each other's game, man.
All I know is
the same thing.
All I know is Chubb's better up his game.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
And I'm really going to be watching for Raekwon Davis this year, man. I've got nothing out of him since he's been here, bro. Since he's been here.
Well, look like he's himself in shape, better shape now. So hopefully he can put that on the field. He can show it on the field in the games now. That okay, I'm in shape now. Now I can be the person that I should be.
I don't know, Mr. Falk, man. You've been there this long, man. You ain't been in shape since you've been here, man. Well, why are you still here? Why are you even playing football if you ain't in shape?
What are you talking about? How many tackles did Raekwon Davis have last year?
I don't know, Shake, but I just didn't see enough of him. In important times, bro. In important times, Shake.
Yeah.
In important times. How many important times did you see Christian Wilkins?
I seen Christian Wilkins have tackles for losses damn near every game, bro. Every game.
No, they didn't, man.
Come on, man. He did damn near, Shake. That's what this guy does, man. He's destructive.
So it's every game or damn near every game?
Every week. Every week, Shake.
Stop moving the goalpost, bro.
Every week, Shake. Every week, Christian Wilkins came up with a big play, man. Every week.
No, he didn't.
A backfield play every week.
No, Fred. No.
Stop moving the goalpost.
Okay. Oh, Zach Siler did?
No, we're not saying.
Hey,
I'm not saying.
All I know is out of those two, who got their contract first?
Oh, man, you know what? And that's where the mistake is right there. That's one of the mistakes right there.
Yeah.
Christian Wilkins ain't nothing but solid. He's been solid since day one, bro.
He's been all right. He's been all right.
No, it ain't been all right. He's been solid, bro.
He's been okay.
He's been solid.
He's been okay. He's average.
What's Raekwon Davis giving us since he's been here?
Not as much as just as almost not that much as Raekwon Day. I mean Christian Wilkins. He's been all right.
Or Zach Seiler. Neither one of them.
Yeah, but no, but
Christian
look
Wilkins been okay.
look how much time it takes
He average.
for a player to develop. Because look at, like I said, look at Christian Wilkins. He look how much time it took him to be where he's at right now. So sometimes you gotta give players.
It ain't take long. His second year, Christian Wilkins' second year here, he was established, bro. If you ask me, he was a beast his second year with this team.
His second year,
Christian Wilkins long at all. Yeah,
He only had 3 sacks last year. Established. Okay.
I understand he's not a guy like that, 4 sacks, but like I said, his tackles for losses make up for sacks in my book with Christian Wilkins, man.
Well, that's not. Hey, in my book, you don't. So we're going. I guess we're going off 2 different books. And of course, apparently, and according to Chris Greer, in his book, it don't mean nothing either. That's why you don't have a contract.
Yeah, Chris Greer, he ain't doing nothing but fucking up since he's been
good
here.
grief.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, that's your opinion. That's your opinion, bro.
Hey, well, he did like he did when he recruited Tua.
Yeah, he fucked that up.
And show me a
first. Fucked it up.
Show me the perfect GM.
When he fired Flores over Tua and started getting rid of Tua.
That's number 2.
Actually, let's be fair. That was Stephen Ross who fired him, not Chris Greer.
Oh, come on! You didn't think Chris Greer had a say in that?
Come on, man. Chris Greer went to Stephen Ross, man. Come on, man. Say yeah.
Hey, Fred, you like Emmanuel Ogbah, Fred?
Yeah, I like Emmanuel Ogbah. I like Emmanuel Ogbah when he was in Cleveland, bro.
Yeah,
I still like him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you ask me, he's the biggest disruptor we have when he's healthy, and if he's back 100%, he's the biggest disruptor at quarterbacks we have.
Right.
And even with Jalen Phillips coming up, yes, I'm gonna say Ogbah, if 100%, he can get there. He's tougher than Jalen Phillips, bro. I've seen this man play.
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing I'm saying. With Phillips, I know he has something special. Holland, I could see something special. But Christian Wilkins, to me, he's just a above average defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's your take. Okay, your point.
Hey, we have different takes. That is what it is.
That's all it is.
Yeah, Zach Seiler gives you everything Christian Wilkins gives you. Plus, he's better in the pass rush department than Christian Wilkins is.
And a lot cheaper.
Is he better in the pass rush department because of Christian Wilkins?
Well, that argument, Fred, to me is a weak point because you said Christian Wilkins was established in the second year.
I mean, if Christian Wilkins is eating up double teams and gives Zach Seiler an opportunity to be 1-on-1, right?
Well, I was trying to talk. You cut me off. What I was going to tell you was Christian Wilkins, in my opinion, when you said he was established in the second year, that's a false narrative. Christian Wilkins started producing when Zach Seiler came around. See, what you're trying to do is make it seem like Zach Seiler's a beneficiary of Christian Wilkins. And I'm not even here to debate that. That could be true. But what I'm also telling you is a big benefactor in Christian Wilkins' success the last few years is one Zach Seiler. Because we didn't see this side of Christian Wilkins without Seiler next to him. So
and by the way,
it is what it is.
And one thing I can say for a fact, in 2019, when we started, remember the last five games we started winning. That was right after we picked up Zach Seiler from the when Ravens cut his ass. We picked him up from the waiver wire. That's when we started winning our games again. When we picked up Zach Seiler.
I'm just saying, I think we ought to take care of our best defensive lineman we have on the team.
Yeah, and we did. We signed Zach Siler.
Exactly.
Okay, Zach Siler is the best defensive lineman on the team. Okay.
No, that's just taking a shot. Listen, I'm
That
with
ain't
you. I
taking a
think
shot. No, you just said it. You just said you took care of the best defensive lineman on the team. You just said it. It's not taking a shot.
What I'm saying is I was trolling a little bit. Right? What I'm trying to say is I'm with you in the standpoint we need to take care of our own. I think we are going to do that when it comes to Tua, Waddle, Hill, Holland and Phillips. So I do think we are going to take care of our own. And I'm with you. I would pay Christian Wilkins. I would pay him $16 million. I would pay him $17 million. If you twisted my arm, I would pay him $18 million. But Christian Wilkins is not a 19, 20, 21, 22, $23 million player. So it's all on what you think he's valued. I think he's a good player for us. I definitely don't want to lose Christian Wilkins. But is he worth keeping for 20 plus million? I would say no.
Let me ask you something. Why would you give Zach Siler $22 million, Lewis? Because he gets 3 sacks. He'll get 3 sacks a year.
We didn't give him $21 million.
What they give him then?
Like 13.
13.
Well, no, I think.
But I'm saying, would you give?
I think it comes out to like $10 million a year.
Okay, but would you give Zach Siler $20 million a year, bro?
Why?
No, I would give him 10, just like what we gave him. That's what I would give him. Why are we talking about Christian? Why are we talking about Zach Siler making 20 plus million? Like no one said that up here. We ain't stupid neither. What we're saying is what Zach Siler signed for is money, in my opinion. We got a great value with Zach Siler at that amount of money, right? What I would tell you is if he's paying 10 million, which I think it is, and I'll go with color. If we're paying Zach Siler 13 million, I would pose the question: is Christian Wilkins, let's say at 22, is he $9 million better than Zach Siler?
I don't say Christian Wilkins is $22 million. No,
oh, okay. Well, let's say he's a $20 million. Let's just cap it off at 20. Is Christian Wilkins $7 million more? And that's at 13 million a year, which I don't think it is, but I'm just gonna use that because I think, whatever. Color said 13. If you mean to tell me that Christian Wilkins is $7 million better than Zach Siler,
I wouldn't say $7 million. But
okay, then what are we talking about?
I would argue at 4 or 5 more million. Yeah.
Okay, so that would put him at like 17, 18 million. Yeah. And I told you I'm willing to do that. So what are we talking about here? Again, the people that get in their conversation.
What you're saying about you're just saying that Zach Siler is just a straight up better player than Christian Wilkins, bro. I don't think that's the case.
I said I was trolling. What I'm saying is he's not that far off. The numbers prove that. For the numbers, guys, for the people that love metrics and numbers and the number, Zach Siler has better numbers besides, I think, the tackle of losses and the overall tackle. All the other numbers, Zach Siler is better than Christian Wilkins. What are you talking about? So again, I'm not saying either one is better than the other. What I'm saying is it's a lot closer. And I think for the price that supposedly reported, and I'm not in the building, I don't know, just things that you hear, the numbers that Christian Wilkins are asking for, he's out his goddamn mind. And if I can come up here and I can say that that guy, the owner of Indianapolis, was out of his damn mind for asking for multiple first-round picks and asking for Jalen Waddle and doing all the shit he did, if he was batshit crazy, then I can also come up here and say that if Christian Wilkins is asking for 24, 25 million, he's also batshit crazy.
Like I said, I just think he's the best defensive lineman we got, man. I'm not going to say period. I'm going to say he's the best defensive lineman we got. And they even show him some kind of love, man. Guys,
but what does that mean, Fred? What does that mean?
I mean, I can't say give him like 20 something $million, man, but give him something to make him happy, man, and make him want to be here and play hard, bro.
That's what he's asking for, Fred. That's what he's asking for.
Why won't they do that? Why won't they do that?
Do what? We'll give him what he's asking for?
Yeah.
Bro,
You can't do that.
Do you see how
He,
ridiculous you sound? He's
come
asking for
on now, I don't know
24
stats.
million.
Oh, man. I mean, what? He won't take less than that. Did they get offer him anything? Who they offer?
Bro,
You don't think he could be
again,
replaced?
whatever he offered.
Be replaced. If he be replacing, man, it's going to be a dramatic dip. If you ask me,
I'm not going to do this.
a dramatic dip.
I don't
Y'all ain't
think
ruining
so.
my day.
Because
It's gonna be a
I'm gonna tell you
dramatic dip,
something,
man.
Fred. During one of the preseason was on the D line and Christian Wilkins wasn't, and I saw flashes of Zach Sealer getting into the backfield. So it's not
I've seen
proven.
flashes of Zach Sealer getting in the backfield too, man. But like I said, man, if you ask me, man, the man's the best defensive lineman we got.
Okay, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. That's all.
Okay, well, to me they're not that far off of each other, so they should get paid about the same amount of money.
That doesn't matter anyway. Even if he is the best defensive lineman we have, I'm not here to debate that with you. Okay, I'll say yes. He's the best defensive lineman we have. That still don't give him the right to ask for 20+ million because he's not worth that. Even if he is our best defensive lineman. So again, I don't even know why that's even part of this conversation. The fact of the matter is his play on the field, what gets those positions paid in the NFL is from production from the sacks department, which he doesn't hold any weight. His weight, what he does on the field, don't hold anything in that kind of conversation. So that's like Devontae Parker plays wide receiver. The wide receiver market is between 25 to 30 million. Devontae Parker plays that, and he's the best receiver that the New England Patriots got on their roster right now. Should New England go pay him $25, $30 million?
I don't know how they did that. Nah,
Well, here's the thing. Just like Christian Wilkins, just like Christian Wilkins, Devontae Parker is just a jump ball guy, and Zach Sealer's just a run stuff guy. So he's just a one trick pony, bro. Christian Wilkins is a. You're not gonna out-talk me. Christian Wilkins is a one trick pony, bro. So go ahead.
Ball guy. Devontae Parker was a deep post dude, and he was across the middle guy.
You got to repeat everything.
He wasn't just not a jump ball guy, man. Cut that out, man.
He is. Hey, listen, by far he was.
You got to repeat yourself because I put you in the back. What'd you say?
Can we not? Unbelievable.
Jump ball guy.
Yeah, he was. That's all he is, a 50-50 guy.
He was not a jump ball guy.
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay. Hold on, real quick, because I'm gonna get up out of here. Y'all not gonna drive me fucking shit crazy. Y'all again. People hear what they want to hear. People hear what they want to hear.
Okay. You know, check this out. All right, check this out.
Was I talking? Okay. Was I talking?
Hold on, Fred.
Fred, hold on. Fred, Fred, let the man talk, then you can talk. Go ahead, Louis.
Because I'm getting out of here. I'm going to let y'all argue now for the next hour if Devontae Parker was a jump ball receiver or he was up the middle. I don't care about none of that. What I used Devontae Parker for was what Fred was saying. Fred said
Fred's got feedback.
Yeah, Fred does have feedback. What I'm saying is Fred said that Christian Wilkins is the best best defensive lineman we have as the Miami Dolphins. That's fine. I'm not here to debate that. What I'm saying is that doesn't mean he's worth what the other guys that are getting paid at that position is worth just because he might be the best that we have, right? That's where Devontae Parker comes in. Because if the NFL receivers are getting between $25 and $30 million, right? And let's say Devontae Parker is the best receiver that New England has, should New England turn around and give him $25 million? Should he pay? No, you get paid for what you do on the field, what you're valued for. And again, that's where Christian Wilkins, he has value in this league at around 16 million, 17 million, 18 million, if you're forcing my hand. But the guys at that position that are getting paid excess of $20 million, go look at the sack numbers. There's guys in 1 year that have more sacks than Christian Wilkins does in 4 years. Like, I don't understand how much, like, slower or how else you can fucking say it for people that get out of your fucking feelings and realize, like, what are we, again, y'all have a good day. Salute to Labor Day.
Yeah.
Be safe, but
Yeah,
y'all
you
ain't
too, my
driving me
brother.
crazy. I'm sorry, Shake. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Crypto. Y'all
Yeah.
can do this bullshit. I ain't doing it. I'm not. I'll
All
holler
right.
at y'all boys.
All right, man. Be safe, my brother.
Be safe.
All right, Lewis.
So what time you want it?
Well,
Because I'm not going live tonight on the Smoke Lounge. I'm taking the day off.
we can take some final thoughts of it's been a
Yeah.
nice Labor Day. We
Yeah.
appreciate all you guys coming here, joining us for a nice discussion on this Labor Day. Just talking Dolphin football. I don't want to hear this nonsense that no one loves the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, yeah.
We
Listen.
all love our football team, and we came here on Labor Day to discuss whether or not we're going to go to the Super Bowl.
I got the Fins
and that's
at
all I'm saying.
I got the Fins at 12 wins. So
I got us winning somewhere north of one game. Someone north of one game. North of one game. Keyword north. North of one game also could mean 17 wins. So when they say north of one game, they're gonna say, "Well, Crypto's predicting more north of one game." I said north of one game. That could be 17 or 20 games. So stop it.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They don't focus on the keyword north of one game. They just focus on the one game, Shake Buddy. Crypto said we got to win one game. Well, God damn, I said north of one game. That could be anything from 1 to infinity. Stop it.
You heard that? Look, Michael K says the Bills are going to go 6-11.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree the Bills going to be 6-11. That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think so too.
That sure sounds right.
Well, yeah, you see how the play of words I did there, Shake, but it says somewhere north of one game. There you go. That's my prediction. The Dolphins going to win somewhere north of one game.
I like that, Jermaine. I hope so. Hey, 13-4 is good with me. I got 12-5. I'm going to disagree with you on 13-4, man. Listen, I think look, at the end of the day, let's see where we are week 6. And then we're gonna do final thoughts, but you know what? I'm gonna let Esther get up here real quick and give his final thoughts if he wants to give some.
Oh, sure. Let him up and let him give us final take on what he sees at.
Listen, man. All I know
other
is
than Oscar De La Hoya is trash, but that's neither here nor there.
You heard that? Come Sunday, Mike Stephon Diggs is going to be one step closer from leaving the Bills.
Yep.
Is that what I think? That's what he read. What he said anyway. Go ahead. What's up, Esther?
That's what he said.
So, fellas, man, I'm just getting ready. I got to go to a birthday. Yeah, man. Every time everybody streams, man, I'm always like working or I got something I got to do.
Birthday.
Oh, it's not my birthday. It's just a friend.
Oh,
anyway, I'm going to be honest, man, and I'm not really exaggerating, but man, I just kind of view the Dolphins as like a fan. Like, I was rooting for them to do good, but man, they're just losers, bro. I'm sorry, man, but it's just every year, man. It's the same thing, and from what I've seen, just from the last, I mean, the reps got to be quality at this point. I don't see quality reps when I'm watching them in preseason. I mean, I don't think much has changed. I know we got a new coach for the defense, but man, I think we're gonna get embarrassed. Right now, if they go out playing like the way that, from what the reps that I've seen, there's nothing quality about this team outside of a couple of flashes in the run game during preseason, man. I really don't see it. So I just think that it's coaching. I think that there needs to be development. I mean, even into the second stringers, third stringers, there has to be some kind of continuity. There's no excuses, man. I mean, like what I saw from the Jags was in the preseason game. When I looked at that game, I was like, man, they're just running plays. They ain't scared to show some of the playbook because they know it's about execution. And I felt like our coach going back to last year, I've said it multiple times. He even said it with, that it doesn't matter if the other team knows what we're doing. It's all about execution. And, we still, even if they know what we're running, we still got to execute and still be able to get something out of that. That's it. I'm paraphrasing. That's what he was saying, that we still have to be able to get positive yardage and execute even when they know what we're going to do. Like if we just smash mouth that's what comes to mind. And I don't see that, man. I think that McDaniel seems kind of weak to me as a coach, man. I don't see development right now. And we don't have time for that because of this roster. It's already
That's
loaded, man.
interesting you said that. But go ahead.
And you keep hearing fans talk about, but yeah, in a year or two, with these. No, we don't have no year or two. It's this year. There is no more years. You're the one that got selected with this loaded roster. You got to do something now. It ain't about next year no more, man. Forget that, bro. Right now, the way I look at this team is they're trash and they're about to get embarrassed, bro. Straight up, man. I don't have anything positive.
Tell us how you really feel.
I don't have nothing positive to think about this team, man. Until they show me otherwise, they're a bunch of losers, bro. The Dolphins are some damn losers.
So you got us going at 13-4 is what you're saying,
bro.
Yes.
something subpar that we wouldn't expect with a roster that's loaded. If you wanted me to give like a record prediction, will be like barely above 500 again, bro. Like just straight up. That's the way that I feel, man.
So that would be 9. No, 8 and 9. I'm sorry. Actually, that's 8 and 9. They're barely above. Yeah.
My dad and my girl, they all make fun of this team, dude. But it's the truth, bro. They say that they're losers, and that's what they are. They're some damn losers, bro. I can't deny that what they tell me is the truth, dude. They're like, why don't you pick another team, bro? That's the way that I feel. Like I'm just like, you know what? They're right. They're a bunch of damn losers, bro. They don't never show you anything different. All they do is pull you along and give you a little bit of hope. They add this, add that. But when it comes to like big time, like splash, like a move that'll actually get you to a Super Bowl, they're not going to do it, man. That's just, I've come to terms with that. This team's always going to do that, dude. The only way that we have a glimmer of hope is if the players do it themselves on the field. Because for me right now, I think, that the coaching is the issue. I think that's what it is, man. I can't hold back no more and act like I don't see the obvious, man. I don't see improvement in this team right now. No, sir. So that's just me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully they prove me.
Nobody's going to kill you for your take. It's how you feel.
Never forget that. Hey, Never forget that.
Never forget
I
that.
hope they prove me wrong, though. I hope they do. I hope they come out and play with some damn balls already. You know what I mean? That's what I hope. Like, you know what I mean? When I see that team, like what I saw a Ravens team field on a Sunday or a Steelers team, you know what I mean? Or one of them 49ers team, for whatever reason, they got 3 freaking quarterbacks, you know what I mean? Who would have thought, you know what I mean? Like, just for some reason, those kind of franchises, they continue to compete, man. But when I see my team, I'm like, we're trash all the time.
I know you troll the Heat fans, but at the end of the day, just with the Spurs and the Heat, as long as we have Pat Riley and you have Popovich, we have a fucking chance of winning.
Exactly, man.
Yes.
It's
the
coaching, it's development, man. Yeah. I don't see that with this team, man. I just don't. So
hell,
I'll be glad for
the
everybody to
reason
laugh
why
in
Quinn
my face
Snyder
when they
kept the
start
Jazz
doing
up,
it. Yeah. I'm cool if somebody throws this in my face, man, if they start winning, because I'll be happy anyways. I won't give a damn because they finally did something. But until you do something, I don't, man, that's just gonna be me as a fan, man. I'm just not gonna fall for it anymore, man.
I feel you, man.
Wait and see approach. Yeah.
I tell you what,
man.
I tell you what, if I know you have more faith in the Spurs because they've proven it, but if they went 20-something years of not even making the playoffs, you probably have the same energy for them, won't you?
Yeah, man, because they ain't doing nothing, man. I mean, getting to the first round of the playoffs, man. God, man, I'm just like, a lot of our fan base is happy with that. I'm like,
and that's the thing with I've been trying to say with the Heat. When you say when the Heat make it to the playoffs, like, and okay, that's I think
it's
the
your
Heat,
job to make the playoffs.
Our floor from here on out is the Eastern Finals is the floor for our team. Our expectation. That's the floor. That's the bare minimum for our team. That's
Right.
we're here happy with one playoff victory. We're
Yeah.
But the basketball team, our expectations is Eastern Finals or bust.
Yep. That's a good way to put it. Well, you set those expectations, based
I
on
kind
what
of
you used
envy
to.
stuff that happens with other teams. All like when the Bengals in their first, what was it, their second year with Burrow go to the Super Bowl? Like I'm like, why are we satisfied with just talking about the playoffs, man?
Playoffs?
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
We
we
should be.
should be satisfied with that.
This should look better than this, man. And the guy that's supposed to take us there is Tua.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Hell yeah.
I love Jim Mora. But
That's the way I feel, man. Hell yeah. I hope we don't get embarrassed against the Chargers, man. I just hope we don't get embarrassed, dude, because
save face, right?
If we do, I'll be like this.
Ron, where are you? I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Yeah.
Well, as an OG, I respect your opinions, but since I've been around for a while, expectation of the Dolphins is a little higher, and what have you, and I just like I said, just gotta wait and see.
Yeah.
Because the season don't start till Saturday?
Sunday, baby. Oh, Thursday. Thursdays.
Well, as far as
first game is
officially.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Kickoff is Thursday.
I'm in a show me. I'm in a show me state. I'm in Missouri. The rest until they get to the Super Bowl. Show me something already. You know what I mean? And I'll change my opinion of this team. But up until they show me something, they're a bunch of damn losers, bro. I'm sorry, but they ain't done shit.
So
yeah,
I'm gonna drop out, man. I'm just gonna listen in, man.
Now we finna wrap this up, man. I appreciate you coming through. I just want to drop the link so I can let you get.
I appreciate it.
You're one of the OGs in this community, and we got to
we appreciate it.
We
I put everybody on game about Victor Wembanyama, so Esther, never forget that. I let everybody know about Victor Wembanyama.
That's right, man. It's I can't wait. I'm sorry, but I'm more excited about the Spurs right now to go to the damn basketball game than this damn football team after preseason. So
how did he look? How did he look in the summer league?
Yeah. I mean, he just did his couple of games, and then
he just did a couple of games, and they sat him.
Yeah, the game that he showed out after, they're like, that's it. We've seen enough. You know what I mean? So now it's on to the regular season, bro.
Because they don't want to risk getting them hurt. No risk.
No risk, no biscuit.
No chance. Hell, Greg invented the freaking minute restrictions, so he know how to get it done when it comes to minute restrictions. He's seen enough. He sat him down.
Man, in closed doors, all they're doing is running the system on this kid. That's what they're doing.
All right.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Yep. Then he'll be ready for the regular season.
So any final thoughts, Crypto? Before we close this down, about Crazy Dolphin. Any final thoughts before we close this down?
Thanks for having me on the panel. It was good to hang out with you guys from this morning till right now. It was good to spend the Labor Day with all my brothers. So fans up, man. Let's see what happens with the Chargers. Let's go Dolphins.
Fins up, baby.
Let the games begin, fellas. Thanks for coming by. We appreciate y'all coming by, chopping it up on talking about how can we get this thing done and not get disappointed yet again. That's what Esther was talking about. It's a real thing. We've been snake bitten. We've been snake bitten too long. It was more coming from a place of being snake bitten more than anything, and we're tired of being snake bitten. It's time to freaking get the antidote and move on.
I understand that.
It's one of those things.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Color. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Color, you there, Color?
Yes, sir.
We about to wrap this thing up.
You had anything for us before we head out?
Yeah, I got some final thoughts. Well, bye.
That's it. Hey, remember, we have a percentage. Remember, NFL is a game of percentages. So we'll leave you with this.
They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.